Chapter 271, Chapter 271. Seeing those words, the third Hokage couldn't stop the tears welling up in his eyes. His hand trembled as he held the message. Let Orochimaru come back to help? How could he not want to? After all, with the strength Orochimaru displayed during the Land of Frost battle, there was no doubt he could save Konaha in its dire situation. But the third Hokage couldn't ignore the bitter truth. Orochimaru's defection was largely his fault. He had forced Orochimaru into that corner. Now, how could he be shameless enough to beg him for help? Even if Orochimaru could be found, which was unlikely, given how elusive he had been, would he actually come back? He'd probably laugh at his incompetence before leaving Konaha to its fate. With a heavy sigh, the third Hokage muttered, "Prepare yourselves. We'll head to the Tsunade defense line to meet Tsunade." Report, Hokage-sama. Tsunade-sama is already on her way back, an ANBU informed him. She's coming back. The third Hokage was stunned. At a time like this, with the front lines so critical, why would Tsunade leave? Still, since she was already returning, he decided not to question it further. From the Tsunade defense line, it would only take 2 days of fast travel to reach Konaha. True to expectation, Tsunade returned to the village by the afternoon of the following day. Without wasting any time, she marched straight into the Hokage's office. Bang! The door slammed open. "Teacher, I'm back," Tsunade declared. "Why are you here? What about the border?" "The situation isn't too intense right now," Tsunade interrupted. "With Nono's help, they should be able to hold the line for now." "Nono." The third Hokage paused, recalling the director of the orphanage. "I see. Then, what's the reason for your message? Is it about the Cloud Ninja?" "Yes," Tsunade replied, her tone serious. "I heard that they've become unstoppable." The third Hokage sighed heavily. "Yes. I had to transfer Jiraiya and Minato to reinforce the IWA Ninja defense line. Their troops are too weak to hold out otherwise. But this left the Cloud Ninja defense line without sufficient firepower. Combined with the disadvantage in numbers." He shook his head. "It's becoming increasingly difficult to hold the line." Tsunade clenched her fists. "It's hard enough to fight 3 villages simultaneously." 3. The third Hokage let out a bitter laugh. "That was before." "Before?" Tsunade's face fell in confusion. "What do you mean? See for yourself." The third Hokage threw a scroll at her. Tsunade caught it, quickly unrolling it to read. As her eyes scanned the contents, her face darkened. She had known about the dire situations at the other defense lines, which was why she had proposed bringing Orochimaru back. But this? Kirigakuer? They're making a move as well. Tsunade's voice was sharp, anger bubbling just beneath the surface. "This is insane. 4 villages? Do they really want to see us wiped out?" She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. After a moment of silence, she bit her lip and said, "Teacher, please. Please let me try to reach Orochimaru. If anyone can save the village, it's him." She knew Orochimaru's strength and his army of clones. With the resources and power he controlled, he could hold off an entire major village by himself if necessary. The third Hokage let out a long breath, blowing smoke from his pipe. "Tsunade. I know you're still in contact with Orochimaru. But you also know what happened back then. Do you really think?" He trailed off, shaking his head. "Do you really think it's possible?" "Let me try, teacher." Tsunade insisted. "I'll convince him somehow. I know it's a long shot, but there's still a chance." Her voice faltered slightly, but her conviction didn't waver. Deep down, she knew Orochimaru better than anyone. While he had every reason to turn her down, she believed there was still room for negotiation. The third Hokage stared at her for a long moment before sighing in defeat. "Fine. There's no other option now. If you think you can convince him, then try." "Thank you, teacher," Tsunade exclaimed, turning to leave without another word. She didn't even stay to say goodbye. The moment she stepped out of the Hokage's office, she was already making preparations to leave the village again. Tsunade didn't know Orochimaru's exact whereabouts, but she knew of several places where he might be. Before returning to Konaha, she had already spoken to Nono, who informed her that Orochimaru hadn't been to the orphanage recently. That left Sound Ninja Village as her next destination. If Orochimaru wasn't there, she would have to come up with another plan. A few days later, in the land of forest bordering the land of sound, Orochimaru stood calmly in the center of a group of ninjas wearing grimace masks. Their eyes were full of hostility as they surrounded him, ready to strike. Orochimaru, however, looked completely unbothered. A faint, amused smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, a barrage of kunai flew toward him, many of them attached to explosive tags. "Die, you fool," one of the ninjas shouted. "Anyone who dares negotiate with us deserves to die," another sneered. Boom. 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 The explosions engulfed Orochimaru's position, sending smoke and debris flying in every direction. "Humph. So this is how you deal with diplomacy." Orochimaru's calm voice echoed through the chaos, freezing the ninjas in their tracks. "What?" Before they could react, a bright orange beam of energy shot through the lingering smoke, crackling with electricity as it tore through the air. Boom. 2 ninjas didn't even have time to dodge. The beam struck them, disintegrating their bodies in an instant. The ground beneath them cracked, a deep trench burned into the earth by the intense energy. Haha, looks like Nono's invention works pretty well, Orochimaru remarked casually, tossing a coin into the air and catching it with a smirk. The remaining ninjas stared at him in horror. What? What kind of technique is that? Impossible. What is this monster? Orochimaru's voice cut through their panic like a blade. Go back and tell your village chief, I'll give you 3 days to agree to a negotiation. If not. His smirk widened. I'll destroy your village. You're bluffing, one of the ninjas shouted. Destroy the village? Just you. Before he could finish, the kunai they had thrown earlier suddenly rose into the air, spinning menacingly as they hovered around the ninjas. The cold steel tips all pointed directly at them, and the air grew heavy with killing intent. Remember. 3 days, Orochimaru said, his voice calm yet chilling. With a casual wave of his hand, the hovering kunai shot toward the ninjas, blocking every possible escape route. Their screams echoed across the battlefield as Orochimaru turned and walked away without a second glance. Dash. As he left, a familiar figure appeared near the border of the Land of Sound. Tsunade? What are you doing here? Orochimaru asked, surprised to see her in full combat gear. Don't tell me the fighting is already over. Tsunade, breathing heavily from her journey, shook her head. I heard from Channa that you were here. So I came to find you. Orochimaru frowned. What's going on? You don't look like you came here just to chat. Tsunade hesitated for a moment before clenching her fists. Orochimaru. Can you save the village? For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 272, Chapter 272. Tsunade's timing was remarkably fortunate. During this period, Orochimaru happened to be staying in the Sound Ninja village to focus on some of his research. This coincidence led her straight to him. However, save the village? Hearing her request, Orochimaru paused for a moment before smirking. Haven't I already been trying to save you? This land of forests. Who knows what they were thinking, coming to attack my village. If it weren't for wanting to conserve resources, I wouldn't even have bothered with a small country like theirs, with less than 1,000 ninjas. The land of forests had a mere few hundred ninjas in total, hardly a threat to the Sound Ninja village. If Channa hadn't been cautious and avoided acting without orders, the land of forests would likely have already been annihilated by now. Orochimaru, what are you talking about? Tsunade asked, her confusion evident. What's wrong? Orochimaru replied, feigning ignorance. I'm asking you to save Konaha. Save Konaha. The village is. Tsunade. What? How Konaha is doing right now has nothing to do with me, Orochimaru interrupted her, his tone calm and detached. As he spoke, he began walking slowly toward Sound Ninja village. Tsunade hurried to follow, her emotions still in turmoil. Right now, as long as you are fine, nothing else matters in Konaha, Orochimaru continued casually. Oh, and maybe if Jiraiya gets himself into trouble, I might save him, if I feel like it. But as for everyone else? Honestly, they're not worth mentioning. But, what about? Don't bring him up, Orochimaru said sharply, raising a hand to cut her off. Whatever I owed him, I've already paid back in full. Orochimaru. Don't you feel anything for the village at all? Tsunade's voice trembled, her frustration spilling over. She had prepared herself to be rejected, but hearing it so bluntly still stung deeply. Feelings for the village? Orochimaru repeated mockingly, glancing at her. You must be joking. I've already told you, aside from you, nothing in Konoha matters to me. If you're worried about your little brother, Noeki, because you think you're not strong enough, I can help with that. After all, we've been husband and wife for so many years. His smirk widened slightly. But if you're asking me to save Konoha? Sorry, I'm not interested. Help me. Tsunade froze, confusion flickering across her face. She knew Orochimaru had the ability to merge with and replicate others' bloodline limits, it was one of his most closely guarded secrets. But she had no idea he could grant those powers to someone else. What do you mean? She asked hesitantly. Orochimaru's smile remained unchanged. What, you really thought you awakened your would release naturally? You mean? Tsunade's voice faltered, disbelief written all over her face. Back then, Orochimaru had given her a potion, explaining that her Senju bloodline had dormant potential he could awaken. She had trusted him, believing it was merely a matter of unlocking her latent abilities. But now, was the power she'd been using all this time actually Hashirama's? Orochimaru's experiments? This man. Enough about that for now, Orochimaru said, waving a hand dismissively. The point is, if there's an ability you want, just let me know. Do you want magnet release? The Sharingan? Oh, and I recently found a girl in the Land of Sound with crystal release in her genes. I can give you a dose of that, too, if you like. What? I don't want any of your powers. Tsunade snapped, her frustration boiling over. She realized he was deliberately trying to change the subject and wasn't about to let him get away with it. Now wasn't the time to marvel at Orochimaru's abilities. Strengthening 1 or 2 individuals wouldn't change the fact that Konoha was under siege by 4 major ninja villages. Even if she and 1 or 2 others became as powerful as Orochimaru, it would only affect a handful of battles. It couldn't turn the tide of a war of this scale. Don't want my power? Fine, Orochimaru said with a faint chuckle. Honestly, with your current strength, even if Konaha is destroyed, you'll survive just fine. Orochimaru, stop dodging the question. Tsunade's voice cracked, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. I'm begging you. My grandfather built that village, I can't just stand by and watch it fall. Now the 4 major ninja villages are closing in on Konaha. For the sake of our relationship, can't you? Enough, Tsunade. Orochimaru's expression hardened. Don't try to manipulate me with yourself as a bargaining chip. If you do, I'll lose all respect for you. Tsunade froze at his words. Besides, Orochimaru continued, his tone cold, this isn't about you. The decisions that led to this were made by them. You shouldn't bear the consequences of their mistakes. Can't I at least apologize to you on behalf of the Third Hokage? Apologies don't fix anything, Orochimaru said, his voice sharp. Tsunade stood silent for a moment, then straightened herself. Fine. If that's how it is, I'll ask the Third Hokage to come speak to you himself. Without waiting for his reply, she turned and sprinted toward Konaha. Hey, Tsunade, wait, Orochimaru called after her, but she was already gone. Dash. 1/3 of the Land of Sound had become a battlefield between Kumo ninjas and Konaha forces. It didn't take long for Tsunade to locate Konaha personnel and send a message back to the village. Within a single day, she had completed a round trip and returned to the Sound Ninja village, visibly exhausted. Dash. In Orochimaru's residence within the Sound Ninja village, he handed her a cup of tea as she sat down. It's already cooled a bit, but it's still warm. Drink. Tsunade didn't hesitate, taking the cup and draining it in one gulp. Clink. She slammed the cup down on the table. Another. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow but refilled the cup without complaint. After finishing the second cup, Tsunade finally spoke. I rushed back to Konaha from the IWA defense line, then ran back to the Sound Ninja village after sending the message, and now I'm back again. I've been running non-stop for days. You've certainly been busy, Orochimaru remarked, his tone calm and indifferent. But you do know that making decisions on your own like this comes with risks, don't you? I know, Tsunade admitted, panting slightly. But at least you didn't stop me, right? I didn't stop you because I didn't want to dampen your enthusiasm, Orochimaru replied, swirling his tea. But you should know that for something like this, an apology isn't enough. He paused, taking a sip before continuing. A village like Konaha, it's simply not worth my time. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70+ advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 273, Chapter 273. Tsunade knew deep down that everything Orochimaru said was true. She also knew that his current attitude was entirely within her expectations. Still, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she felt an obligation to try. I know, Orochimaru, I know everything. Tsunade said softly, her expression tinged with sadness. What happened back then, it was unfair to you. But no matter what, the teacher, he was only doing it for the village. All I'm asking is for you to talk to him. No matter how the conversation turns out, I promise I won't press you any further. Is that really the case? Orochimaru asked, his golden eyes narrowing. This is all I can do, Tsunade said firmly, her eyes full of determination. Tsunade couldn't reconcile her personal feelings with the survival of the village. But this was the only way she could live with herself. At the very least, she had to make an effort. If she tried her best and it still didn't work, then at least she could say she did everything she could. Seeing her resolve, Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly smile. Haha, so that's how it is. Orochimaru, Enough, stop talking, Orochimaru interrupted, raising a hand to silence her. Go take a bath and get some rest. You've worked hard with all this running around. We'll talk more later. But what's the rush? Do you want me to agree right this second? Tsunade hesitated, then relented. All right, fine. She had wanted to say more, but the words caught in her throat. Orochimaru was right, there was no way the rift between him and the village could be resolved with a few words. Even getting him to agree to meet Hiruzen again would take time. So, for now, she had no choice but to follow his suggestion. Dash. The sound of rushing water echoed through the bathroom as Tsunade washed away the fatigue from days of travel and stress. After cleaning herself thoroughly, she put on a fresh, comfortable set of casual clothes. When she came out, she noticed that Orochimaru was no longer in the house. Not thinking much of it, she let the warmth of the bath and the relief of finally relaxing lull her into a calm state. She lay down on the sofa in the living room, intending to wait for Orochimaru to return. But the exhaustion from the war and her endless travel soon overwhelmed her, and she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. This time, there were no worries about enemies ambushing her in the middle of the night. For the first time in a long while, she slept soundly and without fear. When morning came, Tsunade woke to find herself covered with a blanket. Opposite her, Orochimaru sat quietly, lost in thought. She blinked in confusion, still groggy from sleep. Orochimaru, noticing her movement, spoke in his usual calm tone. You'll stay here for the next 2 days. Hey? Oh, okay. Though slightly anxious, Tsunade nodded. At this point, she could only do as Orochimaru said. Dash. Over the next 2 days, Tsunade stayed in the Sound Ninja village, resting and observing the operations. Orochimaru spent most of his time in his laboratory, explaining instructions to his subordinates. On the morning of the fourth day, when Tsunade saw Orochimaru return from outside, she couldn't help but ask, "Orochimaru, have you been avoiding me on purpose?" "Why would I do that?" Orochimaru replied casually. "There was an important experiment I needed to finish. Now get ready. We're going to the land of forest." "What about the matter with Konaha?" Tsunade asked cautiously. "Sometimes, I wonder whether knowing you is a blessing or a curse." Orochimaru muttered to himself. "Hey." Tsunade froze, unsure of what he meant. But then, realization struck her. "Wait, does that mean you agreed?" The faintest flicker of emotion crossed Orochimaru's face as he sighed. "I'll meet with him. Once. That's all I'm promising." Hearing this, Tsunade's emotions surged uncontrollably. She rushed forward, throwing her arms around Orochimaru. "Thank you, Orochimaru. Thank you so much." Tears brimmed in her eyes, spilling over as she held him tightly. For her, Orochimaru's promise to meet Hiruzen was enough. Dash. On their way back from the land of forest, Orochimaru muttered to himself, "Should we attack them first?" The ninjas of the land of forest all wore grimace masks, their grotesque designs resembling death masks. While their appearance was menacing, their actual combat abilities were mediocre. From start to finish, Orochimaru had never taken them seriously. When he and Tsunade confronted the leader of the land of forest, the explanation they received was puzzling. Their own ninjas had attacked the land of forest first. Impossible. Orochimaru trusted his clones implicitly. Their programming left no room for error. If it wasn't a mistake on their part, then what else could it be? Frowning deeply, Orochimaru pondered the situation for a long time but couldn't find a satisfying answer. "Forget it. I'll deal with it later." For now, the situation in the land of forest was resolved. "Tsunade, where did Sarutobi decide to meet?" Orochimaru asked. 3 days from now, in the land of fire," she replied. "Understood." Dash. 3 days later, on a mountaintop in the eastern part of the land of fire, two groups of people stood facing each other. On one side was the third Hokage, clad in a black combat uniform and armor, flanked by more than a dozen ANBU operatives wearing animal masks. On the other side stood Orochimaru, dressed in flowing robes with his long hair swaying in the breeze. Behind Orochimaru was Tsunade, her expression unreadable. "Long time no see, Sarutobi-sensei," Orochimaru said, his voice hoarse and laced with an edge. The faint smirk on his lips was unreadable half mockery, half indifference. The third Hokage looked at his former student, regret and guilt clear in his eyes. Orochimaru had once been his pride, a prodigy among his students. But despite Orochimaru's dark tendencies and his connections to Danzo, his contributions to Konaha had been immense. "I'm glad you were willing to meet me, Orochimaru. What happened back then?" "There's no need to bring up the past," Orochimaru interrupted, still smiling faintly. "Let's get straight to the point." He didn't even glance at the ANBU behind Hiruzen. Instead, he turned to Tsunade. "Tsunade, step back." "Okay." Tsunade nodded without hesitation, understanding the importance of leaving the two to speak privately. "You should step back as well," the third Hokage said, addressing the ANBU around him. The masked operatives hesitated, their gazes filled with concern as they looked at Orochimaru. "Hokage-sama, we can't." "It's fine," Hiruzen said firmly. If Orochimaru wanted to act, staying here would only mean throwing your lives away. Reluctantly, the ANBU nodded and withdrew, leaving the master and disciple to confront each other alone. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 274, Chapter 274. The third Hokage's words might have been hard for the ANBU to hear, but they were undeniably true. While the ANBU were charged with protecting the Hokage, there were limits to their capabilities. And the opponent this time, was Orochimaru. This was someone who could fend off countless enemies and injure 3 Kage even when besieged by 3 major ninja villages. Against such overwhelming power, any shinobi below the Kage level wasn't qualified to stand before him. If Orochimaru wanted to strike, the ANBU's presence would be meaningless. Once Tsunade and the ANBU had retreated, Orochimaru broke the silence. "I've already heard about Konaha," Tsunade told me, he began, his tone calm yet cutting. 4 major ninja villages have surrounded the village, and now you need reinforcements. He chuckled darkly. "Let me ask you this, Sarutobi, in what capacity have you come to see me today? Are you here as the Hokage of Konaha? Or as my former teacher?" His smile brimmed with mockery. The third Hokage took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he replied, "Orochimaru. I know what happened back then. I know I made a mistake." Tears welled in his eyes as he continued, his words spilling out in a rush. "For years, I've lived with regret and self-blame. But at the time, my hands were tied. You know the situation we were in. If I hadn't made that decision, Konaha would have. And isn't it the same now?" Orochimaru's smile vanished, his tone turning cold as he cut Hiruzen off. "You've made the same mistake again, Sarutobi. Only this time, there's an additional village attacking Konaha." Orochimaru's voice dripped with disdain as he continued, no longer even addressing Hiruzen as teacher. "You knew the conflicts between the major nations couldn't be resolved. You knew the peace you'd achieved was only temporary. And yet, without hesitation, you chose to sacrifice me." He sneered, his golden eyes narrowing. Should I call you weak? Or should I call you cruel? Hiruzen was rendered speechless by Orochimaru's words. Because Orochimaru was right. He had shown weakness to his enemies and cruelty to his own people. If he had been stronger, if he had refused to sacrifice Orochimaru, perhaps Konoha wouldn't have found itself in this position. But now, it was far too late for regrets. And when he tried to put himself in Orochimaru's shoes, the depth of Orochimaru's resentment became painfully clear. Forget it. Orochimaru sighed, his expression softening slightly. There's no point in dwelling on the past. Let's talk about the matter at hand. His sharp gaze locked onto the third Hokage. Sarutobi, it's not impossible for me to help Konoha, but I have a condition. What is it? Hand over your position as Hokage. The third Hokage wasn't surprised, he had expected this. Is that all? He asked quietly. Orochimaru's smirk returned, curling across his lips. Think about it. Why would I have any reason to help Konoha? From the moment you chose to sacrifice me, my ties to the village were severed. Not even Tsunade could change that. But if this village became mine... He didn't finish the sentence, but his meaning was clear. Helping a village he had no connection to? Impossible. Helping a village that belonged to him? A different story entirely. The third Hokage sighed. But you know very well that with your current reputation, even if I relinquish my title, you won't be able to inherit it. Becoming Hokage isn't about holding the title. It's about being accepted by the people, he continued. And right now, you're seen as a traitor. That perception, whether true or not, is deeply ingrained in the hearts of Konoha's people. If I announce you as Hokage now, not only will the daime and the advisors oppose it, but the citizens themselves won't accept it. Forcing it would only lead to chaos. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, unconcerned. I don't care about inheriting the title myself, he said. Instead, after the war, pass the position to Tsunade. Tsunade? Hiruzen repeated, startled. That's right, Orochimaru said with a smile. Tsunade's contributions and reputation in Konoha are more than enough to qualify her for the role. Her connection to me might complicate things slightly, but as long as you handle it properly, those are just minor issues. He paused, his smile sharpening. Of course, you don't have to agree. You can refuse me, or change your mind later. But if you do, you'll have to bear the consequences. I won't care either way. This is my only condition and the only reason I'll help Konoha. How you decide is up to you. Orochimaru's tone was calm, but there was a trace of amusement in his eyes, as if he were enjoying the dilemma Hiruzen now faced. Well, Sarutobi? Do you need a few days to think it over? Or will you give me an answer now? Oh, and just so you know, he added with a smirk, I'm very busy. I'll wait for 10 minutes at most. After that, I won't accept any answer. The third Hokage clenched his fists. Do you really have to push things this far? I wasn't always like this, Orochimaru replied indifferently. But you know better than anyone why I've changed. Hiruzen fell silent, his mind racing. He thought back to when Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade had been his proudest students. All three had been strong candidates to succeed him as Hokage. But Orochimaru's heart had long since left Konoha. The idea of him becoming Hokage now was unthinkable. Passing the role to Tsunade was a more viable option, but her connection to Orochimaru as his wife complicated matters. Still, what choice did he have? If he refused, Konoha would fall. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen finally spoke. All right. I agree. Leaving Konoha in Tsunade's hands was far better than seeing it fall into complete ruin. And perhaps, in some small way, this decision could ease the guilt that had plagued him for so long. Orochimaru's smile widened. Congratulations on making a wise decision, Sarutobi-sensei. But, he added, to prove your sincerity, I have one more request. Until Tsunade officially takes over, I'll take custody of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Hiruzen's eyes widened. When did you? Relax, Orochimaru interrupted with a sly grin. I don't have her yet. But I'll be going to Konoha to retrieve her shortly. His tone turned cold. If she's not there when I arrive, well, you'd better start preparing for Konoha's destruction. With that, Orochimaru turned and walked away, his robes billowing behind him. He didn't look back, leaving Hiruzen standing there, teeth clenched in frustration and despair. Bonus for 300 PS. Check out my new FF, starting with the Sephiroth Castle in the anime world. Chapter 275, Chapter 275. Faced with Orochimaru, the third Hokage had a few options to choose from. He could agree to all of Orochimaru's demands and comply with his terms without hesitation. He could simply turn around and leave, asserting the dignity of a Hokage, one who doesn't bow to anyone or allow themselves to be humiliated. Or, he could eliminate Orochimaru right here and now, cutting off any potential future threats. But to kill Orochimaru? The drawbacks outweighed the benefits. Not only did the third Hokage feel immense guilt toward Orochimaru, but he also lacked the confidence to face Orochimaru's current strength. Even if he somehow managed to kill Orochimaru, the action wouldn't help Konoha's current predicament, it would only worsen the situation. Killing Orochimaru wasn't an option. Neither morally nor logistically could he justify it. As for walking away? If he did that, why had he even come in the first place? Given the broken relationship between him and Orochimaru, the third Hokage had prepared himself for all possible outcomes before arriving. He didn't want to hand Konoha over to Orochimaru, but what choice did he have? For the sake of Konaha, he was willing to lower himself and ask for Orochimaru's help. Tsunade's faith that Orochimaru could save the village gave him a glimmer of hope. At this point, he had no alternatives. Fortunately, aside from the matter of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Orochimaru's other demands were still manageable. Although he couldn't understand how Orochimaru even knew about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, this wasn't the time to dwell on it. Orochimaru's threat had been crystal clear: if he arrived in Konaha and didn't see the Jinchuriki, he would destroy the village. The third Hokage couldn't take any chances. If he tried to hide the Jinchuriki by sending her away, Orochimaru could easily align himself with the villages attacking Konaha. If that happened, Konaha's downfall would only accelerate. Orochimaru's blatant grab for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki left the third Hokage powerless to resist. Orochimaru's indifference toward him stung, but he couldn't blame his former student. Because in the end, all of this was a consequence of his own decisions. As Orochimaru's figure disappeared into the distance, the third Hokage stood in silence, his thoughts a chaotic mess. Perhaps I truly was never fit to be Hokage, he murmured to himself. Orochimaru, how did it go? As Orochimaru approached, Tsunade immediately rushed to him, her voice impatient. More than anyone, she was desperate to know the outcome of the negotiation. Go ask him yourself. I'll be waiting at the foot of the mountain, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Without waiting for her response, he began descending the mountain. He had no interest in explaining something so tedious. Letting Tsunade become Hokage was always his plan, it was simply a matter of waiting for the right moment. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, everything had fallen into place. Orochimaru's actions, sowing chaos among the ninja villages and dragging Konaha into turmoil, had always been for two purposes. The first was to force Hiruzen to abdicate and pave the way for Tsunade to take over. The second was to weaken the major nations and manipulate the balance of power. Once the chaos of a five-nation melee took hold, Orochimaru would have countless opportunities. He could control smaller countries, undermine larger nations, expand his Edo Tensei army, and even seize one or two-tailed beasts. These objectives could only be achieved after leaving Konaha, and once war broke out, he could act without restraint. As for Tsunade, her becoming Hokage would serve as a gateway to controlling Konaha indirectly. Why? Because Konaha was the most powerful ninja village in the world. It held vast intelligence networks and immense talent. As Orochimaru had long understood, the best way to dominate wasn't through destruction but through control. Conquering a village or nation meant you couldn't simply kill off its population, doing so would be meaningless. Instead, you needed personnel to manage and enforce your rule. While Orochimaru lacked the manpower for this, Konaha had plenty. And though he couldn't use Konaha's resources directly due to his status as a traitor, his connection to Tsunade provided a convenient workaround. For Orochimaru, the benefits of indirectly controlling Konaha far outweighed any potential drawbacks. Would Hiruzen regret his decision? Undoubtedly. A Hokage who prioritized the village above all else would eventually reconsider his promises once the crisis passed. The agreement between them was verbal and private. There was no binding mechanism to hold Hiruzen to his word. But Orochimaru didn't mind. Once he secured the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, any attempt by Hiruzen to renege would have to be carefully calculated. If Hiruzen dared to break his promise, Orochimaru would lose nothing but time. Konaha, on the other hand, would lose its Jinchuriki and possibly its entire village. Orochimaru was confident Sarutobi would understand which choice was more important. Roughly half an hour later, Tsunade appeared at the foot of the mountain, breathless and emotional. Before Orochimaru could react, she threw herself into his arms. Thank you, Orochimaru. Thank you for agreeing to help the village unconditionally. Her voice quivered, heavy with gratitude, and tears welled in her eyes. But unconditionally? Orochimaru blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Then a sly smile crept across his lips. It seemed Hiruzen hadn't told Tsunade the full details of their discussion. Which made sense. If Hiruzen had been transparent, it wouldn't have helped and might have even disrupted their cooperation. Tsunade, I think you misunderstood something, Orochimaru said, his tone amused. Misunderstood? What do you mean? Tsunade pulled back slightly, wiping away her tears, confusion written across her face. Orochimaru gently took her hand, his golden eyes gleaming. I didn't agree to go back and help Konaha. But, you clearly. I only agreed to provide assistance, not to return to Konaha, Orochimaru explained in his low, hoarse voice. Do you really think I'm suited to fight alongside Konaha's shinobi again? What's stopping you? Tsunade pressed. Your clones are strong, and wouldn't they be even more effective with the village's combat system backing them? Clones? Orochimaru smirked faintly. Do you think I need clones to repel these villages? Are you underestimating me, Tsunade? So, you mean? A realization began to dawn on Tsunade, but she hesitated to voice it. That's right, Orochimaru said with a shrug. My forces aren't suited to making a public spectacle in front of the 5 major ninja villages. So. He paused, letting his smirk widen. I'll be the one handling this. Alone. You're kidding, right? Tsunade's voice faltered, disbelief etched into her features. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70+ advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 276, Chapter 276. Orochimaru was fully aware that if Konaha ever found itself in dire straits, Tsunade would inevitably think of him first. This was something he could guarantee without any doubt. Tsunade's trust in him made it inevitable that she would inform the Third Hokage about his existence. Orochimaru had accounted for this in his plans. Once the Third Hokage learned of his whereabouts and sought him out, Tsunade becoming Hokage would be all but guaranteed. And if Sarutobi didn't come to him? That was fine as well. In such a scenario, Orochimaru could serve as a disruptive force in the conflict, taking advantage of the chaos to capture a tailed beast or systematically weaken each of the warring factions. This, in turn, would lay the groundwork for his long-term plans. Now, with the Third Hokage having arrived and Orochimaru having agreed to help, everything was progressing smoothly. Of course, throughout this entire process, Orochimaru never once considered returning to Konaha. Such an idea was entirely out of the question. Returning to Konaha would not only complicate Tsunade's path to power but would also expose his own carefully hidden forces. It simply wasn't worth the risk. More importantly, Orochimaru had grown far too accustomed to his freedom. To return to Konaha and subject himself to its rigid hierarchy and restraints? That was laughable. Instead, he would remain in the shadows, pulling the strings from behind the scenes as the invisible hand guiding the Hokage. I'm not joking, Tsunade. Orochimaru's smile remained unchanged. One person is more than enough to change the tide of war. But the enemies are so many, Tsunade hesitated. And they've already gathered intelligence about you. If you appear on the battlefield, won't they find a way to counter you? Her meaning was clear. While Orochimaru's strength was undeniable, if the enemy already possessed detailed knowledge of his abilities, they could find ways to exploit his weaknesses. Against the combined forces of 4 great ninja villages, even Orochimaru might struggle to make a significant impact. I think you've forgotten something, Orochimaru replied, his golden eyes gleaming. Do you remember what I said the last time we talked? What? I told you that the next time we met, I might have something new up my sleeve. Wait, you don't mean? Alright, that's enough talk for now, Orochimaru cut her off. Since I said I'd help, I'll help. Whether it's one person or an army, the result will be the same as long as the battle is won, right? Tsunade nodded reluctantly. I guess you're right. Good. Now, come with me. Where to? To meet someone. There's a boy who's been asking about you for quite some time. A boy? Tsunade frowned, confused. Who are you talking about? You'll see soon enough. Orochimaru smiled enigmatically, refusing to explain further. Dash. By the afternoon, the two had arrived in a small town in the southeast of the Land of Fire. As Orochimaru walked into the town, a silver-haired boy playing with a group of children suddenly spotted him. Dad, the boy exclaimed with glee, dropping his game and running toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru knelt down with a faint smile, ruffling the boy's hair affectionately. Tsunade, however, froze in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Dad. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Did this boy just call Orochimaru Dad? Could this mean, this boy was Orochimaru's son? How was that possible? When did this happen? And with whom? Tsunade felt her mind racing with questions she couldn't answer. I'm his wife. Shouldn't I have known about this? Before she could make sense of the situation, the boy turned his gaze toward her. And who are you? He asked curiously, tilting his head. Are you, Mom? Mom. Tsunade's voice cracked as she repeated the word, her shock doubling. What is going on here? When did she have a son? Was this some kind of dream? But the boy's innocent expression made it clear that he wasn't lying. Before Tsunade could ask any questions, Orochimaru's voice cut through her confusion. Tsunade, let me introduce you. This is me, one of my creations, Orochimaru said casually. Your creation? Tsunade blinked, her mind struggling to process what she was hearing. Yes, a sentient being with independent thought, Orochimaru explained as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Amazing. Tsunade muttered, reaching out to touch Mi's head. To her surprise, the boy felt no different from an ordinary child. Mom, you finally came to see me. Mi beamed, his voice filled with pure joy. Tsunade hesitated for a moment before responding awkwardly, oh, yes. I've just been really busy lately. Though she was clearly unaccustomed to being called Mom, ninjas were nothing if not adaptable. With Orochimaru's brief explanation, Tsunade quickly settled into her new role as Mi's mother. Dash. The war left the two of them with little time to linger in the town. After they departed the next morning, Tsunade couldn't help but voice her frustration. Orochimaru, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? She demanded. Tell you what? Orochimaru replied, feigning ignorance. That you created a child, and made me his mother. Do you know how startled I was? I almost thought he was your actual son. Is that really such a big deal? Orochimaru shrugged. What's there to tell? Not a big deal. I have a son out of nowhere, and you think it's not a big deal? Tsunade exclaimed. But as she spoke, a thoughtful look crossed her face. Still, after seeing me, I kind of want a child of my own, she admitted quietly. What about you, Orochimaru? Would you prefer a son or a daughter? It doesn't matter, Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. As long as it's mine. Tsunade's face turned red in an instant. What did you just say? Orochimaru chuckled softly. Alright, let's save that conversation for later. For now, I'll take you back to the battlefield. Before Tsunade could protest, Orochimaru scooped her up in a bridal carry. Tsunade instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck as black iron sand formed into wings behind him, lifting them into the sky. The pair ascended higher and higher, 500 meters, 1000 meters, 2000 meters, until the landscape below became a blur. Remember, when you're back on the battlefield, don't mention me, Orochimaru warned. I know, I'm not stupid. Tsunade retorted. Hey, is it safe to fly this high? There's some risk, but it's manageable, Orochimaru replied, his voice calm. This flying technique isn't perfect, but I'll improve it when I have time. Tsunade rolled her eyes at his casual confidence. She had long since grown used to his boundless ambition and ingenuity. By evening, the two had traveled from the southeastern land of fire to the area near Nana's orphanage, a journey that would have taken days on foot. Tell the third Hokage to fight as usual. He doesn't need to concern himself with me, Orochimaru instructed. Got it. Be careful, Tsunade replied, watching as Orochimaru leapt into the sky and disappeared into the night. Hours later, under the cover of darkness, Orochimaru stood at the gates of Konaha. The familiar sight brought a faint smile to his lips. Pulling his black cloak tighter around himself, he stepped forward, heading into the village. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 277, Chapter 277. Konaha was under siege by 4 major ninja villages. Although Kirigakuru's main forces had yet to arrive, their vanguard had already begun probing attacks. Konaha was now fully mobilized, with even Danzo, who typically stayed in the shadows to guard Konaha's foundation, forced to step into the fray for special operations. This left Konaha village itself with minimal defenses. Aside from civilians and academy students, the only ones left were the 2 village elders, Koharu and Homura, a handful of genin too weak to deploy, and essential staff like teachers and some ANBU. Orochimaru strolled leisurely toward the village. The gate guards noticed him immediately. Hey, you. Before they could finish their warning, their bodies collapsed to the ground, unconscious. With Orochimaru's current mental strength, there was no need for physical action to deal with guards of their caliber. As he entered Konaha, walking along the familiar streets and past the recognizable buildings, Orochimaru couldn't help but reflect on how much time had passed. But he didn't linger in his thoughts. Instead, he walked directly toward Kushina's house, his objective clear. Because most of Konaha's defensive forces were stationed at the borders or on the battlefield, the village's internal defenses were practically non-existent. It didn't take much effort for Orochimaru to reach Kushina's residence. The door creaked open. You bastard! A flash of red shot through the air as a furious figure leapt at him. Orochimaru smirked slightly, taking half a step back just as a kunai glinted dangerously close to his face. Missed. Kushina muttered under her breath, quickly flipping the kunai in her hand to stab again, her movements fluid and precise. This time, her strike was aimed directly at his heart. However, before the blade could reach him, Orochimaru calmly caught her wrist, halting her attack completely. She struggled fiercely, throwing punches and kicks, but Orochimaru easily evaded her strikes and subdued her, pinning her hands behind her back. Still as fiery as ever, Orochimaru said, his tone a mix of amusement and mockery. Let go of me, you jerk. Kushina snapped, trying to break free. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Kushina, it's been a long time, and yet you're still this feisty. Hearing his voice, Kushina froze for a moment, her eyes widening. Wait, that voice. Lord Orochimaru. The familiarity of his voice struck her instantly. Orochimaru released her, and she turned to confirm his face. It is you. Kushina exclaimed in disbelief. Kushina's home was quiet and empty. The third Hokage had evidently decided to allow Orochimaru to take her away, unable to refuse the terms of the agreement. Sitting across from each other at the table, the atmosphere between them was tense. Kushina still couldn't wrap her head around it. You're actually here in Konaha, but didn't you defect? Though she didn't know the exact reasons for his defection, she had always believed Orochimaru wasn't inherently evil. He had saved her life once, and for that, she remained grateful. But now, seeing him here, she felt utterly confused. Orochimaru studied her silently. Dressed in red short sleeves and green shorts, Kushina was a far cry from the little girl he had once saved. She had grown into a beautiful young woman, though her fiery temper was still as evident as ever. You attacked me the moment you saw me. I didn't expect you to be so alert now, Orochimaru remarked casually, breaking the silence. Well, after that incident back then. Kushina scratched her head sheepishly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Trying to steer the conversation away, she asked, why are you here in the village? I mean, weren't you? It's a long story, Orochimaru replied dismissively. But I'll explain everything to you later. For now, I've come back to Konaha to take you with me. Take me, away. Kushina's voice faltered, her expression shifting to one of shock. Though she trusted Orochimaru because of their history, his words immediately raised alarms. She was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a role of immense strategic importance. Even in times of war, Konaha had kept her within the village under heavy security. For Orochimaru to suddenly announce that he was taking her away? It made her uneasy. Yes, take you with me, Orochimaru confirmed with a small, knowing smile. Why? Kushina asked cautiously. Her wariness was evident, and she wasn't the naive girl she used to be. Orochimaru noticed her apprehension and chuckled. Konaha made a deal with me. In exchange for my help, they've agreed to let me take you. Kushina's jaw dropped. The sheer weight of his words left her momentarily speechless. I mean, think about it, Orochimaru continued. How else would I know that you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? That's not information they'd casually share, now, is it? Hearing this, Kushina's doubts began to waver. He had a point. Aside from a select few, no one in Konaha knew she was the host of the Nine-Tails. But Hokage-sama never mentioned anything to me about this, Kushina mumbled, still reluctant to fully trust him. An announcement from the Hokage. Orochimaru rubbed his temples, exasperated. Kushina, do you really think the third Hokage would announce something like this? Especially when it involves someone like me. Kushina lowered her head, guilt flickering across her face. Back then, Orochimaru had saved her life, treated her with kindness, and earned her gratitude. But his defection from Konaha had made her question everything she thought she knew about him. Sighing, Orochimaru said, fine. If you don't trust me, I'll just talk to the Nine-Tails directly. Look into my eyes. Wait, what? Kushina blinked in confusion but instinctively obeyed. The moment her eyes met Orochimaru's, her mind was flooded with a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy. Before she could react, her surroundings shifted. Dash. They were now in Kushina's mindscape. The space was dark, the ground covered in shallow water. Ahead of them stood a massive iron gate sealed with a talisman. Behind the gate lay an enormous fox with glowing red eyes, its oppressive presence unmistakable. The Nine-Tails slowly opened its eyes, its massive form radiating malice as it noticed the intruders. Kushina stared in disbelief as Orochimaru strolled through her mindscape as if it were his own. How are you walking around in here so casually, she stammered. Orochimaru didn't answer her. His focus was entirely on the fox. The Nine-Tails sneered at the sight of him. Those eyes. The beast growled, its deep voice reverberating through the space. An Uchiha brat dares to stroll into my presence? Arrogant fool. I'll kill you where you stand. With a roar, the fox lunged forward, its massive claws piercing through the iron gate and striking directly at Orochimaru. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 278, Chapter 278. Among the tailed beasts, while the number of tails doesn't directly equate to power, it's undeniable that the Nine-Tails is the most powerful in one-on-one combat. It's also the most aggressive and volatile of them all. The Nine-Tails harbors deep resentment toward humans, especially ninjas. So when Orochimaru entered Kushina's mindscape, the beast didn't hesitate to express its hostility through direct action. However, Orochimaru wasn't just anyone. His current strength placed him firmly at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Provocations like this didn't faze him in the slightest. Kushina, witnessing the Nine-Tails' ferocious strike, was momentarily stunned. She even felt the urge to warn Orochimaru. But to her shock, Orochimaru remained calm and unmoving, his expression indifferent as the beast's claws came to a screeching halt just a centimeter from his heart, trapped in the gap of the iron gate that sealed it. The temper of tailed beasts truly gets worse with each one I encounter, Orochimaru mused aloud, unbothered by the near-lethal attack. His gaze shifted to Kushina. You haven't been able to control it yet. Kushina, still processing what had just happened, was momentarily flustered by the question. Control it? Are you kidding me? It's the Nine-Tails we're talking about. Orochimaru chuckled faintly. Of course, I understand. The Uzumaki clan's power can suppress the Nine-Tails, but it can't purify its negativity. He turned his attention back to the massive fox. Nine-Tails, shall we talk? The Nine-Tails let out a low growl, its eyes narrowing in suspicion. However, it slowly retracted its claws, its earlier rage seemingly tempered. You're able to enter Kushina's consciousness and suppress my power so easily. And that Sharingan, truly unsettling. You humans and your cursed eyes. This is the power of the Uchiha, yes, Orochimaru replied coolly, but I am not an Uchiha. The Nine-Tails' eyes narrowed further in disbelief. Not an Uchiha? That's impossible. The power radiating from those eyes, it's stronger than any I've encountered. Oh. Orochimaru smirked. Stronger than Uchiha Madara. The mention of Madara caused a flicker of recognition in the beast's gaze. It was true that the strength of the Sharingan varied from one wielder to another. The Nine-Tails had once been under the control of Uchiha Madara, its chakra bound by Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But now, the power Orochimaru exuded was clearly on another level. Madara. The Nine-Tails muttered, its voice laced with bitterness. You're no ordinary human to know so much. I know many things, Orochimaru replied, his tone calm yet laced with confidence. So, can we talk? 5 minutes later, the scene shifted. Orochimaru and Kushina returned to reality, sitting once again in her house. Orochimaru appeared deep in thought, while Kushina was still struggling to process what had just transpired. She had heard countless stories about Orochimaru's genius and strength, but witnessing it firsthand was entirely different. The Nine-Tails, a beast that struck fear even into the hearts of Konoha's top brass, had not only calmed down in Orochimaru's presence but had even conversed with him? How was that possible? Moreover, Orochimaru wielded the Sharingan, and he could activate it at will? Kushina, have you made up your mind? Orochimaru's voice interrupted her swirling thoughts. Made up my mind, she repeated, blinking. You understand the situation now, Orochimaru said matter-of-factly. If you follow me, I'll save Konoha. Simple as that. Kushina hesitated, her expression conflicted. So, you'll only help the village if I leave with you. Of course, Orochimaru replied bluntly. You're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Your strategic importance is unparalleled. He leaned back slightly, his tone becoming more casual. If we didn't have history, Kushina, I wouldn't even bother talking to you like this. But it seems even you don't trust me anymore. That's disappointing. Kushina immediately shook her head, guilt flashing across her face. That's not true. I do trust you, it's just. Orochimaru raised a hand, cutting her off. It doesn't matter. Pack your things. We leave at dawn. Kushina hesitated for a moment longer before nodding. All right. There was no doubt in her mind that Orochimaru's words carried weight. Given what she had just seen in the mindscape, if Orochimaru truly wanted to take her away by force, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. And with Konaha on the brink of collapse, she couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Silently, Kushina began gathering her belongings. Meanwhile, Orochimaru reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes as if preparing for the day ahead. By the time dawn broke, Konaha was already in a state of chaos. Check every corner thoroughly. Damn it, how could someone infiltrate the village at a time like this? Be alert. This intruder is dangerous. The voices of anxious ninja filled the streets as the village mobilized in response to an apparent breach. In Kushina's house, Orochimaru opened his eyes slowly, glancing at the blanket that had been placed over him. His gaze shifted to Kushina, who stood nearby, looking nervous. Did someone knock on the door just now? He asked nonchalantly. The village's defenses have grown even weaker, it seems. Kushina was fully dressed, wearing a form-fitting outfit that highlighted her readiness for travel. She hesitated for a moment, her hand hovering over the doorknob, before nodding. I'm ready. Good. Orochimaru rose, brushing off the blanket and placing a hand on her back. Let's go. Yes, sir. Moments later, the door to Kushina's house was kicked open with a deafening crash. A squad of ANBU stormed inside, their animal masks glinting in the dim light. The leader scanned the room carefully. 2 cups of tea sat on the table, cold and untouched. The blanket on the sofa was slightly messy, but still warm to the touch. They just left, the ANBU muttered, piecing together the scene. His frown deepened. Who was staying here? 10 minutes later, the report reached Konoha's top brass. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been taken. As the realization set in, Koharu and Homura, both already weary from the ongoing war, were left utterly dumbfounded. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 279, Chapter 279. Not all members of Konoha's ANBU were privy to the fact that Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As a result, they didn't fully grasp the significance of her being kidnapped. However, for elders like Koharu and Homura, the implications were crystal clear. When they received the report, panic and urgency swept through them. They began mobilizing an investigation and simultaneously prepared to send the information to the Third Hokage, who was stationed on the front lines. But before their message could be dispatched, they received a communication from the Third Hokage himself. After reading the contents, the 2 advisors exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting mutual astonishment. Orochimaru. The Third Ninja War was proving far more brutal than anyone had anticipated. Even with the Third Hokage personally overseeing the battlefield, Konoha's situation hadn't improved. The simultaneous attacks from the 4 major ninja villages were a crushing weight far beyond what Konoha could withstand alone. In a desperate move, the Third Hokage had sought Orochimaru's aid. However, their meeting hadn't resulted in a concrete agreement. Orochimaru had made it clear he wasn't interested in conversing directly with him. The Third Hokage understood this reluctance, leaving Tsunade to act as the intermediary for any negotiations. At the Kumo Ninja defense line, inside the command tent, Konoha's military leaders were gathered. The Third Hokage, who had come to assess the battle situation, held a message from Tsunade in his hands. After reading it, he couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Acting independently, refusing to take part in Konoha's defense? Why? He shook his head, setting the message aside. Never mind. Haiga Hayashi. Hokage-sama, replied Hayashi, the head of the Haiga clan, stepping forward with a respectful bow. Gather members of your clan and lead a team with me to defend against Kirigakuru's forces. Yes, Hokage-sama, Hayashi said firmly. The Third Hokage turned his attention to 2 more individuals standing nearby. Shibi, Tsum, inform your clans as well. Yes, Hokage-sama, they replied in unison. The Third Hokage knew that Kirigakure specialized in water release jutsu and their infamous hidden mist technique. A force of perceptive ninjas was crucial for countering them, otherwise, Konoha's combat teams would be at a severe disadvantage within the dense fog. For this reason, the Haiga, Aberame, and Inyazuka clans were best suited to this role. As the Third Hokage issued a flurry of orders, Konoha's defensive formations were rapidly reorganized. On other fronts, Tsunade and Inyazuka held the Sand Ninja defense line, while Minato and Jiraiya were stationed against the Iwa ninjas. Hitaki Sakumo, alongside the Uchiha clan, was moved to the Cloud Ninja front. Meanwhile, the Haiga, Aberame, and Inyazuka clans joined the Third Hokage to defend against Kirigakure. Though the Third Hokage did his best to balance the forces, the overwhelming disparity in numbers couldn't be ignored. Konaha's elite combat power was formidable, but against the combined might of 4 major ninja villages, even their best efforts were strained to the breaking point. Kirigakuru's forces, in particular, were composed of highly trained elites, each with devastating personal combat capabilities. The third Hokage couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread. Wearing his black combat armor and running toward the misty battlefield, he couldn't stop the sadness welling up in his chest. Orochimaru, even if you want revenge on me, could you not wait until after this crisis? Please. Dash. Far to the north of the Land of Fire, at the foot of a mountain along the IWA ninja defense line, 2 figures walked silently, one trailing slightly behind the other. The figure in front suddenly stopped, surveying the open area ahead. This will do, Orochimaru said calmly. Kushina, who had been distracted, walked straight into his back, letting out a surprised awe, as she rubbed her forehead. Orochimaru glanced back at her, unimpressed. Still distracted? Are you worried about Konaha? And no. Kushina stammered, clearly unconvincing. Orochimaru didn't press further. Instead, he moved into the middle of the clearing, signaling for Kushina to keep her distance. She quickly followed his instructions, retreating to a safe spot. The area was strategically chosen. A high cliff provided cover to one side, a small, clear river flowed nearby, and dense forests surrounded them, making it a secluded yet resource-rich location. Lord Orochimaru, aren't we supposed to be supporting the front lines? What are we doing here? Kushina asked hesitantly. Just stay back and watch, Orochimaru replied, his tone leaving no room for questions. Kushina fell silent as Orochimaru began forming a rapid sequence of hand seals. Bang! With a sharp clap of his hands, Orochimaru activated his jutsu. Summoning, reanimation jutsu. The ground trembled as 2 coffins emerged, breaking through the dirt with a low rumble. Coffins! Kushina gasped, her voice tinged with alarm. The sight of coffins unnerved her, it was an ominous image, one that instinctively made her uneasy. Each coffin bore a number carved in bold black on a red background, 1 and 2. The lid of each coffin disappeared into thin air, revealing 2 figures standing within. The first figure had long black hair, clad in a black combat suit with red, segmented armor layered on top. Red iron wrist guards adorned his forearms. The second figure had silver hair and piercing red eyes. His face was partially covered by a forehead protector with a metal mask. He wore a similar black combat suit, overlaid with blue segmented armor and a high white fur collar. Both figures stood motionless, their eyes closed. This is... Kushina's breath caught in her throat as recognition struck her like a lightning bolt. Her white eyes darted between the 2 figures, disbelief edged across her face. Impossible. No way. Though she had never met them in person, their faces were unmistakable. After all, their likenesses were immortalized on the Hokage monument in Konaha. The first Hokage and the second Hokage. Kushina whispered, her voice trembling. Dash. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, slowly opened his eyes, his expression one of mild confusion. What's going on here? Is this reanimation jutsu? The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, regained awareness more quickly, his sharp gaze narrowing as he inspected his surroundings. Reanimation jutsu? Someone's misusing my technique. His eyes locked onto Orochimaru. Boy, who are you, and how dare you abuse the jutsu I created? Orochimaru chuckled softly, his voice calm yet raspy. I apologize for the intrusion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Orochimaru, a former disciple of the third Hokage. Disciples of Hiruzen. Tobirama muttered, his tone carrying both familiarity and disdain. So you're that gifted kid I heard about. But do you not understand that this jutsu is forbidden? It was not meant for indiscriminate use in Konaha. Before Orochimaru could respond, Hashirama interjected with an incredulous question, his voice filled with a mix of wonder and bewilderment. Wait, does this mean you're dead too, Tobirama? Brother. Tobirama snapped irritably. Can you save your pointless questions for later? I'm trying to deal with this mess. But I just want to. Shut up. Tobirama barked, clearly exasperated. Bonus for last week 600 PS. Chapter 280, Chapter 280. With a loud dun, the first Hokage turned to stone, black smoke rising from his body. The legendary god of shinobi reduced to this? Seeing this, Kushina, who had been somewhat intimidated by the resurrected Hokage, now had a look of disbelief, black lines practically forming on her forehead. Even Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. Although he knew Hashirama was known for his light-hearted nature, he hadn't expected him to be struck speechless, quite literally by Tobirama's scolding. This dynamic. Was this truly the revered duo responsible for shaping the modern shinobi world? Tobirama-sama, Orochimaru began, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips, your invention, the reanimation jutsu, might not be overly complex. But if you've developed it, should you really blame others for using it? Tobirama's expression darkened. Before he could respond, Hashirama chimed in, his tone carrying a hint of guilt. It's true, this jutsu isn't something I approve of. Tobirama, if you had just followed my guidance back then. Brother, enough. Tobirama interrupted sharply, irritation clear in his voice. Do you not understand the importance of the current situation? Focus on what's in front of us. Hashirama's expression froze as he turned to stone once more, as if Tobirama's words had physically petrified him. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at the sight, while Kushina, watching from the side, struggled to hold back laughter. Tobirama ignored his elder brother entirely. His sharp gaze fell back on Orochimaru. Tell me why you summoned us. If your reasons aren't satisfactory. There's a war, Orochimaru interrupted calmly, not giving Tobirama the chance to finish. The 4 major ninja villages have united to besiege Konaha. Tobirama froze, his stern expression giving way to shock. 4 villages? Besieging Konaha. Even Hashirama, regaining his composure, rubbed his temples and sighed. Really? It seems like war is an inevitability, no matter the era. Yes, Orochimaru continued. I summoned you both to help Konaha survive this crisis. I've made no attempt to suppress your personalities or will, you're free to act as you see fit. Tobirama's sharp eyes narrowed as he examined his resurrected form. The technique feels refined. The precision is far better than what I originally created, and our strength seems nearly identical to when we were alive. His gaze sharpened as he turned back to Orochimaru. You've perfected my jutsu, haven't you? I have, Orochimaru admitted with no hesitation. Tobirama frowned but didn't press further. If it's to protect Konaha, I won't hold you accountable for this, yet. However, I do have questions. He glanced over Orochimaru's shoulder at Kushina, who stood nervously behind him. What's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki doing here? A&D. His sharp gaze returned to Orochimaru. What's the explanation for your so-called sage body? You're clearly not one of my clan. Hashirama, who had been quietly observing, tilted his head in curiosity. Sage body? Ha ha ha. So, do you truly possess the sage body? But judging by your eyes, you're clearly not a senju. Hey, boy, what's your story? Orochimaru smirked. As expected of the legendary Hokage. Your sensory skills are truly extraordinary. He didn't attempt to hide anything. Since the two of you have asked, I'll tell you. With that, Orochimaru's golden slit pupils shifted. A scarlet hue enveloped his eyes, forming a distinctive kaleidoscope pattern. The Sharingan. Tobirama's frown deepened, and Hashirama's expression turned to surprise. A Sharingan. But not just any Sharingan, Tobirama noted, his voice laced with suspicion. This is the Mangekyo, no, something beyond that. A perfected form. Orochimaru allowed the Sharingan to return to its natural golden state. Both the Sage Body and the Sharingan are the results of my research projects that I have completed through science. Science. Tobirama repeated, his tone skeptical but intrigued. Indeed. Not only have I successfully fused these abilities into myself, but I've done so without any side effects, Orochimaru said with a trace of pride. Before either of the Hokage could respond, Orochimaru addressed Tobirama's earlier question. As for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's presence, don't you think she's safer by my side than anywhere else? Tobirama narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Orochimaru. You're an impressive individual, though I don't fully trust you. Still, your words make some sense. On the battlefield, I can sense traces of my brother's chakra though weaker, it's clearly being utilized. Hashirama stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, you've replicated my power through research? Ha ha ha, you really are a genius. It's an honor to receive such praise from you, Lord First, Orochimaru replied smoothly, bowing his head slightly. Hashirama laughed heartily. Yes, yes, a ninja as brilliant as you. If I were alive, I'd insist on marrying you to Tsunade. She's about your age, isn't she? Brother. Tobirama's face was lined with exasperation. They're the same generation. Don't say such ridiculous things in front of him. Oh, the same generation. Hashirama blinked in realization before muttering to himself. Then Tsunade must be already married to me, Orochimaru said nonchalantly, his tone calm. Hashirama. Tobirama. A heavy silence filled the air. Then, after what felt like an eternity, Hashirama suddenly burst out laughing. His boisterous voice echoed through the clearing. Ha 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 ha. So you married Tsunade? Ha ha ha, boy, you have my condolences. It must be tough. Orochimaru. Kushina. Kushina's jaw dropped as she processed Hashirama's words. Her entire worldview felt shaken. Why did this legendary figure, the god of shinobi, seem to operate on a completely different wavelength from everyone else? Was this the same man whose power had once reshaped the shinobi world? Tobirama, sensing another embarrassing outburst from his elder brother, quickly interjected to steer the conversation back on track. All right, enough of this nonsense. We need to focus on the battlefield. Hashirama nodded, his expression becoming serious. You're right. Let's go. Orochimaru gestured toward the west. I'd like you two to head to the western battlefield near Konaha. Tobirama narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Why the west? Wouldn't it make more sense for us to head to the northwest or northeast, given our proximity to those locations? I have other plans in mind, Orochimaru replied, his tone giving no room for argument. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70+ advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 281, Chapter 281. The second Hokage used the Flying Thunder God technique to take himself and the first Hokage to the Western Sand Ninja battlefield. Despite their doubts about Orochimaru's words, they could sense the seriousness of the war. As dead men summoned back to this world, there was only so much they could control. For now, their priority was clear: repel the enemies threatening Konaha. The Flying Thunder God technique, an advanced version of the body flicker technique, allowed instantaneous teleportation, even without a marked kunao. However, without set marks, the technique required more effort and precision, and its range was limited. They really are amazing. Watching the two Hokage vanish into the distance, Kushina couldn't help but express her admiration. During the conversation earlier, she had stayed quiet, fully aware that she was completely out of her depth. Still, seeing the legendary Hokage in person was an unforgettable experience. Resurrecting the previous Hokage to fight for Konaha? It sounded impossible, but she had just witnessed it firsthand. The first Hokage's eccentric, almost carefree attitude had left a deep impression on her. But what stood out even more was the overwhelming power emanating from both of them. Of course, someone who was even more shaken than Kushina was the Nine Tails sealed within her. The Nine Tails had felt their chakra. The first Hokage. The very thought of him nearly made the beast tremble. If there was anyone the Nine Tails truly feared, it wasn't the Sage of Six Paths or the reincarnations of his sons, Ashura and Indra. No, those figures existed long before the tailed beasts had fully formed. The two beings it feared most were Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. One could bend its will and control its actions. The other could overpower it through sheer force. Even as the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, in front of those two, it was nothing more than a frightened pet. But now, sensing that the Hokage were merely reanimated corpses without the same influence as before, the Nine Tails felt a small sense of relief. Kushina, unaware of the turmoil within her sealed beast, turned to Orochimaru and asked hesitantly, "Isn't this amazing? Bringing them back to fight for Konaha?" Orochimaru's lips curved into a faint, amused smile. "Amazing? Shouldn't it be evil?" Kushina hesitated, scratching the back of her head awkwardly. "Yes, it's an unsettling jutsu," she admitted. "But if it's being used to protect Konaha, then, is it really evil?" Orochimaru's smile deepened, sensing her internal conflict. Evil or righteous depends entirely on the wielder and their intent, doesn't it? Before Kushina could respond, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Boom. 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 Another coffin emerged, its heavy thuds reverberating in the clearing. Kushina instinctively tensed up, her earlier awe now replaced with caution. And then, Orochimaru broke the tension with a sudden and completely unexpected question. "Kushina, do you know how to cook?" "Cook?" She blinked, baffled by the abrupt change in topic. "Why, are you asking that?" Orochimaru's expression turned playful, the edges of his lips curling into a smirk. "The real show is just beginning, but it's going to be a long one. We can't fight on an empty stomach, can we?" Dash. Clang. A blade struck another with fierce precision, the sound ringing out through the chaotic battlefield. Two figures darted back, each skidding across the uneven terrain. At first glance, both appeared to be kunoichi, their slender yet powerful frames moving with deadly efficiency. "Damn you! Just die already!" One of the figures, a Kumo ninja, roared in frustration before launching another attack. She moved at lightning speed, her sword creating arcs of gleaming light that streaked toward her opponent. Sharingan. A flash of scarlet. The arcs of light, though impossibly fast, seemed to slow down under the dynamic perception of Mikato's Sharingan. With precise timing, she lowered her head, letting the blade pass just over her. Whoosh. The attack grazed her, cutting a few strands of her long, dark hair. Mikato didn't flinch. Without missing a beat, she swung her own blade upward to counter. Clang. The clash of steel rang out again. "Konaha ninja," the Kumo ninja sneered. "There's no escape. Surrender now. Over my dead body." Mikato spat through gritted teeth, pushing her opponent back with all her strength. As the Kumo ninja staggered, Mikato took the opportunity to form seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. She inhaled deeply, her chakra surging, and then exhaled a massive ball of flames that roared toward her opponent. The Kumo ninja barely managed to leap aside, narrowly avoiding the scorching attack. But while the Kumo ninja smirked from behind the safety of a boulder, Mikato staggered slightly, her exhaustion catching up to her. Mikato was a seasoned jonin and a skilled wielder of the Sharingan, but the unrelenting pressure on Konaha forces had pushed her to her limits. She had been fighting non-stop for days, the missions piling up one after another, leaving no room for rest. Now, surrounded by a dozen Kumo ninja and with only 2 injured allies left standing, despair began to creep into her heart. Damn it! Mikato clenched her teeth, gripping her sword tightly. Reinforcements, there's no point even hoping for them. Konaha is stretched too thin. We have to. Her thoughts were cut off. Magnet release, sand drizzle. A sudden assault rained down from the sky, sharp grains of iron sand striking the Kumo ninja with deadly precision. What the? Careful. Up there. Arg. The screams of Kumo ninja filled the battlefield as a shadow descended. Black wings spread wide as the figure landed. The third Hokage. Mikato's eyes widened in disbelief. But, isn't he supposed to be dead? She stared at the figure, her mind racing with questions. Why was the third Hokage here, and why was he attacking the Kumo ninja instead of Konaha? But before she could make sense of it, the Hokage turned his head slightly toward her, his eyes dark and empty. The next moment, black iron sand surged toward her. Mikato instinctively raised her sword, ready to defend herself. But the attack didn't come. Instead, the iron sand stopped just short of her, forming words. Mikato's breath caught as the words shifted rapidly in front of her, conveying a message she couldn't comprehend. What's happening? Her confusion only deepened when the third Kazekage turned his attention back to the Kumo ninja without saying a word. He raised his hands, forming seals. Summoning jutsu. Boom. 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 The battlefield quaked as countless coffins erupted from the ground. More than 200 of them. The sheer number stunned everyone, Kumo ninja and Konaha ninja alike. As the coffins opened, long-dead shinobi stepped out, their eyes blank but their movements eerily deliberate. "No, this can't be real," whispered one of the Kumo ninja, their voice trembling. Mikoto couldn't tear her eyes away, her mind overwhelmed by the impossible scene unfolding before her. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 282, Chapter 282. Orochimaru's mastery of the reanimation jutsu had reached such a level that he could control the resurrected shinobi remotely, regardless of distance. With the necessary genetic material of the deceased and living sacrifices, there was no limit to the number of summons he could perform. However, while he could oversee his reanimated army like a strategist surveying a battlefield, Orochimaru did not allow the summoned individuals to act entirely on their own. When Orochimaru controlled the third Kazekage to assist on the Kumo ninja defense line, he hadn't expected to encounter Uchiha Mikoto. The moment he saw her through the third Kazekage's eyes, Orochimaru smirked to himself. "Mikoto," Orochimaru muttered, a sly smile forming on his face. "I almost forgot about her." This war was never about unleashing his reanimation jutsu army on the entirety of the ninja world. The 4 great ninja villages had yet to form a true alliance, and Orochimaru had no intention of uniting them by presenting a common enemy. Instead, he divided his forces carefully. Reanimated Sand Ninja were sent to the Kumo defense line, while reanimated IWA Ninja were deployed to the Kiri defense line. Sending ninjas to face their former comrades would only complicate matters and risk disrupting Orochimaru's control over them. This approach allowed him to sow confusion and chaos without jeopardizing his strategies. On the Kumo defense line, the battlefield descended into panic. "Sand Ninja! What's going on?" They crawled out of coffins. "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" Bang! 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 Smoke bombs exploded all around, blanketing the area in thick clouds of smoke. Using the cover, the Kumo ninja began to retreat in haste. The third Kazekage, still bound by Orochimaru's control, made no move to pursue them. His orders were clear: there was no need to chase after fodder. "Tch. How annoying," the third Kazekage muttered. While he despised being manipulated, he understood that his current state left him with no choice but to follow Orochimaru's commands. As a cage-level ninja, being controlled like this was utterly humiliating. Around him, the reanimated Sand Ninja began regaining their consciousness, their voices echoing in confusion. "What's going on here? Where are we? Is this the afterlife? No, I remember dying. I was ambushed during the war with IWA Ninja. Wait, is that Lord Kazekage? Lord Kazekage, what is the meaning of this?" The third Kazekage sighed, his irritation palpable. He had no choice but to explain the situation to his former subordinates, who were just as bewildered by their resurrection. Some were from his generation, while others were shinobi who had served the Kazekage before him. As the third Kazekage recounted their current circumstances, the Sand Ninja fell silent, their confusion deepening. Back at Orochimaru's temporary base, nestled under a cliff in the Land of Fire, a faint chuckle escaped his lips as he stared at the chessboard before him. "Ha ha ha. The army is limited, but concentrating our forces to wipe out one village at a time? More than enough," he said, his hoarse voice carrying an undertone of satisfaction. Orochimaru sat comfortably on a wooden chair, a small table with a chessboard placed before him. He moved the pieces as if orchestrating the battlefield. Outside the wooden house, Kushina crouched next to a makeshift stove, frustration evident in her expression as she tended to a bubbling hot pot. She worked efficiently, gathering firewood, setting up the stove, and cooking were easy tasks for a ninja. But as she glanced at the scene inside, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath. 6 reanimated shinobi. Is this really enough to save Konaha? He's got to be joking. Kushina had watched as Orochimaru summoned 6 individuals. The first 2 were easy to recognize, their faces were carved into the Hokage rock. But the other 4? She had no idea who they were. One was covered in bandages, another had the aura of a relentless killer, and the remaining 2 didn't seem particularly remarkable. "Are you finished yet, Kushina?" Orochimaru's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Almost," she called back, quickly focusing on her task. Orochimaru gave no further response. His eyes returned to the chessboard, deep in thought. "I don't have time to deal with Kumo and Kirigakure just yet. The first generation kage from each village were well hidden, which limits my top combat power. But no matter. There's always another way." He placed a chess piece firmly on the board, positioning it near the Land of Lightning. Elsewhere, at Konaha's temporary base, the arrival of reinforcements from reanimated Sand Ninja left the Konaha shinobi in shock. "Reinforcements? From Sand? Is this some kind of joke? Weren't we just fighting the Land of Wind?" The confusion only grew after Mikoto recounted the events she had witnessed. "From coffins? Wait. Could it be reanimation jutsu? That's the technique invented by the second Hokage, right?" "Yes, I saw it once when I was younger. But that was a long time ago. I thought it was sealed away because it violated human ethics." Who cares about ethics right now? If someone's using it to help us fight, then I'm not going to complain. Exactly. At this point, we can't afford to question their methods. We need all the help we can get. The Konaha ninja were divided in their opinions. Some were uneasy about using such a forbidden jutsu, while others were pragmatic, caring only about survival. For the moment, the morality of the reanimation jutsu was irrelevant. Konaha was on the brink of destruction, and they needed every advantage they could get. Mikoto, however, didn't engage in the discussions. Instead, she quietly approached the camp leader, relaying the cryptic message left for her by the third Hokage. I'm going to the southwest, she stated firmly. The camp leader raised an eyebrow but didn't object. You're going alone? Yes, Mikoto confirmed. Fine, but be careful. This war has eyes everywhere. I will, she assured him before turning to leave. Though exhausted, Mikoto wasted no time. The message from Orochimaru had piqued her curiosity, and her connection to him spurred her to act without hesitation. The coordinates weren't far from the Kumo ninja defense line, and by late evening, she had reached her destination. Dash. A red blur intercepted her path. Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto instinctively activated her Sharingan and prepared to fight. But as the figure came into focus, she stopped, stunned. Kushina. The red-haired kunoichi nodded. Yeah, it's me. Orochimaru-sama sent me to guide you. Come on, follow me. Without waiting for a reply, Kushina turned and started walking. Hojib. Mikoto, still confused but trusting her instincts, followed cautiously, her Sharingan remaining active as they moved deeper into the forest. Chapter 283, Chapter 283. The Sharingan, far superior to ordinary eyes, allowed Mikoto to analyze the flow of chakra around her. Although it lacked the Byakugan's precision in certain areas, it could still uncover inconsistencies in chakra patterns, making it adept at detecting transformations or illusions. Kushina's sudden appearance seemed strange to Mikoto, so she discreetly activated her Sharingan and scanned her companion. No signs of a transformation. The chakra flow is normal. Could it really be Orochimaru-sama's doing? Despite her doubts, Mikoto continued following Kushina without voicing her concerns. By the time they reached the wooden house nestled beneath the cliff, night had fully descended. The area's natural shadows created an eerie, hidden atmosphere, yet the wooden house itself glowed with light from within. As they approached, the door opened automatically. Kushina stepped inside, and Mikoto followed close behind. The familiar figure standing inside made Mikoto stop in her tracks. Mikoto, it's been a while, Orochimaru greeted her with a small smile, his tone calm yet warm. Lord Orochimaru. Mikoto stammered, her voice trembling. Their relationship was far from ordinary. Orochimaru had been an important figure in her life, someone she once harbored deep feelings for. Yet, shortly after their connection had deepened, Orochimaru defected from Konaha. They hadn't seen each other since, and now, standing before him, Mikoto was overwhelmed with emotion. Her heart felt heavy with conflicted feelings, a mix of relief, sadness, and something she couldn't quite put into words. Well, how have you been? Orochimaru asked, his eyes scanning her disheveled state. Her armor was scratched, her hair and face streaked with dirt and sweat, a testament to the brutal reality of war. Mikoto opened her mouth to respond, but her emotions got the better of her. Tears welled up in her eyes, and before she could stop herself, she lunged forward and embraced Orochimaru tightly. This sudden outburst of emotion left Kushina, standing awkwardly in the doorway, completely dumbfounded. What? What is going on here? She muttered, blinking in confusion. Orochimaru, though momentarily surprised by Mikoto's reaction, quickly composed himself. He gently patted her back, an unusual softness in his demeanor. All right, let's focus on the matter at hand first, Orochimaru said, carefully disentangling himself from Mikoto's grasp. He smoothed her black hair, now tangled and dusty from the battlefield. She looked up at him, her teary eyes filled with unspoken questions. Mikoto, I heard from Tsunade that you've been fighting on your own all this time, Orochimaru began. What do you mean by that, sir? Mikoto asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Ah, it's nothing. Forget I said anything. Orochimaru waved the topic away. Kushina, go boil some water for Mikoto. Afterward, help her clean up and take a bath in the next room. Hey? A bath? Kushina asked, visibly puzzled by the sudden request. Mikoto also looked confused, her face flushing at the implication. Could it be? She wondered, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. But Orochimaru quickly dispelled her misunderstanding. Yes, a bath, he clarified. She's been through a lot. A good night's rest and relaxation will prepare her for what's to come. Tomorrow morning, I'll help her strengthen her abilities. All right, Kushina replied reluctantly, though she couldn't help feeling like a glorified servant. As much as she disliked the situation, she understood the importance of Orochimaru's contributions to Konoha's war effort. With a heavy sigh, she went to prepare as instructed. Mikoto, war isn't won in a day or two, Orochimaru said, turning back to her. Rest is just as important as fighting. With greater strength, you'll be able to better protect what matters to you. Yes, my lord, Mikoto replied, her voice steady but her emotions still turbulent. Satisfied, Orochimaru returned to his desk, his mind already drifting back to the grander schemes at play. Dash. Meanwhile, at the border between the land of rivers and the land of wind, Two figures moved through the dense forest under the moonlit sky. Brother, the second Hokage began, his sharp eyes scanning the area. There's a large chakra presence ahead, one comparable to yours. If Orochimaru isn't lying, that must be Tsunade. I feel it too, the first Hokage replied, his voice calm yet focused. As much as I'd like to see Tsunade, resolving the conflict comes first. The second Hokage nodded in agreement, his keen senses detecting the numerous sentries stationed in the area. This temporary base should be just up ahead, he noted, but there are a lot of guards patrolling the perimeter. Don't kill them, the first Hokage said firmly. We're here to stop the war, not escalate it. Killing them will only complicate matters. Brother, you're as naive as ever, the second Hokage replied with a sigh, though he made no further argument. Suddenly, a kunai flew out from the darkness, aiming directly for the first Hokage's head. Clang! A wooden shield sprang up from the ground, blocking the projectile effortlessly. I told you, the second Hokage said flatly. Your peaceful approach is doomed to fail. He stepped forward, his gaze cold and unyielding. Sand Ninja, come out now, or I'll make you regret it. From the shadows, the voices of hidden Sand Ninja echoed through the forest. Come out? Who does this guy think he is? What a joke. Why should we show ourselves just because you asked? Deal with them. Don't let them talk their way out of this. Hearing the mocking tone of the hidden enemies, the second Hokage's expression darkened. Stubborn fools, he muttered, preparing to act. Wait, Tobirama, the first Hokage said, holding up a hand to stop him. Brother, this is pointless, Tobirama protested. Trust me, Hashirama replied, his voice patient yet resolute. He turned toward the forest and raised his voice, addressing the hidden ninja. Friends of the Sand Village, I am Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konaha. I've come to negotiate peace and bring an end to this war. Please, inform your Kazekage that I wish to speak with him. His words carried an air of authority, his voice calm yet powerful. For a moment, there was silence among the Sand Ninja. Then came the sound of stifled laughter, which quickly grew into full-blown mockery. Senju Hashirama? The first Hokage? Is this guy serious? The first Hokage's been dead for decades. Ha ha ha. What a ridiculous joke. This guy thinks we're idiots. Enough talking. Let's kill these clowns. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 284, Chapter 284. The first Hokage? That was the first Hokage of the entire ninja world, a legendary figure who once ended the chaos of the Warring States era with his unparalleled strength. Known as the God of Shinobi, he was a man revered throughout history. But this person wasn't just a legend, he had been dead for countless years. How could someone who had long departed from the world of the living still be walking among them? So, when the first Hokage revealed his identity, the Sand Ninja's immediate reaction was to dismiss it as a ruse. After a moment of confusion, their disbelief turned into laughter. Following the order of one of their captains, the Sand Ninjas drew their weapons and charged out of hiding, their movements decisive and full of confidence. Ninja battles typically relied on kunai and long-range ninjutsu. However, in situations like this, where the numerical advantage clearly lay with one side, close quarters combat was often preferred. The reasons were practical. Poor visibility made long-range techniques more dangerous for allies, and the risk of friendly fire increased exponentially. Thus, the Sand Ninjas charged in for a direct confrontation, expecting to overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. But never in their wildest dreams did they expect the man standing before them to truly be the first Hokage. Faced with a legendary figure of his caliber, their attempt to rush in, 7 or 8 Sand Ninjas at once was laughably futile. To call it an ill-fated charge would be an understatement. It was no different from throwing themselves directly into the jaws of a predator. Bang! 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 The two men, one with dark, wild hair, the other with silver, effortlessly dodged their attacks, striking back with simple, fluid movements. Every time a Sand Ninja was sent flying, countless thick, twisting vines burst forth from the earth, capturing them midair and binding them tightly. In less than 30 seconds, all the Sand Ninjas were immobilized, wrapped like rice dumplings by the first Hokage's wood release. The only one left standing was a middle-aged man whose legs were trembling so badly that he could barely hold onto his kunai. This is wood release, the man stammered. This can't be. Could he really be the god of Shinobi? Impossible. It's a trick, right? Right. Even though the Sand Ninjas were tightly bound, their mouths hadn't been silenced, and they couldn't help voicing their doubts. Under the faint moonlight, they got a good look at the two men standing before them. Although none of them had ever seen the first or second Hokage in person, the sheer presence these two exuded, combined with their direction of approach from Konaha, made the situation far too suspicious. And then there was that undeniable wood release. How could they not believe it? Hashirama crouched down beside one of the captured ninjas. His tone was earnest, almost apologetic. Why don't you believe me? I'm really Senju Hashirama. The ninja, exasperated, blurted out, please, come on. You've been dead for years. Who would believe that? Ah. That's a good point, Hashirama replied, scratching his head in genuine realization. Tobirama let out a cold snort, clearly unimpressed by his brother's antics. His sharp, critical gaze turned toward the Sand Ninjas, who were growing more and more bewildered. What were these two even talking about? Forget it, Hashirama finally said with a sigh. Go back and tell the current Kazekage that for the sake of peace between our villages, I request that he come meet me personally. You're letting me go, the last standing ninja asked hesitantly, his fear still evident. Tobirama interjected, his voice cold and matter-of-fact, if we wanted to kill you, do you think you'd still be standing there, able to talk? The aura between the two brothers couldn't have been more different. Hashirama had a kind and easygoing demeanor, but when he became serious, his mere gaze could send chills down anyone's spine. Tobirama, on the other hand, exuded a stern, commanding presence. His sharp personality, no-nonsense attitude, and resolute decisiveness gave the impression of a man who was always in control. However, when it came to important decisions, it was clear that Hashirama had the final say, and Tobirama would respect his brother's judgment even if begrudgingly. Thus, despite Tobirama's preference for more ruthless methods, he allowed Hashirama to handle this situation through negotiation. The vines released their hold, and the captured sand ninjas scrambled to their feet, trembling under the oppressive pressure of the two men. None of them dared to act recklessly. Go. Relay our message, Hashirama said, waving his hand dismissively. His tone was as casual as if he were bidding farewell to a friend. I will. I promise I'll deliver your message, the ninja stammered, hastily retreating with his comrades. Good. We'll wait for you here, Hashirama said with a nod, smiling warmly. This war was far more brutal than the previous two great conflicts. Because of this, the leaders of each nation had stationed themselves at the front lines to oversee operations personally. Before dawn, Raza, the fourth Kazekage, had already received the battlefield reports. The first Hokage. Senju Hashirama, he muttered, utterly perplexed. When he first heard the name, his immediate reaction was disbelief. How could this be possible? How many decades had it been since the first Hokage's death? How could he suddenly appear to negotiate with him now? Lord Kazekage, the other man's ninjutsu, demeanor, and even his actions aligned perfectly with the legends, one of the sand ninjas reported with great respect. Also, there was a silver-haired man in blue armor next to him, addressing him as Big Brother. Based on our observations, we believe he may be the second Hokage of Konaha. Raza frowned deeply, his thoughts spinning. The first Hokage and the second Hokage? Even with his own considerable strength, Raza couldn't deny the enormous gap in power between him and the legendary Hashirama. If the reports were accurate, and it truly was the first and second Hokage, then this situation demanded careful consideration. Summon Cho, Raza finally ordered after a moment of thought. We're heading to the front lines immediately. Although he had never met the first or second Hokage in person, Cho had lived long enough to have possibly encountered them. If the pair turned out to be imposters, they would expose their ruse. But if they were genuine, Raza would need to understand the situation fully before deciding on his next course of action. No matter the outcome, he couldn't afford to ignore this. He had to meet them in person. While Raza wrestled with his disbelief, the fourth Hokage of Kumagakure was facing his own urgent reports. What's this about the Sand Ninja army being unstoppable? What's going on? He demanded, his voice sharp and impatient. The Kumo ninja who had returned to report trembled as he explained. It's the Sand Ninjas, my lord. Their numbers are overwhelming, there must be over 500 of them and they're being led by the third Kazekage. And, the Hokage pressed, his brows furrowing deeper. They're unkillable, the Kumo ninja stammered. They seem tireless and have already taken over Konoha's defensive line. The fourth Hokage slammed a hand onto his desk, the wood creaking under the pressure. The reanimation jutsu, he muttered grimly. The true horror of that technique wasn't just in summoning the dead, it was in making them immortal, with limitless chakra reserves. Hearing the full report, the Hokage didn't hesitate. Rising from his seat, he barked an order. We're heading to the front lines immediately. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 285, Chapter 285. There was no doubt that the reanimated ninjas under Orochimaru's control had a profound impact on the war. If not for the fact that many powerful individuals hadn't yet died in this era or that some of the stronger ones hadn't reached their full potential, the devastation caused by this jutsu would have been even more catastrophic. Of course, the more reanimated ninjas Orochimaru summoned, the harder it was for him to maintain control over them. Even with his current level of strength, he couldn't manage everything at once. For this reason, many of the less powerful reanimated ninjas were programmed with simple attack commands. Orochimaru only exerted direct control over them when absolutely necessary. Negotiating with the Suna ninjas. Orochimaru mused, the corners of his lips curving into a faint smile. That's fine. With the first and second Hokage present, there shouldn't be any issues. As for Kumo's side, he continued, his voice laced with indifference, their fate depends on how efficient the second Tsuchikage is. Bang. Orochimaru's musings were interrupted by the sudden, violent opening of the wooden door. At the entrance stood an anxious-looking Kushina. Lord Orochimaru, she said hurriedly, please, come quickly. Mikoto, she. What's wrong? Orochimaru asked, his tone calm and collected, despite her panic. She seems to be in pain, Kushina managed to say. Pain? Orochimaru replied, his voice as composed as ever. That's normal. After all, she's in the process of merging two distinct powers. Two powers? Yes. Orochimaru paused, then added, forget it. I'll come with you and take a look. With that, he rose slowly from his seat, adjusted his robes, and followed Kushina out of the cabin. The orders for his plans had already been given, and there was nothing else requiring his immediate attention. In the open clearing next to the cabin, Mikoto was kneeling on the ground, her palms pressed against the earth as she gasped for air, her breaths heavy and labored. Her body was drenched in sweat, droplets rolling down her face and pooling on the ground below. To anyone unfamiliar with the situation, her posture might have been easily misunderstood. Orochimaru approached her slowly, crouching down beside her. Without a word, he handed her a tissue. "Wipe the sweat," he said casually. "Thank you, my lord," Mikoto replied, her voice still trembling as she accepted the tissue and wiped her face. "There's no need to be so formal," Orochimaru said with a faint smile. "How do you feel?" "My eyes, they feel stronger. My vision is sharper," Mikoto replied, glancing at him. "Just your eyes?" Orochimaru pressed, raising a brow. It feels like my body has grown stronger as well," she admitted. Then, with hesitation, she added, "Lord Orochimaru, what exactly is happening to me?" Orochimaru's expression didn't change as he explained, "You're experiencing the fusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the unique physiology of the Uzumaki clan." "The Mangekyo?" Mikoto repeated, stunned. "And the Uzumaki clan's physique?" Kushina, standing nearby, was equally shocked. Mikoto blinked rapidly, trying to process what he had just said, but her disbelief was evident. "That can't be." Even Kushina, who had known Orochimaru for some time, seemed shaken by the revelation. But it wasn't the mention of the Uzumaki clan's unique traits that left them reeling. It was the implication. The question burned in both of their minds, could Orochimaru really give such incredible powers to someone else? Mikoto, at least, had some prior understanding of Orochimaru's abilities. She was familiar with the potions he used to help unlock latent powers like the Sharingan. But this was far beyond anything she had imagined. Kushina, on the other hand, had no prior exposure to Orochimaru's methods. The sheer weight of what he'd said left both women speechless. "To clarify," Orochimaru began, as if amused by their reactions, "the genetic material for the Mangekyo was extracted from myself long before I mastered Sage Mode. As for the Uzumaki clan's traits..." He paused, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. "During my research, I discovered that while all Uzumaki have strong physiques, there's a natural variation in their potential. Not everyone is suited to bear the power of advanced eye techniques like the Mangekyo Sharingan. However..." He gestured toward Mikoto. "In your case, I specially tailored your abilities. With this combination, there will be no issue suppressing the strain of the Mangekyo." Orochimaru's words held a certainty that was both chilling and reassuring. Sharingan, a gift from the divine fruit, could be overwhelming. But with the right counterbalance, such as the enhanced vitality of the Uzumaki clan, it could be wielded without the usual side effects. Because the Uzumaki clan was a distant offshoot of the Senjo lineage, their power was closely tied to Kagaya's bloodline. This meant that their bodies were naturally compatible with the Sharingan. Of course, Orochimaru admitted silently, the Uzumaki physique wasn't on par with the immortal body of the first Hokage. Its recovery rate alone was much weaker. But he had already accounted for this. By fusing certain genes Chana's and Nagato's, he had created a modified Uzumaki gene with enhanced healing capabilities. This new gene was strong enough to fully support the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even the eternal Mangekyo, without risk of physical harm. For someone like Mikoto, who possessed only the Mangekyo, this genetic enhancement was more than sufficient. Mikoto, who would have otherwise married Fugaku and lived a peaceful life in Konaha, was now standing on the battlefield because of Orochimaru's interference. While Orochimaru's usual indifference made him seem cold and calculating, he did feel a rare pang of guilt. Perhaps this was why he had decided to compensate her by granting her greater power. Improving her abilities was the least he could do for her. It had to be said that Orochimaru's personality had softened somewhat since arriving in this world. While still ruthless, he wasn't as cold-blooded as before, especially toward the women who remained loyal to him. "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, thank you so much," Mikoto said earnestly as she bowed deeply. Even though they had a personal connection, Mikoto never assumed she could stand on equal footing with him. "I told you, no need to be so polite," Orochimaru replied, standing as well. "You're mine, so of course, I can't let you die on the battlefield. With the powers you now possess, unless you're up against a cage-level opponent, no one will be able to challenge you." His tone was confident but not arrogant, as if merely stating a fact. "Once you've rested, return to the battlefield. It's better if no one knows about your association with someone like me." "Lord Orochimaru, no one would believe you're a traitor," Mikoto said seriously. She truly believed in him and had never doubted his intentions. "Haha, I appreciate your trust," Orochimaru said with a faint chuckle. "Still, let's keep our connection quiet for now." "Yes, my lord." "Good. When the war ends, I'll contact you again." "Understood." Without hesitation, Mikoto turned and headed back to the battlefield. Her brief rest and the newfound strength she'd gained had left her in better shape than ever. As she disappeared into the distance, Kushina hesitated before speaking. "My lord, your relationship with Mikoto..." "Brats shouldn't stick their noses into adult matters," Orochimaru interrupted, not even glancing her way. "Instead of gossiping, why don't you focus on improving your cooking skills? The food you make..." He clicked his tongue dramatically. "For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70+ advanced chapters," Patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 286, Chapter 286. Kushina was left speechless by Orochimaru's casual dismissal. Sure, her cooking wasn't anything extraordinary, but was it really that bad? At least it was better than Tsunade's, wasn't it? And calling her a brat? She was definitely not a brat. Kushina wanted to retort, but as she looked up, Orochimaru had already disappeared back into the room. Despite Orochimaru's unique relationship with Uchiha Mikoto, everyone in Konoha believed that Orochimaru and Tsunade were a couple. This was precisely why Orochimaru didn't want anyone to know about his connection with Mikoto. It wasn't about his own reputation, he no longer cared about such things, but Mikoto's standing in Konoha could still be affected. As for Kushina, who was now privy to the truth, Orochimaru was confident that she wouldn't say anything. Carefree as she might seem, she was still a ninja, and keeping secrets like this was second nature. Orochimaru had no doubt she'd stay silent. Meanwhile Mikoto had returned to the battlefield, where Raza, the fourth Kazekage of Tsunade, finally confronted the first and second Hokage. At the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind, a massive ravine stretched across the landscape, forming a natural divide between the two territories. On one side of the ravine stood Raza, Cho, and around 60 or 70 sand ninjas. On the other side stood only 2 men. The first Hokage stood with his arms crossed, his imposing figure radiating calm authority. Beside him, the second Hokage wore his usual cold and calculating expression. Though outnumbered, the Hokages didn't seem the least bit concerned. The sand ninjas, however, were frozen in place, disbelief and unease evident on their faces. Cho, are you absolutely sure about this? Raza asked, his brows furrowed deeply. Though part of him had already accepted the truth, the idea was still absurd. The first and second Hokage, resurrected. What kind of forbidden technique could accomplish such a thing? Chiyo's tone was solemn as she replied, there's no mistake. Both their appearances and their chakra signatures match those of the 2 Hokages from Konoha's past. She paused, then added gravely, if I'm not mistaken, this must be the reanimation jutsu Edo Tensei created by the second Hokage himself. The reanimation jutsu? Raza echoed in disbelief. You're saying the second Hokage is now a victim of his own technique? Cho nodded. I've only heard of this jutsu before and never imagined I'd see it used like this. But yes, I believe that's exactly what we're witnessing. Raza clenched his fists, his thoughts racing. The fourth Kazekage? So, Tsunade has already reached its 4th generation. The first Hokage's voice was warm, his tone full of admiration. Impressive. You're young and full of promise. Faced with the unexpected praise, Raza was momentarily at a loss for words. It took him a moment to collect himself before responding. It is an honor for Tsunade to meet the legendary first and second Hokages, Raza said cautiously. However, you are not of this era. Why are you here? The second Hokage, standing with his arms crossed, responded coldly, you already know why we're here. Though his tone was calm, it carried an undeniable edge. While we don't know the full details behind the 4 great nations attacking Konoha, Tobirama continued, it's clear that we were summoned to resolve this crisis. And that's exactly what we intend to do. Tobirama's right, Hashirama said, nodding in agreement. His expression softened as he spoke, his sincerity evident. We may no longer belong to this world, but we can't just stand by and watch Konoha be destroyed. The first Hokage's tone grew firmer as he continued, so, for the sake of your ninjas, I suggest you retreat. The meaning behind his words was clear. As long as they were present, Raza and his forces had no chance of victory. And to prevent unnecessary bloodshed, retreating was the only sensible choice. Hearing Hashirama's words, both Raza and Cho fell silent, lost in thought. If anyone else had made such a demand, it would have been laughable. Tsunade was a great ninja village. How could they retreat just because someone told them to? It would be humiliating. But this wasn't just anyone. This was the first Hokage, the man known as the God of Shinobi. His reputation wasn't built on exaggeration. If these 2 Hokages truly retained the power they had in life, then there was no doubt that Tsunade's forces stood no chance. Both Raza and Cho knew this to be true. If they continued fighting, the only outcome would be more needless casualties. But retreating so easily would also have consequences. To Raza, it wasn't a matter of personal pride. It was about perception. If he, as the newly appointed Kazekage, chose to retreat, how would his subordinates view him? Would they think he was weak? Cowardly? Intimidated by the ghosts of Konoha's past? Caught in this dilemma, Raza finally spoke, his tone cautious. I, Raza, hold great respect for both of you as esteemed predecessors of the ninja world, but... Hashirama prompted, his expression still kind but firm. Do you need a reason to retreat? Tobirama, his patience wearing thin, stepped forward. A reason to retreat, he repeated coldly. That's easy enough to provide. Fixing his sharp gaze on Raza, Tobirama continued, since you're the Kazekage, the people you've brought here must be among Tsunade's finest. Let's settle this with a battle. He gestured at the gathered sand ninjas. All of you can come at once. If you lose, that's your reason to retreat. Tobirama's words were delivered with calm confidence, but his intent was unmistakable. Having sensed the chakra of the sand ninjas earlier, he knew their strength was considerable. But no matter how strong they were, they couldn't compare to himself and his brother. To Tobirama, fighting was the simplest and most effective way to settle things. Raza's eyes narrowed as he weighed his options. There's no need for all of us to fight at once. Let's make this a one-on-one battle. There's no point in sacrificing my subordinates needlessly. Oh. Hashirama said, smiling. A noble decision. Then let me. There's no need for you to get involved, brother, Tobirama interrupted, his tone firm. This is a one-on-one battle. Leave it to me. Dash. The second Hokage, Senjo Tobirama, prepared to face the fourth Kazekage, Raza, at the border of the Land of Rivers. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, in the camp of the Kumo ninjas. A Kumo ninja assigned to guard duty patrolled under the scorching sun, scanning the area for any signs of movement. At this point in the war, retreating was out of the question. Unless something truly catastrophic happened, the fighting would continue. Tap, tap. The sound of loose stones being disturbed caught the ninja's attention. Who's there? He called out sharply, his voice cutting through the silence. As an elite guard, he was naturally on high alert. But when no one responded, he frowned. Am I being too jumpy? No, you were too careless. The sudden voice startled him, and before he could react, a figure emerged, a face covered in bandages. Ah! The guard tried to cry out, but before he could, his mouth was covered, and his neck was snapped in an instant. The figure, the second Tsuchikage, looked toward the distant camp with narrowed eyes. This must be the place. With that, he formed a series of hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 287, Chapter 287. Oh. Found it so quickly. Orochimaru, far away in the Land of Fire, smirked as he mused to himself. Looks like the battlefield on the Kumo ninja side is about to wrap up. The strength of a Kage was undeniable. After all, the title of Kage wasn't given lightly, it was reserved for the strongest in a major ninja village. And the second Tsuchikage, was no exception. His abilities were especially unique. Beyond the well-known dust release, possessed extraordinary perception and an unparalleled stealth technique, dustless bewildering cover. This technique rendered him invisible, not just to the naked eye but also to chakra sensing, making him nearly undetectable. It was this ability that earned him the title of the non-person. Using to infiltrate and dismantle the enemy's backline was the most logical choice. His invisibility, combined with the unique properties of the reanimated body, made him a deadly force. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. More coffins erupted from the ground, their lids sliding off with an ominous creak. This time, all the reanimated figures were IWA ninjas. As gave the signal, the army of IWA ninjas began their attack on the Kumo camp. Even though the reanimated IWA ninjas were being controlled, many among them harbored deep grudges against the Cloud Village. So, even without Orochimaru's direct orders, their willingness to engage the Kumo ninjas was evident. Dash. Enemy attack. The warning cry rang out across the camp as the first Kumo ninja spotted the advancing army. Immediately, Kumo ninjas grabbed their weapons and rushed out of their tents, only to be greeted by the sight of countless IWA ninjas spread across the horizon. How is this possible? Is this some kind of joke? Why are there so many IWA ninjas here? Damn it! The Kumo ninjas were baffled, unable to comprehend how such a massive force of IWA ninjas had appeared without any prior warning. Die! Slash! The blade of a Kumo ninja cut through an IWA ninja, slicing him cleanly in half. But instead of collapsing, the reanimated ninja's body began to reform almost instantly, the severed pieces snapping back into place. The Kumo ninjas quickly realized the futility of their attacks. The only way to defeat these reanimated corpses was through sealing techniques. Unfortunately, when it came to sealing jutsu, Kumo was far from proficient. In the ninja world, the Uzumaki clan and Konaha were considered the masters of sealing techniques, followed by Tsunagakuer. While Suna's expertise stemmed from their research into tailed beasts beginning with the second Kazekage's experiments, their sealing techniques were still far superior to Kumo's. But Kumo, a village known more for its unique secret techniques than sealing jutsu, was ill-equipped to handle an army of reanimated ninjas. To make matters worse, the Kumo ninjas had only received intelligence about the reanimated forces 2 days ago. It was nowhere near enough time to develop an effective counter-strategy. And now, they were facing an army of 400 to 500 IWA ninjas, nearly identical in size to the reanimated Suna ninja army. Between the two forces, Orochimaru had managed to assemble nearly 1,000 undead soldiers. Dash. The scale of this army was no coincidence. It had taken Orochimaru half a month to desecrate the graves of 2 villages to this extent. Finding suitable sacrifices, however, had been the most time-consuming part. Most of the sacrifices were death row prisoners from various countries or enemy ninjas who had dared to attack Orochimaru during his travels. Every time he passed by a prison while researching Edo Tensei or experimenting with cells from smaller nations' daimyos, Orochimaru would recruit more sacrifices. After months of meticulous preparation, the nearly 1,000-strong undead army had finally been completed. Dash. Don't engage these things. Damn it, they can't be killed. Lord Raikage. A panicked Kumo ninja ran up to the third Raikage, who had just stepped out of his tent. The Raikage's sharp eyes scanned the chaos as he watched his men struggle against the reanimated IWA ninjas. His brows furrowed deeply. How did these undead ninjas get here? He demanded. I don't know, sir. We've received no intelligence about this from the front lines. Gather the men and retreat, the Raikage commanded. Leave this to me. But, Lord Raikage. No arguments, the Raikage interrupted. From what I've seen, these creatures can only be stopped with sealing techniques. And given our current resources. Raikage-sama, watch out. Nani. Before the Raikage could finish speaking, his sharp instincts warned him of incoming danger. He looked up, his eyes narrowing. Floating high above him was a figure wrapped in bandages. The second Hokage. With his hands pressed together, began condensing energy into a glowing cone-shaped construct. Buzz. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. The destructive energy beam shot toward the third Raikage with devastating speed and force. Boom. The resulting explosion obliterated the tent beside the Raikage, sending debris and smoke flying in every direction. Where the dust release struck, everything was reduced to dust, leaving only emptiness behind. Amidst the swirling smoke, hovered in the air, his senses sharply attuned. He could still feel the third Raikage's powerful chakra. As expected of the man they call a cage, muttered. Fast reaction. Dash. The third Raikage emerged from the dust, his piercing gaze locking onto the airborne figure. Who are you? The second Hokage, he demanded, his voice steady despite the situation. Didn't respond, silently observing the cage below. Dash. Elsewhere, Orochimaru continued to monitor the situation remotely, piecing together what was happening. The third Hokage leads the Suna forces in a frontal assault, while the second Hokage strikes the rear lines with the reanimated IWA ninjas. Orochimaru chuckled softly. It's a solid strategy, but if the first strike doesn't succeed, the outcome of a battle between two cage-level opponents becomes far less certain. For Orochimaru, these details were no longer of significant importance. Victory would come from cutting the head off the snake. As long as the third Raikage was eliminated, the Kumo forces would fall apart. Dash. Kushina. Orochimaru called. Yes, sir. Are you hungry again? Kushina asked with a grin. Orochimaru stared at her, momentarily speechless. I'm telling you I'm heading out, not asking for food. Heading out? Where to? You don't need to worry about that, Orochimaru replied, his voice cold. But while I'm gone, you're to stay here. Don't go anywhere. If you do. He paused, his lips curling into a cruel smile. I'll kill Namikaze Minato. Why would you kill Minato just because I ran off? Kushina blurted out, her face filled with confusion. Realizing how absurd his threat sounded, Orochimaru waved it off. My mistake, he said dismissively. Just remember, if I come back and you're not here, there will be consequences. I understand. Kushina replied, nodding hastily. I'll return before dark, Orochimaru added as he pulled out a flying thunder god kunao and embedded it into the wooden wall. With that, he vanished in a flash. If we manage to enter/maintain top 50 on the rankings by the weekend, I promise you guys 10 bonus chapters. Also, if we manage to reach 50 reviews before this week, I'll be dropping another 2 bonus CHPS, and subsequently for every 10 reviews equals 2 bonus CHPS. Thank you for your support. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 30 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 288, Chapter 288, Bonus. Pawn against soldier, soldier against general. A strong individual must act with the consciousness of their power. Whether in small skirmishes or large-scale wars, a true warrior seeks an opponent of equal caliber. Bullying the weak? That's nothing but a waste of time and has no impact on the overall battle. Thus, Orochimaru's objective was clear from the start: defeat the third Raikage. The plan was simple: use the second Hokage to locate the third Raikage, then launch a surprise attack. Once the third Raikage was eliminated, the Kumo ninja forces would naturally lose morale and retreat. This strategy, capturing the leader to dismantle the army, had proven effective from ancient times to the present. In modern warfare, it was called a decapitation operation. But regardless of the time period or world, this tactic was notoriously difficult to execute. Take the ninja world, for instance. All ninjas possess stealth abilities to some degree, and many have strong sensory capabilities. The chances of successfully infiltrating and eliminating a cage were slim. Moreover, the cage-level opponents themselves were immensely powerful. If too few attackers were sent, they'd stand no chance against the cage. If too many were sent, the large group would easily be detected, ruining the element of surprise. It was a delicate balance, and the odds were rarely favorable. However, Orochimaru's combination of the second Hokage's dustless bewildering cover and his own unique summoning techniques bridged those gaps perfectly. The plan was flawless. With MS unmatched stealth and Orochimaru's reanimated forces, infiltration was simple, and reinforcements were always at the ready. Still, Orochimaru left nothing to chance. He placed Flying Thunder God Kunao on 4 key reanimated soldiers he had summoned. This allowed him to provide immediate support if the third Raikage proved difficult to defeat quickly. The 4 Kunao created a near straight line across the battlefield, ensuring Orochimaru could reach the Land of Lightning in a matter of moments. Dash. By the time Orochimaru began heading toward the Land of Lightning, the battle between the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was nearing its conclusion. Water release, Great Exploding Water Wave. Magnet release, Gold Dust Burial. Boom. In the desert terrain, a massive wave of water surged forward, colliding head-on with a tidal wave of gold-infused sand. The impact created a deafening roar as steam hissed into the air, shrouding the battlefield in a thick mist. The scale of their ninjutsu was nothing short of catastrophic, evoking awe from everyone watching. As the water receded, the gold dust absorbed it, becoming heavy and sluggish. Whoosh! Out of the mist, Tobirama's figure shot forward at blinding speed, closing the distance between himself and Raza in an instant. A swift kick targeted Raza, who responded by waving his hand, summoning the gold dust to form a shield. But the waterlogged gold dust was far heavier than before, significantly slowing its movements. Boom! Unable to react in time, Raza crossed his arms in a defensive stance, but the force of Tobirama's kick sent him flying. Tobirama wasted no time, capitalizing on his momentum. Before Raza could even hit the ground, Tobirama threw a kunai and vanished. Flying Thunder God technique. Reappearing beside the airborne Kazekage, Tobirama unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Raza tried to block, but Tobirama's superior speed and precision overwhelmed him. Water release, water colliding wave. After landing several decisive strikes, Tobirama seamlessly transitioned into ninjutsu. A barrage of water bullets, reminiscent of the Phoenix Flower Jutsu but larger and denser, rained down on Raza. The gold dust, while potent, was still primarily composed of sand. Soaked through, it became sluggish and ineffective. There's no escaping this, Tobirama declared coldly. Bang! 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 The water bullets struck Raza repeatedly, hitting his chest, abdomen, and arms. Lord Kazekage! Master Raza! The sand ninjas cried out in alarm, but before they could intervene, Tobirama appeared directly in front of Raza. A kunai was pressed against Raza's neck. The surrounding sand ninjas froze, not daring to move. You've lost, Tobirama stated in a voice devoid of emotion. Dash! The battle had ended almost as quickly as it began. Raza's magnet release was powerful, and Tobirama's water release techniques were equally devastating. In terms of raw abilities, it was difficult to say who had the upper hand. The battlefield located in the desert at the border of the Land of Wind favored Raza, providing him with an abundance of gold dust to manipulate. However, Tobirama's mastery of water release was extraordinary. Even in the desert, he could summon vast quantities of water, turning the terrain to his advantage. It was this unparalleled skill that ultimately led to Raza's defeat. You truly are the fastest ninja of your time, Raza gasped, clutching his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. Your speed is overwhelming, and your water release, to use it so powerfully in a desert. Tobirama didn't respond to the compliment. Instead, he sheathed his kunai and turned to leave. As agreed, retreat, he said curtly. Raza grimaced but didn't argue. He knew continuing the fight would be pointless and only result in more casualties. With a resigned sigh, he raised his hand and issued the order. All units, retreat. The sand ninjas hesitated but ultimately obeyed. They had witnessed the fight firsthand. Raza was the strongest among them, capable of wielding massive-scale jutsu with ease. If even he couldn't stand against the second Hokage, what hope did the rest of them have? Continuing the battle would be nothing short of suicide. As the sand ninjas began their retreat, Raza cast one last look at the battlefield. The once dry sands were now waterlogged for miles around, glinting with traces of gold dust. Although I'm reluctant, Raza muttered to himself, I'll honor the agreement. Dash. Meanwhile, Tobirama returned to where his elder brother, the first Hokage, was waiting. Although you're strong, Tobirama said, glancing back at the retreating sand ninjas, my abilities counter yours. Continuing to fight would have been a waste of life. Hashirama nodded in agreement, his usual warmth evident. You did well, Tobirama. Let's move to the next point and try to prevent further casualties. Together, the two Hokages prepared to move to other hotspots along the defensive line, aiming to assist Konaha's forces where needed. Their actions hadn't gone unnoticed. By now, word of the first and second Hokage's resurrection was spreading among the Konaha forces. On the battlefield, ninjas from both sides stared in shock at the two legendary figures. You're the first Hokage. And the second Hokage. The sheer presence of the two men left everyone stunned, their disbelief etched onto their faces. Bonus CHP to motivate you guys more XD. Chapter 289, Chapter 289. Brother. Stay with me. In the dense forest of the Land of Rivers, 5 or 6 bodies lay scattered on the ground, lifeless. Among them, a young man was barely clinging to life. He was covered in blood, his body riddled with stab wounds. He was so grievously injured that it seemed like he had no chance of survival. Tsunade, clad in her battle attire, was working tirelessly, her chakra pouring into the young man as she tried to heal him. This man wasn't just a Konoha ninja, he was her younger brother, Noeki. Sister. Sis. Noeki's voice was weak, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Stop wasting your chakra. I'm all ready. Cough. Stop talking. Just stop. Tsunade shouted, tears streaming down her face as her hands glowed with the faint green of medical ninjutsu. She refused to give up. Fate could be so cruel and ironic. Noeki, who was originally fated to die in the early days of the Second Shinobi War, had managed to survive thanks to Orochimaru's intervention. But now, in the Third Shinobi War, fate seemed to repeat itself. Even after becoming a jonin, Noeki had fallen in battle on the Sand Ninja front lines. And the circumstances of his death were eerily similar to what had been written in history. Back during the Second Shinobi War, Noeki had fallen victim to an IWA ninja's explosive tag trap, leaving his body in shreds. This time, it was a sand ninja ambush. After being lured into a trap, he was struck down in a brutal assault. Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures landed on the ground nearby. The Konaha ninja standing next to Tsunade immediately drew his sword, ready to defend her. But when he got a clear look at the two figures, his expression froze in shock. You're Tsunade. I didn't expect to see you here. What happened? The two newcomers froze as their gaze fell on the critically injured Noeki. Noeki, is he? Dash. Meanwhile, atop a mountain in the land of lightning, Orochimaru, who had been observing the battlefield through the second Hokage's summoned body, suddenly stiffened. Noeki was still dead. Despite everything, his life had come to the same tragic end. How could this happen? Orochimaru muttered, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Can the course of fate be changed, but not the ultimate result of life and death? He let out a sigh, pressing two fingers against his temple. Just what I needed, another headache. But there was no time to dwell on this. Orochimaru's focus shifted back to the valley below, where the Third Hokage continued to fight. Dash. Although the reanimated forces led by the Second Hokage only numbered around 400 to 500, their immortality granted them a significant advantage on the battlefield. The Third Hokage was a formidable opponent. His raw strength and resilience allowed him to hold his ground against both them and the reanimated ninjas. But cage-level battles were always drawn out. The sheer power of the combatants made it difficult to determine a victor in a short amount of time. In close-quarters combat, the Second Hokage was clearly no match for the Third Hokage. But M had the advantage of flight and devastating ninjutsu, resulting in an evenly matched, prolonged battle. In a clash between cage, ordinary ninjas have no place, Orochimaru murmured to himself, watching from the mountain. Raising his hands, he formed a series of hand seals. The reanimated IWA ninjas below seemed to sense the command and began to reposition themselves, herding the Kumo forces away from the battlefield. Soon, the Third Hokage found himself isolated, separated from his allies. Orochimaru's lips curled into a satisfied smile. As light green markings appeared around the corners of his eyes, Orochimaru swiftly completed another sequence of hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Bang! In a puff of white smoke, three elegant figures clad in white robes appeared before Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Summoning all three of us at once. What's going on? Do you need our help with someone even you can't handle? If this is a false alarm, you'll pay for it, one of the figures said with a sly grin. The three figures were unmistakably the three great snakes of Rika Cave, Taijutsu-him, Togori-him, and Ichikashima-him. Hearing their taunts, Orochimaru smirked but wasted no time pointing toward the Kumo camp in the distance. I need to deal with the man down there before the enemy reinforcements arrive. The one on the ground or the one in the sky? The one on the ground, Orochimaru replied, his voice calm but deliberate. Taijutsu-him glanced at the Third Hokage, whose body was surrounded by crackling lightning chakra. This might be a little tricky, she commented, her eyes narrowing. Yes, Togori-him added. This kind of opponent isn't one we're particularly effective against. I think you should summon Manda instead, Ichikashima-hime suggested, smirking mischievously. You misunderstand, Orochimaru interjected, his hoarse voice cutting through their chatter. I can handle him myself. I summoned you to ensure no one else sees this. Ah, I see, Togori-him said, her grin widening. You want us to create a barrier to conceal your fight, right? Exactly, Orochimaru confirmed. Leave it to us, Taijutsu-him said confidently. Ichikashima-him leaned closer to Orochimaru, her mischievous smile deepening as she pressed against him. Once this is over, you'll have to spend some time with us. Orochimaru responded with an amused, sinister grin. If you promise not to revert to your true forms, maybe I'll consider it. Oh? Are you serious? Not at all. TCH, I knew it, Ichikashima-him pouted, but she quickly stepped back. All right, enough flirting, Togori-him snapped. Let's get to work. With that, the three snakes vanished into thin air, their forms fading into invisibility as they began their task. Dash. Below the valley, the Third Hokage was locked in battle with the Second Hokage. Second Hokage, the Hokage bellowed, lightning surging around his body. If we keep this up, neither of us will accomplish anything. From above, M responded calmly, his voice carrying over the chaos. I'm afraid my mission is to keep you occupied, Hokage. Mission? The Hokage frowned. Who gave you this mission? That's a question you don't need answered, M replied cryptically. Just then, the surrounding environment shifted. The battlefield seemed to transform, the two combatants now standing in a vast, enclosed arena. A thick haze surrounded them, obscuring the outside world completely. This is an illusion? No. The Third Hokage's sharp eyes scanned the arena, his confusion evident. What's going on? Before he could piece it together, a familiar voice echoed from the edge of the arena. Second Hokage, please step aside. The Third Hokage is mine to handle. The Hokage's eyes widened as Orochimaru stepped into view. Orochimaru? What are you doing here? For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 290, Chapter 290. The arena stretched out endlessly, shrouded in an unnatural, dense fog. Though the afternoon had been bright and sunny, the blackened mist that now blanketed the area cast an oppressive gloom over the battlefield. This wasn't the typical mist used by Kirigakure ninjas, this was something far more sinister. The fog wasn't just thick, it seemed alive, pulsating with an eerie, dark hue. At the center of this ominous space stood three figures, the third Hokage, the second Tsuchikage, and Orochimaru. Under Orochimaru's control, the second Tsuchikage had been moved to the edge of the arena, leaving Orochimaru and the third Hokage facing off against one another. The third Hokage's sharp eyes narrowed as he took in Orochimaru's sudden appearance. This man had been out of sight for years, vanishing from the radar of the 5 great ninja villages after the battle in the Land of Frost. And yet, as the Hokage thought about it, it all began to make sense. The undead ninjas fighting for Konaha, who else but Orochimaru could have been responsible for such a grotesque technique? Orochimaru, the third Hokage rumbled, his deep voice echoing through the fog. So, you never truly defected from Konaha. I should have known. You're the one behind these reanimated corpses, aren't you? The Hokage didn't spare much thought for the strange environment around him. The fog, the arena, they were irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was the battle before him. Orochimaru met the Hokage's intense gaze with a calm, almost dismissive expression. Think whatever you like, Orochimaru said coldly. But today, Hokage, you die. Whether for old grudges, to turn the tide of this war, or to ensure my plans for the future, your death is inevitable. Plans for the future, the Hokage asked, his brow furrowing. What are you plotting? Sorry, Orochimaru replied with a smirk. That's not something you need to know. His golden eyes, now tinged with a faint crimson hue, scanned the hazy battlefield. The mist was no ordinary fog but a product of Rika Cave's sage art. Unlike standard genjutsu, this illusion didn't target people but the terrain itself. It warped the environment, distorting perception and rendering even advanced sensory techniques useless. Even the Byakugan could see only a vast expanse of white when gazing into this arena. Orochimaru's mastery of techniques like inorganic reincarnation, which allowed him to animate and control the terrain itself, combined perfectly with the mystical fog. In this space, the battlefield was his to command. The third Hokage took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing further. So, I'm not walking out of here alive, hey? Exactly, Orochimaru replied. Do you have any last words? Just one thing. The Hokage's voice softened, though his resolve remained firm. Spare the children of my village. Your son? Orochimaru asked, tilting his head. No. All the children of the Cloud Village. They're all my family. Orochimaru chuckled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. How noble. The Hokage's sense of responsibility really is unique. Well then, I'll promise you this. As long as none of them come seeking their own deaths, I'll leave them alone. The Hokage's fists clenched. Thank you. Boom. The atmosphere shifted as lightning surged around the Hokage's body, crackling wildly and tearing through the ground beneath him. The sheer force of his chakra was overwhelming, causing the earth to quake and split. Orochimaru, the Hokage said, his voice filled with raw determination. Since the battle in the Land of Frost, I've been waiting for a chance to fight you again. Orochimaru's lips curled into a wicked smile. His golden pupils darkened further, taking on a scarlet glow. And I've admired your strength, Hokage. But we're enemies today. Don't expect me to hold back. The moment the words left his mouth, Orochimaru raised his hands, his chakra flaring to life. Boom. The ground around him cracked and caved under the pressure of his aura, matching the intensity of the third Hokage's chakra. Watching this, even the usually composed second Tsuchikage standing at the edge of the arena couldn't hide his astonishment. This level of power. Orochimaru. Muttered, his eyeless face betraying a flicker of disbelief. The Hokage had already activated his legendary lightning release armor, a technique that made him nearly invincible. But even so, Orochimaru's chakra rivaled his. I thought he was just a schemer, hiding behind reanimation techniques, thought to himself. But to think his raw power could match the Hokage's. Dash. As processed this revelation, the battle began. Orochimaru flipped his hands, releasing waves of chakra that fanned out across the battlefield, distorting the air itself. The Hokage, now a blur of lightning, vanished from sight. Dash. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield. What? The second Tsuchikage and a group of IWA ninjas have infiltrated our territory. The fourth Hokage's voice boomed as he received the report. He was busy coordinating sealing squads to handle the reanimated forces, but this news made his blood boil. Damn it. Konaha always boasts about peace, but they're secretly developing such vile techniques. Bagayaro. Convoyaro. The voice of the Eight Tails Jinkraki, Killer Bee, rang out as he approached, his tone carrying his signature bad rap cadence. They use the dead to fight, no troops lost, their plan is tight. You know it's a fight, right, bro? The fourth Hokage's eyes narrowed as he muttered, I've got a bad feeling about this. Bad feeling, bro? Yeah, me too, B's rhymes faltered, his carefree tone shifting to concern as he saw the seriousness in his brother's face. B, come with me. We're heading to father's position. Father? Why? The third Hokage is on the front lines, and with this news. The fourth Hokage's fists clenched. They might be targeting him. Before B could ask more, the fourth Hokage took off at full speed, leaving B scrambling to follow. Dash. Back in the arena, the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage raged on. The ground was unrecognizable, cracked, shattered, and littered with flying thunder god Kunao. The arena was a chaotic wasteland. Whoosh. A figure shrouded in lightning chakra darted across the battlefield, the sheer force of his movements causing shockwaves that split the earth. At the same time, Orochimaru reappeared on one of his marked kunao, his movements calculated and precise. Your speed is formidable, Orochimaru mused, his scarlet eyes locking onto the Raikage. But once I decipher your attack patterns, it's over. The Raikage's voice thundered back. Decipher all you want. You still won't stop this. Hell thrust, four-finger strike. The third Raikage appeared in front of Orochimaru in an instant, his four fingers glowing with deadly chakra. The overwhelming power of his technique, capable of piercing anything, was aimed directly at Orochimaru's face. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 291, Chapter 291. Hell thrust, four-finger strike. This was the signature technique of the third Raikage, a move honed to deadly perfection. By focusing chakra into his fingers, the Raikage created a thrusting technique with unparalleled piercing power stronger than Kakashi's Chidori. And as the number of fingers used decreased, the power became even more concentrated. At its peak, when reduced to a single finger, the technique became known as the strongest spear, capable of breaking through even the toughest defenses, including the lightning release armor. But now, the Raikage was using four fingers. Even so, the third Raikage's hand came to an abrupt stop, a punch length away from Orochimaru's face. What had halted his attack was a thick layer of solidified white chakra, a defensive manifestation of Susanoo in its second form. TCH. Is that all? The third Raikage muttered, his sharp eyes narrowing. He had underestimated the defensive power of Orochimaru's Susanoo. Orochimaru, meanwhile, stared at the Raikage's hand, his crimson eyes flickering. For four fingers to nearly break through the second form, the piercing power of this technique is absurd, Orochimaru thought. But, this is the end of it. What? The third Raikage, sensing something off, saw Orochimaru's hands moving through a sequence of seals. Realizing the danger, the Raikage reacted immediately, pulling back to create distance. But the Raikage wasn't retreating to avoid the fight. If four fingers aren't enough, then I'll use three, he muttered to himself, his sharp instincts analyzing the situation. Based on the damage dealt to Orochimaru's Susanoo, he calculated that even if the opponent upgraded to a stronger form, 2 fingers would be enough to shatter its defense entirely. And he was right. But Orochimaru wouldn't give him the chance. The moment the Raikage withdrew, Orochimaru's preparations were complete. Light green markings appeared around his eyes, and his pupils transformed into slitted, snake-like irises. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru unleashed his technique. Sage Art, White Rage Technique. Whoosh. From Orochimaru's mouth, a small black bead shot forth, followed by a long white dragon spiraling around it. What the hell is that? The second Tsuchikage muttered, his senses sharpening as he watched the attack unfold. The dragon coiled tighter around the bead, spinning faster and faster until... Buzz. Boom. The dragon exploded in a brilliant flash of blinding white light, accompanied by a high-pitched, ear-splitting noise that seemed to shake the very air. The light was so intense it turned the previously eerie, fog-covered arena into a space brighter than daylight. The sound waves rippled outward, vibrating the chakra within anyone caught in its range. Even the third Raikage, as fast as he was, couldn't escape. His vision overwhelmed by the flash, the Raikage instinctively shut his eyes, trying to sidestep the attack. But with the air vibrating and his chakra disrupted, he could no longer perceive his surroundings accurately. Slash. The flash ended as suddenly as it began, leaving behind only silence, and the sound of blood splattering. Orochimaru's figure appeared behind the third Raikage, the gleaming blade of the Kusanagi sword slick with blood. The attack had pierced clean through. Ugh. The third Raikage coughed, blood spilling from his mouth. This technique. Something new, Orochimaru replied, his voice calm but cold. The air vibrations disorient your chakra flow, while the visual overload renders you blind. During that moment, you're completely defenseless, and I can move freely while you cannot. You're a terrifying opponent. I'll take that as a compliment. Boom. The Raikage fell to one knee, the lightning chakra surrounding his body flickering and fading. Your endurance is incredible, Orochimaru remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. That's why I'll ensure you die here and now. Without hesitation, Orochimaru flickered forward. Slash. Slash. 2 more fatal strikes, one to the heart, the other to the throat. The third Raikage collapsed entirely, his powerful body no longer moving. From the edge of the arena, the second Tsuchikage stepped forward, observing the scene with a somber expression. You truly show no mercy, he said, his voice low as he looked at the fallen Raikage. There's no room for mercy when dealing with an enemy, Orochimaru replied calmly. The sage markings around his eyes faded, and the Kusanagi sword vanished from his grasp in a ripple of space. At the same time, countless flying thunder god kunao embedded across the battlefield began to fly back toward Orochimaru, returning to him automatically. After gathering the kunao, Orochimaru walked over to the third Raikage's body, crouching down. As he prepared to extract the Raikage cells, he suddenly felt a disturbance behind him. Second Tsuchikage, Orochimaru said without turning. Your stealth and sensory skills are impressive, but don't forget, you're my summon. Did you really think you could sneak up on me? Orochimaru turned his head slightly, his golden eyes locking onto the second Tsuchikage, who stood with his hands clasped, a faint dust release light glowing between them. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy, the Tsuchikage muttered, his voice laced with resignation. Before he could act, a coffin rose from the ground behind him. The coffin opened, emitting a strong suction that pulled the Tsuchikage inside before slamming shut. Boom. The coffin sank back into the earth, leaving no trace behind. Dash. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Orochimaru's mind. Orochimaru, 2 powerful chakras are heading your way, Taijutsuin warned. I know, Orochimaru replied calmly. But the battle is over. You and the others should retreat. Understood. Be careful. As the 3 Rika cave summons disappeared, the dense fog around the arena began to dissipate. The battlefield was now exposed, revealing a sunlit sky and a field of utter devastation. Orochimaru crouched beside the 3rd Raikage's lifeless body, extracting a sample of his cells before sealing it inside a vial. With the sample secured, Orochimaru vanished from the ruins just moments before the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee arrived. Father! Father! The 4th Raikage dropped to his knees, lifting his father's body from the blood-soaked ground. His face twisted with grief as Killer Bee stood silently behind him, fists clenched. Dash. Elsewhere, Orochimaru found a secluded spot to regroup. Sensing no immediate threats, he began weaving a series of seals. Boom. 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 Across the cloud and sand ninja battlefields, countless coffins rose from the ground. But this time, it wasn't a summoning, it was a retrieval. The reanimated ninjas, still engaged in battle, were suddenly pulled into the coffins one by one. Before anyone could react, the coffins sealed themselves and sank back into the earth, taking the undead soldiers with them. 1 coffin per ninja, Orochimaru mused, watching the process. Perfectly calculated. With the reanimated forces withdrawn, the battles against the cloud and sand ninja armies had effectively ended. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70+ advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 292, Chapter 292. The 4th Hokage had been defeated, and the 3rd Raikage had fallen in battle. On the Cloud Ninja battlefield, hundreds of coffins rose simultaneously, a sight as chilling as it was awe-inspiring. But Orochimaru's focus remained sharp. 300 to 400 still missing. Orochimaru mused, his lips curling into a faint smirk. As expected of a major ninja village. Their response time is far better than that of smaller ones. But it's irrelevant. For the reanimated ninjas under his command, as long as the cage-level figures weren't sealed, the losses of the others didn't matter in the slightest. As for the 2nd Tsuchikage's earlier attempt to ambush him, Orochimaru didn't give it a second thought. He understood. Strong figures at the cage level were bound to resist being controlled, their pride refusing to let them remain pawns. Such behavior was only natural. With the reanimated forces recalled, Orochimaru left the 1st and 2nd Hokage to handle their part of the battlefield. He himself set off swiftly toward the Land of Fire. Dash. Orochimaru's impact on both battlefronts had been undeniable. While his methods might have been viewed as unethical, they were ruthlessly effective. Victory was all that mattered, how one achieved it was secondary. However, the complexities of facing opponents like the 3rd Raikage couldn't be understated. If Orochimaru hadn't used previously unseen techniques such as the full-body Susanoo or Sage Arts, defeating the 3rd Raikage quickly would have been nearly impossible. Even with his existing arsenal, a prolonged battle would have been inevitable. This was the importance of keeping certain abilities hidden from the enemy. The 3rd Raikage's chakra and fighting style were comparable to his son, the 4th Raikage. While the 4th emphasized speed, the 3rd excelled in both attack and defense. Orochimaru's ability to neutralize the 3rd Raikage so efficiently stemmed from leveraging techniques that his opponent had no prior knowledge of. But that was in the past. The 3rd Raikage was now dead, and the Land of Lightning's withdrawal was only a matter of time. Dash. By nightfall, Orochimaru returned as promised. Kushina, who had been waiting for him, was momentarily stunned as he appeared before her, covered in dust. His state was unmistakable, he had been fighting. But who could have pushed Orochimaru to such extremes? Well, you kept your promise, Orochimaru said casually. Get me a bucket of bath water. Why yes. Right away. Kushina stammered, snapping out of her daze. She moved quickly to obey, though a small part of her couldn't help but feel as though she'd been reduced to his personal servant. Dash. At the same time, in another location not far from an orphanage, 3 figures stood before a simple, freshly built tombstone. The moonlight revealed the identities of the 3, Tsunade, the 1st Hokage, and the 2nd Hokage. War always brings death, the 2nd Hokage said, his arms crossed and his expression cold. As a ninja, you should know this better than anyone. His tone was emotionless, a stark reflection of the pragmatism that had defined his leadership as Hokage. He had long since come to terms with the inevitability of life and death, even when it came to close relatives. Grief was momentary. Tears? They held no meaning to him. I understand, 2nd Grandpa, Tsunade replied, her voice trembling slightly as she clutched the Hokage necklace in her hands. The pain of losing her younger brother, Naruto, was still fresh. In wartime, bodies of fallen ninjas were rarely returned to the village. The heat of the battlefield made preservation impossible, and traveling back to Konaha during an ongoing war was out of the question. Unable to bring Naruto home, Tsunade had chosen a peaceful spot near the orphanage to bury him. Tsunade, the 1st Hokage said gently. Grieve, but also learn to accept. Change is inevitable. I will, she replied, her voice soft but resolute. Then, after a pause, she turned to her 2 grandfathers. Grandpa, 2nd Grandpa, what's going on with you? How are you even here? It was only now, in the quiet after her grief, that she realized the impossibility of their presence. The first Hokage's expression softened further as he began to explain. "It's Orochimaru," he said simply. "Orochimaru?" "Yes. He used a forbidden technique reanimation jutsu to bring us back from the dead." Tsunade's eyes widened as the first Hokage briefly recounted the events. "Reanimation jutsu?" she muttered. "That's right," the first Hokage nodded. Then, after a pause, he added with a smile, "By the way, are you really married to him?" "Why yes. Is there a problem with that?" Tsunade replied, flustered. "No problem," the first Hokage assured her. "But I can sense how strong he's become. With such power, it's easy to lose oneself. You should understand this." "I know," Tsunade said firmly. "But I believe in him." "Is that so?" The first Hokage chuckled softly. "You've grown up. You're capable of making your own judgments now." Turning to his brother, the first Hokage said, "Let's go, Tobirama. I was going to ask about the current state of the war, but we're dead. We don't belong to this era, and it's not our place to interfere." "Understood," the second Hokage replied with a nod. Later that night, the two Hokage returned to Orochimaru's location. "How's the battle progressing?" the second Hokage asked. "The Iwanin are quiet for now," Orochimaru reported. "And the Kumonin will retreat soon." "Then it seems our role is done," the second Hokage said thoughtfully. "Indeed," the first Hokage added with a smile. "Sarutobi and the others can handle the rest. We should leave the younger generation some room to grow." "Release the technique, Orochimaru," the second Hokage ordered, his tone firm. "But let me warn you, this jutsu is unnatural. It defies ethics, and the cost of using it is too great. Don't use it again." "Don't worry," Orochimaru replied with a casual smile. "This was a special case." "Good. Don't you want to meet the third Hokage before you go?" "No," the first Hokage replied. "We don't belong to this era. It makes no difference whether we see him or not." "Understood. Have a safe journey." Bang. Orochimaru clasped his hands together, and two coffins rose from the ground. The first and second Hokage stepped inside, the lids closing over them before the coffins sank back into the earth. Orochimaru let out a soft sigh of relief. Has the crisis in the village really been resolved?" Kushina's voice broke the silence as she stepped out of the house, her expression one of disbelief. She had overheard the conversation between Orochimaru and the two Hokage. "How many days has it been?" she murmured. "Is it really over?" Orochimaru gave a small nod. "For the most part. But we'll need to keep watch for a while longer. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 293, Chapter 293. Under Orochimaru's mysterious and overwhelming power, Kushina couldn't even entertain the thought of resisting. She could only obediently handle his daily needs, food, clothing, and shelter as though it was the most natural thing in the world. Orochimaru's personal spatial techniques and system storage abilities rendered typical tools like scrolls obsolete. Unlike during his time in Konaha, where he kept these abilities hidden, he now used them openly. As a result, the cabin was fully equipped with all necessities, a testament to his meticulous preparation. Lying comfortably on a makeshift bed, Orochimaru rested with his eyes closed. He wasn't the least bit worried about Kushina attacking him. For one, she had no reason to. And even if she did, she was unarmed, and her fists alone couldn't possibly harm him. So, he allowed himself this moment of relaxation. "Why do you still help Konaha when you've defected?" Kushina's voice broke the silence. She stood nearby, gazing at him with confusion in her eyes. This question had plagued her for days. She had thought about it countless times but couldn't come up with an answer. Faced with Orochimaru, she lacked the courage to ask directly. But now, the words slipped out almost involuntarily. Her question lingered in the air, unanswered. Orochimaru remained silent, making no effort to address it. The crisis of this war was indeed resolved. The Sand Ninja had witnessed the might of Konoha's forces firsthand, the resurrection of the first and second Hokage, combined with the devastating power of Orochimaru's reanimated army. For the Sand Village, this was a clear sign to retreat. The Cloud Ninja, meanwhile, were caught completely off guard. Their morale had already been shaken when Orochimaru's forces appeared, but the death of the Third Hokage dealt a final, crushing blow. Without their leader, the Cloud forces lost all direction, their morale plummeting to the point where fighting became impossible. What truly unsettled them was that they didn't even know how the Third Hokage had died. The reanimated forces had attacked with overwhelming ferocity, eliminating many of the Hokage's guards in the initial assault. The chaos and illusions orchestrated by Orochimaru meant that no one had witnessed the actual battle between him and the Hokage. Even upon examining the battlefield and the Hokage's injuries, there wasn't enough conclusive evidence to definitively link Orochimaru to his death. 3 days after the Third Hokage's defeat, the Sand Ninja and Cloud Ninja began a full retreat. 4 major ninja villages had initially joined forces to besiege Konaha. Yet, in just a few days, 2 of them had been driven back. Orochimaru's contribution was undeniable. What? Reanimation jutsu? The first Hokage and the second Hokage. In Kirigakure, Hiruzen was stunned upon hearing the report. As the second Hokage's disciple, he was intimately familiar with the technique and its forbidden nature. And as Orochimaru's teacher, he knew that his former student had studied the Scroll of Seals. But even so, he never expected Orochimaru to perfect the reanimation jutsu and unleash it on the battlefield. Yes, Lord Hokage. Before the reporting ninja could continue, another intelligence officer entered the room urgently. Report to Hokage-sama. Speak. The Sand Ninja and Cloud Ninja have withdrawn. They've retreated already? That fast? Hiruzen's eyes widened briefly in surprise, but then he let out a long breath of relief. Good. Understood. Dismissed. Yes, sir. The two subordinates left, leaving the third Hokage alone to process the news. 3 days. Orochimaru had only been on the battlefield for 3 days. Yet in that time, he had single-handedly shifted the tide of the war, forcing 2 major villages to retreat. This guy. Hiruzen murmured, his expression conflicted. Gathering intelligence on the recent battles, he quickly pieced together the details. The reanimated forces, combined with the strength of the first and second Hokage, meant Orochimaru had essentially fielded 4 cage-level fighters. And on top of that, he had slain the third Raikage in single combat. The realization left the third Hokage with mixed feelings. No one but Konaha's upper leadership knew that Orochimaru was the one behind the reanimation jutsu. And while the results were undeniable, the moral implications weighed heavily. Orochimaru, just how far have you gone? Hiruzen muttered under his breath. Still, there was no denying that the reanimation jutsu had saved Konaha in this moment of crisis. Though Hiruzen couldn't condone its use, he had no grounds to criticize it openly, not when it had prevented Konaha's destruction. Meanwhile, word of the battles had reached the remaining 2 villages, Iwa and Kirigakure. In Kirigakure, the reaction was subdued. The reanimation jutsu was unfamiliar to them, and they lacked the historical context to grasp its full implications. For Iwa, however, the news was devastating. When Oniki, the third Tsuchikage, learned that the reanimated forces included the second Tsuchikage, his own teacher, he was both enraged and horrified. To see his mentor's body used as a tool of war was an unforgivable offense. Across the ninja world, the reanimation jutsu struck fear into every major village. The ability to control the dead was an abomination in the eyes of most, and villages began taking precautions to protect the remains of their strongest fighters. At the same time, sealing teams were prepared to counter potential raids by Orochimaru's reanimated forces. Public condemnation of Konoha was swift and vocal, with many calling it a violation of ethics. But Konoha's response was equally sharp. Is it ethical for 4 villages to gang up on one? This was an act of self-defense. They further argued that they had ceased using the reanimation jutsu after stabilizing the situation, showing restraint in its application. While their defense wasn't universally accepted, it silenced much of the criticism. In the forests of the Land of Fire, 2 figures in black cloaks moved slowly through the trees. Orochimaru walked ahead, his pace leisurely. Behind him, Kushina followed, her expression a mixture of confusion and resignation. Where are we going, Orochimaru-sama? Are we heading back to Konoha? She asked hesitantly. Does this look like the way back to Konoha? Orochimaru replied, his voice tinged with amusement. And don't forget, you're my hostage now. Why would I send you back before the war is over? Hostage. Kushina muttered, the word tasting bitter in her mouth. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 294, Chapter 294, Bonus. Kushina knew she had been taken by Orochimaru as part of some unknown scheme. But hearing him state it so bluntly that she was his hostage still left her unsettled. Even more confusing to her was Orochimaru's relationship with Konoha. If he had truly defected, why was he still helping them in the war? Kushina wanted to ask, but before she could open her mouth, Orochimaru abruptly stopped walking. Wait here, he ordered. Without further explanation, Orochimaru flipped his wrist, pulling out a pen and quickly writing something on his palm. Once done, he summoned a fly, which landed on his hand. The insect scanned the message before flying off into the distance. Kushina followed its trajectory and noticed that it seemed to be heading toward a mountaintop where a Konoha sentry was stationed. That's Konoha's camp, she murmured. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. He said nothing further and simply stood there, waiting. About an hour later, a familiar figure appeared in the distance, running toward them. It was Tsunade. Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Tsunade rushed to Orochimaru and threw herself into his arms, her voice breaking with emotion. Orochimaru, Noeki. Noeki, he. I know, Orochimaru said softly, his lips curling into a faint smile. I came to tell you that I have a way to bring him back. What? You don't need to worry, he continued. Just focus on fighting for now. Bring him back? Are you talking about reanimation jutsu? Tsunade asked, pulling away to look him in the eye. I've seen Grandpa and Second Grandpa. I know you can use the technique, but if it's reanimation jutsu, that's not truly bringing him back. It's not reanimation jutsu, Orochimaru interrupted, his tone calm but firm. I'm talking about true resurrection. Tsunade froze, her eyes wide in disbelief. True resurrection, she repeated, her voice shaky. Are you serious? Orochimaru tilted her chin upward with one finger, his red gold eyes meeting hers. When have I ever lied to you? Constantly. Tsunade blurted out without hesitation. Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't deny it. During his time in Konoha, he had often hidden the truth about his experiments and abilities, even from her. Fine, he conceded. But this time, I'm not lying. Are you sure? Absolutely, Orochimaru said with confidence. But, something like that. Sounds impossible, doesn't it? Orochimaru said, smirking. Tsunade, there are very few things in this world that I can't do. Resurrection? It may be hard for others, but for me, it's only a matter of conditions and effort. His tone was casual, yet his conviction was clear. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Orochimaru's expertise in forbidden techniques was unparalleled. If he said it was possible, then maybe, just maybe. Her sorrow began to lift slightly, replaced by cautious optimism. Seizing the moment, Orochimaru began exchanging information with Tsunade about the war. The Sand Ninja had only recently retreated, and the Konaha forces on the front lines were still dealing with the aftermath. Tsunade and Nan were staying to tend to the wounded and monitor the Sand Ninja's movements to ensure they didn't regroup for another attack. Meanwhile, 2/3 of the forces stationed on the Sand and Cloud Ninja fronts had been redirected to bolster the defenses against the IWA and Mist Ninja. Orochimaru, will you be helping in the rest of the war? Tsunade asked. No, Orochimaru replied calmly. The remaining 2 villages aren't a threat. Konaha can handle them on its own. Then, where are you going? I'm heading to the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind? Yes. It shouldn't take long. If I return, I'll find a way to contact you, Orochimaru said. Be careful, Tsunade said softly, wrapping her arms around him in a brief hug before turning back toward the Konaha camp. Although she wanted to go with him, she knew it wasn't possible. Konaha still needed her. As they continued their journey, Kushina couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. Orochimaru-sama, why are we going to the Land of Wind? She had no choice but to follow his orders, but his decision puzzled her. While the Sand Ninja had retreated, relations between Konaha and the Land of Wind were still tense. If they were discovered, it would undoubtedly cause trouble. But Orochimaru's next words left her stunned. Kushina, have you ever heard of Rin? Rin. Correct, Orochimaru replied. There's something interesting in that city. I intend to stop by and take a look. Rin was an independent city within the Land of Wind, known for being home to the mysterious Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein wasn't just a source of immense energy, it also had the ability to manipulate time and space. While Orochimaru no longer relied on external power to bolster his strength, his curiosity about the Dragon Vein's temporal and spatial properties had persisted. When he first arrived in this world, he had briefly researched Rin but had been too preoccupied with other matters to visit. Now, with most of his plans in motion and nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided it was time to investigate the Dragon Vein. Besides, the detour fit his current pace. However, upon arriving in Rin, Orochimaru encountered a sight he hadn't expected. In the bustling streets of the city, a teenage boy sat on a ledge, his blonde hair and bright blue eyes standing out. He wore an orange tracksuit with black accents, paired with a grey mesh undershirt and a black forehead protector. The boy rested his chin on one hand, looking both bored and frustrated. But as Orochimaru, who had just removed his cloak, stepped into the street, the boy's demeanor changed instantly. He shot to his feet with a loud yell. Aah! It's real! This is crazy! The boy grabbed his hair, his movements animated and chaotic, reminiscent of Jiraiya's when he was younger. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, studying the boy closely. You, know me? He asked, his voice low and curious. Of course I do, the boy shouted, pointing at him. I'd recognize that creepy face anywhere. You're that guy who's always hanging around Granny Tsunade. Before Orochimaru could respond, the boy's expression shifted, his excitement giving way to confusion. Wait. Naruto, what are you doing? Dad? Mom? Are they really here? Bonus for 300 PS. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 295, Chapter 295. Orochimaru, leaving the chaos in Konoha behind, traveled far with Kushina. Crossing the border of the Land of Wind, they ventured deep into the barren desert until they reached the legendary ancient kingdom of Rin. When he saw Naruto, Orochimaru was only mildly surprised. He had long known about the Dragon Vein in Rin, a power capable of traversing time and space. The presence of these strangers from another time didn't shock him. But when a young girl, one he had no recollection of, stood beside Kushina and called him father, Orochimaru's composure cracked for the first time in years. What was this? A daughter? His daughter? And not just a daughter, but one he apparently had with Kushina? The idea was absurd. Orochimaru couldn't make sense of it. After all, he and Kushina had no relationship whatsoever. None. Orochimaru's thoughts were racing, but before he could speak, Kushina broke the silence. You little girl, what are you even talking about? Where are your parents? Kushina's tone was sharp, almost accusatory. She was still young herself. How could she possibly have such a big daughter? And this girl, she looked like she was 16 or 17 years old, just a few years younger than Kushina herself. How was that even possible? The girl glanced at Kushina, her expression calm but serious. Mom, even though you and Dad aren't a couple yet, can't you tell just by looking at me? She asked, her voice carrying a hint of exasperation. I didn't think my mom would be so slow when she was young. Slow? What are you? Kushina started to say, but trailed off as the girl's words began to sink in. Her gaze swept over the girl, and something about her appearance struck a chord. The clothes were normal, just a t-shirt, shorts, and knee-high socks. But her long, striking red hair and delicate facial features? They were unmistakable. She looked so much like Kushina herself, at least 70 to 80% similar. Kushina's mind raced. Could this girl really be her daughter? Wait a second, the girl had also said Dad. Her eyes instinctively darted to Orochimaru, her expression filled with disbelief. See something familiar? The girl asked, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips. She spread her hands dramatically. I have to say, Dad's as composed as ever. No matter what timeline, he's always confident. Orochimaru remained quiet, his expression unreadable. Naruto, standing nearby with his arms crossed, scratched his cheek awkwardly. Lord Orochimaru? You seem like you already knew about this, or maybe not, he muttered, clearly confused. Orochimaru's golden eyes flicked toward Naruto. Your name is Naruto, isn't it? He asked, a faint smile forming. Hey? Yeah. Naruto stammered, caught off guard. Why? What's your full name? Orochimaru asked casually, though his eyes gleamed with sharp curiosity. Full name? It's Namikaze Naruto, Naruto replied hesitantly. Hearing this, Orochimaru's analytical mind went into overdrive. It was almost effortless for him to piece together the puzzle based on the scattered bits of information he'd overheard. First, he apparently had a daughter. And not just a daughter, but one with Kushina Uzumaki. Second, Naruto's full name was Namikaze Naruto, confirming that he was Minato Namikaze's son. But Naruto hadn't called Kushina mom, meaning Kushina and Minato were not together in this version of events. Lastly, Minato must still be alive in the future. Otherwise, Naruto's existence and behavior didn't make sense. The more Orochimaru thought about it, the clearer it became. The infamous Night of the Nine Tails likely never happened in this timeline. If Kushina had not been with Minato, and Minato had never become Hokage, there would have been no chain of events leading to his death or the Nine Tails rampage. Namikaze Naruto, Orochimaru repeated with a knowing smile. Then, he turned to the girl. And what about you? If you truly are my and Kushina's daughter, your last name would be Uzumaki, wouldn't it? Yes. My name is Uzumaki Rage, the girl declared proudly. My mom gave me that name. Kushina stared at the girl, completely stunned. Uzumaki, she murmured. Why would her last name be Uzumaki? And what's going on here, Lord Orochimaru? She was utterly overwhelmed. The idea of having a daughter was shocking enough, but to have a daughter who was apparently this old? And to top it all off, the father was Orochimaru? How could this be real? And why was Orochimaru so calm about all of this? He seemed to be accepting the situation far too easily. Kushina's mind raced, and for a brief moment, she even wondered if she was caught in some elaborate genjutsu. But no, her chakra flow was normal. This wasn't an illusion. As if sensing her confusion, Rage smiled faintly and began to explain. Let me simplify things for you, Mom, she said. As Rage talked, Kushina slowly started to understand. These people were from the future. They had traveled back in time through the dragon vein. Time travel? It sounded like something out of a fantasy. And now she apparently had a daughter with Orochimaru? The whole situation felt surreal, and yet, the evidence was right in front of her. The more Rage explained, the redder Kushina's face became. Her gaze shifted toward Orochimaru, and for the first time, she couldn't meet his eyes. Orochimaru didn't seem fazed by any of it. Instead, he focused on the information Rage and Naruto were providing. So, you used the dragon vein to come here, he said, his voice calm and analytical. And you're saying there are others besides you who came back as well? Naruto nodded eagerly. Yep, that's right. Can the dragon vein be freely controlled to determine the exact time of travel? Orochimaru asked, raising an eyebrow. Naruto scratched his head. I'm not sure about that part. Orochimaru's expression remained neutral, but inwardly he was intrigued. In his memory, the dragon vein was only usable once, and its temporal reach was limited to about 20 years. But now it seemed different. According to what these two were saying, they had traveled back exactly 18 years. Rage crossed her arms and said, Dad, you'll have to study that yourself. Before we came here, Aunt Mikoto warned us not to reveal too much about the future. If we say too much, it could mess things up, even causing the timeline to collapse. And if that happens, I might disappear altogether. Aunt Mikoto. Orochimaru repeated, smiling faintly. How many people came back with you? And are there any familiar faces among them? I know. Naruto began excitedly, but before he could finish, a cold voice interrupted him. Naruto, stop talking. It's not your place to introduce me. Whoosh. 3 figures landed from above, their movements swift and precise. Idiot Sasuke. What's your problem? For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 296, Chapter 296. Orochimaru looked at the 3 figures who had just landed, his expression filled with intrigue. Sasuke Uchiha stood before him, different from the one he remembered. Although still handsome and proud, there was a noticeable difference, he didn't seem as cold or detached. This Sasuke appeared to be around 16 or 17, not much older than Rage. However, what caught Orochimaru's attention most was Sasuke's attire. He wore the black uniform of the Uchiha clan from Konaha, with the iconic red and white fan symbol emblazoned on his back. In other words, he was still Fugaku's son and hadn't defected from the village after all these years? If he had, he certainly wouldn't be wearing the Konaha Uchiha clan's uniform. Well, it wasn't entirely surprising. In the original timeline, Orochimaru had been the one who orchestrated Sasuke's defection. But now, he had no interest in Sasuke, neither in his body nor his eye power. Without a reason to recruit him, there was no need for Sasuke to leave Konaha. What do I mean? Don't you understand? I just don't want you, an idiot, introducing my name. Sasuke said nonchalantly, his tone tinged with disdain. What? If you've got the guts, say that again. Naruto shot back, fuming. Fine. You're an idiot. You little. That's it. I want a duel with you. Right now. Naruto yelled, his anger boiling over. The two glared at each other, sparks practically flying between their eyes. All right. Naruto, Sasuke, stop arguing. Sakura, the pink-haired girl with the wide forehead, stepped between them, trying to defuse the situation. She let out a frustrated sigh. Why, even after all these years, did these two still bicker like children at every turn? Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and a masked Jonin leading them, Kakashi Hatake. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Ah, so this is the future Team 7, is it? Well. Interesting. Wait, you know about our Team 7? But, how? At this point in time, weren't we not even born yet? Naruto asked, utterly baffled. Kakashi's eyes, usually calm, now held a hint of surprise as he looked at Orochimaru. How could he know? Even if he overheard their names, there was no way Orochimaru would know the composition of their team, let alone its leader. Orochimaru, however, didn't bother explaining. Although I'm surprised to see you all here and curious about your purpose, I have my own matters to attend to, he said smoothly before turning to his companion. Kushina, let's go. Hey? Leave? Just like that? Ignore them. Kushina was taken aback, her eyes briefly glancing toward her daughter. Her expression betrayed her hesitation. They're from the future. If they learn too much about what's to come, it'll spoil all the fun, Orochimaru said with a cryptic smile, glancing at her meaningfully. Don't you think? Without waiting for a reply, Orochimaru began walking toward Rin. Despite the brief encounter, he had already gleaned plenty of information. To Kakashi and the others, these interactions might seem insignificant, but to Orochimaru, the discrepancies were glaring. The things he'd just learned were vastly different from his memories. Kushina hesitated, but in the end, she followed Orochimaru. Though she yearned to speak with her daughter and learn more about the future, Orochimaru's reasoning seemed sound. Knowing too much about the future could lead to unnecessary complications. Perhaps it really was better to leave things as they were. But just as they were about to leave, a cold voice interrupted them. Orochimaru, wait. Orochimaru paused, though he didn't turn around. Sasuke. Kakashi frowned. What are you doing? What's going on now? Naruto and Sakura exchanged confused looks. Sasuke's serious tone, coupled with his boldness in directly addressing Orochimaru, left them stunned. Even Kakashi, usually composed, looked bewildered. The only one who seemed entertained was Rage, who claimed to be Orochimaru's daughter. She stood to the side, a faint smirk playing on her lips, as though enjoying the show. Orochimaru stopped but remained facing away. What is it? My name is Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke began, his voice calm yet firm. I wasn't planning to come here, but the moment I heard I might see you, I couldn't resist. And what of it? Orochimaru replied, unimpressed. Then I'll make it clear I challenge you. Don't be reckless, Sasuke. Kakashi quickly intervened, reaching out to stop him. Despite everything, his wariness of Orochimaru hadn't lessened, no matter the timeline. Don't stop me, Sasuke said coldly, brushing Kakashi's hand aside. This is the reason I came here. To fight him. You're no match for him. Not his match. Sasuke smirked confidently, unsheathing the ninja sword on his back. We'll see about that. Come, Orochimaru. Let's settle this, he said, pointing the blade directly at his opponent. A fight. Orochimaru chuckled, finally turning to face Sasuke. His golden eyes scanned him, taking in every detail. Interesting. But tell me, what makes you think you're qualified? Stop underestimating me. Sasuke roared, darting forward in a blur. His speed was so great that Naruto and Sakura could barely keep up. However, Orochimaru didn't move an inch. Clang. The ninja sword stopped mid-air, held firmly by Orochimaru's hand. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. You came to challenge me without understanding anything about me. Orochimaru said calmly. Before Sasuke could react, Orochimaru flicked his wrist, sending the sword flying. It embedded itself with a sharp thunk into the wall nearby. Sasuke, quick to recover, activated his Sharingan. The dark pupils shifted, turning scarlet with 3 tomo spinning inside. Without hesitation, he raised his leg, aiming a kick at Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru caught Sasuke's ankle effortlessly, his expression unchanging. From his sleeves, countless snakes slithered out, wrapping around Sasuke's leg and crawling upward. Damn it! Sasuke gritted his teeth, forming hand seals. Try this blaze release, Akatsuki. The tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, transforming into a six-pointed star. Black flames erupted from his chakra, scorching the snakes. Orochimaru let go just in time, stepping back as the snakes burned to ash. Sasuke used the momentum to leap away, creating distance between them. Ah, the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru mused, his eyes narrowing slightly. No wonder you are so confident. But do you really think that alone is enough? Shut up. Sasuke snapped, his patience wearing thin. Purple chakra surged around him, condensing into the shape of a massive, armored warrior. The Susanoo stood tall, bow in hand, its arrow aimed squarely at Orochimaru. So, you've heard I possess the Sharingan as well, Orochimaru said, his tone still calm. And now, you want to take my eyes for yourself. Before Sasuke could respond, his body was suddenly sent flying. Boom. He crashed into the wall with a loud impact, leaving a deep crater. Everyone froze, stunned. What just happened? Naruto muttered, breaking the silence. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 30 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 297, Chapter 297. The citizens of Rin, who had noticed the commotion from a distance, had retreated to safer ground, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. When they saw Sasuke crash into a wall after being sent flying, they silently thanked their decision to hide earlier. In the battlefield, Sasuke's Susanoo had vanished. He struggled to pull himself out from the debris, his breathing heavy and labored. Orochimaru stood calmly in front of him, a playful smile tugging at his lips. You're aware that I possess the Sharingan, yet you didn't account for the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God? Sasuke stammered, his eyes widening in disbelief. When did you? Subconsciously, Sasuke glanced down at his ankle, the spot Orochimaru had grabbed earlier. Sure enough, there was a snake-shaped Flying Thunder God seal engraved on his shoe. Using a Mangekyo Sharingan against me. Orochimaru's voice carried a trace of mockery. I've had these eyes long before your father ever did. Susanoo's defense may be formidable, but the space where the user stands is vulnerable. With the Flying Thunder God technique, slipping inside and targeting the main body is child's play. Damn it! Sasuke muttered, clenching his fists in frustration. Enough, Sasuke. Kakashi intervened, stepping between Sasuke and Orochimaru as the young Uchiha tried to rise again. No matter what time period, Lord Orochimaru's strength is far beyond anything you can handle. If you keep this up, you'll stand no chance. Kakashi's tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. Sasuke, don't do this. Sakura added, gripping his shoulders. But Sasuke began, still unwilling to admit defeat. Hat, I told you from the start you wouldn't last 20 seconds, Rage chimed in playfully, skipping over to Kushina. You didn't believe me before. Do you believe me now? Her tone was teasing, and she clung naturally to Kushina's arm, smiling brightly. The gesture was so casual and affectionate that Kushina didn't know how to react. Kushina froze, unsure how to handle the sudden intimacy. She didn't even care about the outcome of Sasuke's battle anymore. Despite her initial discomfort, the girl's actions felt oddly comforting, as though they had always shared this closeness. It was a strange and conflicting feeling. Orochimaru, watching the scene unfold, quickly pieced things together. So Sasuke's reckless challenge was fueled by the provocations of this so-called daughter? Typical of the Uchiha, competitive to a fault unless brought to heel by something extraordinary. Shaking his head, Orochimaru dismissed the matter. Let's go, Kushina, he said, turning away. All right, Kushina replied hesitantly. She glanced at Rage, torn between her curiosity and her reluctance to disobey Orochimaru's command. Wait, Dad! Rage called out. I'm coming with you. She eagerly ran after him. Hey, Rage, slow down. Wait for us. Naruto called after her. Kushina, who had been lagging behind, finally mustered the courage to ask, so, you're really my daughter? Of course, Mom. Rage replied cheerfully, her smile wide and genuine. This is such a strange feeling, Kushina murmured. Yet despite her confusion, Rage's happy demeanor was infectious, and for the first time, Kushina found herself smiling sincerely. As they walked, Orochimaru's thoughts wandered. He recalled the fundamentals of yin-yang release, the technique that creates life and form. Yin release draws upon spiritual energy to create form from nothing, while yang release uses physical energy to give life to that form. In essence, yin creates the shape, and yang breathes life into it. Sasuke, as the reincarnation of Indra, was once destined to become the savior of the ninja world. By the age of 16 or 17, he should have wielded one of the strongest forms of yin release, surpassed only by the Sage of Six Paths himself. His visual prowess should have evolved to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and, eventually, the Rinnegan with 6 tomo. But something was amiss. Despite nearing the age of 17, Sasuke had yet to unlock the power he was meant to possess. Instead, he only had a pair of 6-pointed star Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru didn't know what had occurred in the intervening years to cause this divergence, but he didn't care to speculate. He had no desire to meddle in future events. As a reincarnator, Orochimaru already knew more about the future than most. Yet the stronger he grew, the less these memories served him. Instead, they became a hindrance, clouding his judgment of the present. Take, for instance, the moment when 3 great ninja villages had demanded Konaha hand him over. Based on his knowledge of the future, he should have anticipated such a scenario. And yet, when it happened, he was genuinely caught off guard because it didn't align with his memories. The frustration of being wrong, of relying on faulty information, was a feeling he despised. Knowing too much about the future robbed life of its spontaneity and led only to a tedious cycle of overthinking. Constantly debating whether to preserve or alter the timeline was a miserable way to live. That's why Orochimaru didn't ask further questions about the future. He didn't care how it unfolded or what fate awaited others. As they approached Ren's largest and most ornate building, a guard clad in armor stepped forward, blocking their path. Halt! State your business, the guard barked. Who leads this city? Orochimaru asked calmly. Take me to them. Who are you? Do you think you can meet the queen just like that? The guard demanded, his tone growing hostile. Queen. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. All the more reason to meet her. Lead the way. Unless. He paused, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Unless you want me to destroy this place. What? You dare threaten? Bang. Before the guard could finish, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Inside the palace, Queen Sarah sat on her throne. Her crimson hair and dark brown eyes gave her an air of elegance and authority. According to the original timeline, Naruto's team would arrive in Rin in Konaha year 63 to assist the Sand Village in pursuing a rogue ninja. They would then travel 20 years into the past Konaha year 43 where Naruto would meet his father, Minato. Together, they would defeat the rogue ninja, Mukid. But Orochimaru knew that such events were impossible in this timeline. By Konaha year 43, the Third Great Ninja War had yet to end, and relations between the 5 great nations were strained. There was no alliance between Konaha and the Land of Wind, and Minato had no reason to be in Rin. Whether this supposed rogue ninja even existed was irrelevant. Orochimaru's goal was simple, the dragon vein. Stop! Who dares disturb the peace of this palace? Sarah's voice rang out as she stepped into the hall, her gaze falling on the fallen guards. Ah, so you're the queen, Orochimaru said smoothly, his lips curving into a faint smile as he approached. Not bad. Shall we talk, in private? For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 30 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 298, Chapter 298. Orochimaru's approach to meeting the Queen of Rin was as direct as it was crude. In any normal circumstance, a little humility would have sufficed for gaining an audience with the Queen. Yet, Orochimaru discarded even the most basic courtesies. He chose a more straightforward and forceful approach not out of necessity, but because he simply didn't want to waste time. In Orochimaru's view, when one lacks power, it's acceptable to act submissive, even cowardly, if it serves a purpose. After all, survival often requires adaptability. But when one possesses strength, there is no need to lower oneself. Instead, one should exude authority, project an aura that declares, "You're not even qualified to speak to me." This kind of domineering attitude was not inherently Orochimaru's style, but here in Rin, he felt it was the quickest route to his goal. Queen Sarah descended the steps of her palace, her luxurious robes flowing behind her. Several guards followed closely, surrounding Orochimaru as they moved into formation. Unfazed, Orochimaru strode forward with complete disregard for the tension in the air. His golden eyes locked onto Sarah, and with a confident smile, he made his demands. Talk. Sarah repeated, her tone laced with distaste. You're guests from afar, and as queen, it's my duty to welcome you. But the manner in which you barged into my palace leaves much to be desired. My apologies for the unpleasant approach, Orochimaru said indifferently, his voice calm but utterly unapologetic. I dislike wasting time with unnecessary pleasantries. The queen is, of course, free to refuse my request, he continued, his tone shifting to one of veiled menace. But you must also be prepared to face the consequences. Impudent fool. Who do you think you are? Barked the guard captain at Sarah's side. He clenched his fists, his face red with fury. Seize him. Sarah remained silent, but her guards stepped forward, ready to attack. Wait. Before things could escalate, Kakashi, who had entered the hall behind Orochimaru, quickly intervened. Though Orochimaru didn't move a muscle, his silence seemed to grant tacit approval. Kakashi stepped forward, bowing slightly toward the queen as he began to speak in a measured tone. As Kakashi explained, Sarah's expression shifted. Her initial look of disgust melted into one of surprise, then shock, and finally, fear. How is that possible? Sarah murmured, her voice trembling slightly. Lulin, though located in the Land of Wind, was an independent city and not under the jurisdiction of Tsunade. Isolated from much of the outside world, it had little knowledge of Orochimaru's reputation. But Kakashi's words carried weight. Unlike Orochimaru, Kakashi had likely interacted with Sarah before, making him a figure she could trust. Mr. Kakashi, are you saying, he could destroy this entire city? Sarah asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Behind his mask, Kakashi sighed deeply, a trace of helplessness in his voice. Not just this city, your majesty. Even the entirety of Tsunade itself would be powerless to stop him. Sarah's breath hitched, her disbelief evident. How could someone hold such power? Kakashi's gaze didn't waver. Please trust me, Queen Sarah. Lord Orochimaru's strength is far beyond what ordinary shinobi can comprehend. Sarah looked at Kakashi, searching his face for any sign of exaggeration or deceit. But there was none. She knew Kakashi to be a man of integrity, and that made his words all the more terrifying. Though still skeptical, she couldn't gamble with the safety of her people. With great reluctance, she gave in. Very well, she said softly. Please follow me. Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile as he followed her lead. Dash. Inside the Queen's palace. While the others Kakashi, Team 7, Kushina, and Rage waited outside, Orochimaru met with Sarah in private. Seated across from the Queen, Orochimaru got straight to the point. The Dragon Vein, he said. Its power is unique, and it intrigues me. Since I happen to have some time, I thought I'd stop by and examine it. His tone was casual, almost as if he were talking about a stroll through his own garden. But Sarah's expression remained guarded. The Dragon Vein is the lifeblood of this land, she said firmly. It contains chakra unlike any other. If tampered with, it could potentially destroy not just Rin, but the entire earth. Destroy the entire earth? Orochimaru repeated with a chuckle. You're overestimating its capabilities. As long as it's chakra, its power is inherently limited. At best, it might have the capacity to level this city, but the whole earth? That's absurd. His casual dismissal of such a dire warning sent a chill down Sarah's spine. Is that so? She murmured, uncertainty flickering across her face. Indeed, Orochimaru replied. Now, how long will it take to grant me access to the Dragon Vein? Sarah hesitated before answering. How long will your studies take? That depends, Orochimaru said with a shrug. It could be 3 days, or 3 months. It all depends on the complexity of the Dragon Vein. Sarah bit her lip, clearly torn. In that case, give me time to evacuate the citizens. No need, Orochimaru interrupted with a wave of his hand. I'm only here to study the Dragon Vein, not to harm it. There's no danger to anyone. After some negotiation, Sarah finally relented and agreed to lead Orochimaru to the Dragon Vein. Dash. Back in the palace, the rest of the group was treated to Sarah's hospitality while they waited. Kushina, in particular, seized the opportunity to speak with Rage and learn more about her future daughter. Meanwhile, Orochimaru followed Sarah deep into Rin, his mind already racing with possibilities. The ability to manipulate time and space was exceedingly rare. Space-based techniques like the Flying Thunder God, Kamui, and Summoning Jutsu were already formidable. But time manipulation? That was a realm he had yet to explore. The Dragon Vein's potential to bridge both time and space made it an irresistible subject of study. Dash. Elsewhere, the Third Great Ninja War raged on. While Orochimaru delved deeper into Lulin, the infamous Battle of Konoha Bridge unfolded on the Uegakure front lines. In this decisive conflict, Minato lived up to his moniker of the Yellow Flash. With unmatched speed and precision, he single-handedly eliminated 50 IWA Jonin and forced thousands of enemy ninjas into retreat, securing a crucial victory for Konoha. But the war came at a steep cost. Before the war, Konoha had a force of nearly 40,000 shinobi. By its end, fewer than 20,000 remained. Despite their best efforts, they were struggling to hold their own against Kirigakure's relentless offensives. Dash. Back in Konoha. Hiruzen exhaled deeply, releasing a long trail of smoke from his pipe. His gaze was heavy with exhaustion as he addressed an elder advisor. So, have you truly decided to let Tsunade succeed as the Fourth Hokage? The advisor asked. Hiruzen sighed. It seems I have no other choice. Inform her immediately so she can prepare herself. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 50 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 299, Chapter 299. In the Hokage conference room of Konoha, the third Hokage, Hiruzen, convened a meeting with Koharu and Homura to discuss the succession of the fourth Hokage. Danzo was notably absent. Everyone knew Danzo's ambitions, and his views often clashed with Hiruzen's. Naturally, Hiruzen would not involve him in discussions about the next Hokage. Following the retreat of enemy forces at the Suna and Kyumo defense lines, Hiruzen returned to Konoha from the front lines of the Konoha Bridge battle. Once back in the village, he began contemplating the various problems Konoha faced. During the first Hokage's reign, the ninja world feared Konoha's strength and dared not act recklessly. After Hashirama's death, the second Hokage, Tobirama, succeeded him, but conflict soon followed. Even so, during that war, Konoha's only significant clash was with the Kyumonin, and they even formed an alliance afterward. But everything changed after Tobirama's death and Hiruzen's ascension. The Uzumaki clan's destruction, the Second Shinobi World War, the Third Shinobi World War, and even Orochimaru's eventual defection, these events all stemmed from what could only be described as poor decisions under his leadership. Hiruzen couldn't deny it. Compared to his predecessors, his reign had seen far too many failures. Now, with the war nearing its end, it was clear that the time had come for him to step down and pass the torch to someone else. In truth, Tsunade wasn't his ideal candidate, especially after Orochimaru's defection. However, Hiruzen found himself with no other viable choice. The situation with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki being in Orochimaru's hands made everything even more precarious. Orochimaru's strength, coupled with his mastery of the reanimation jutsu and his other forbidden techniques, left Hiruzen unwilling to take risks. Reluctantly, he decided that Tsunade would be the best candidate to succeed him, even though it wasn't his first choice. The succession process for the Hokage was complex. It required the votes of more than 50 jonin from the village, the approval of Konoha's senior advisors, and the daimyo's blessing. Once the position was secured, the Hokage would also need support from the influential clans to ensure smooth governance. However, Tsunade's candidacy was unlikely to face opposition. Her battlefield reputation as a medical master was unparalleled, she had saved countless lives during the war. This alone would earn her the respect and votes of many. The few whispers about her relationship with Orochimaru could easily be silenced by the upper ranks of Konoha's leadership. After Hiruzen explained his reasoning, the two advisors exchanged hesitant looks. It seems there's no other option left, Homura said with a sigh. The events of the past regarding Orochimaru, well. Koharu trailed off, shaking her head. Let's just hope Tsunade will prioritize the village's welfare once she becomes Hokage, Hiruzen said, exhaling a long puff of smoke. On the front lines, Tsunade stood frozen after receiving a secret letter. What? She muttered to herself, rereading the contents in disbelief. She was being named the next Hokage? Tsunade couldn't wrap her head around it. As someone who had long considered herself unsuited for politics or leadership, the idea seemed absurd. Not to mention, how could someone like her widely known as Orochimaru's wife possibly hold the position? Tsunade knew the process well. While the Jonin vote was technically required, the reality was that the previous Hokage and the senior advisors had the most significant influence on the outcome. The Jonin generally deferred to their decision unless something outrageous was proposed. But why her? The timing also baffled her. The war wasn't even over yet, so why was Sarutobi making such a hasty decision? Then it hit her. Her mind flashed back to the day she had persuaded Orochimaru to meet with Hiruzen. Something about that meeting had struck her as strange even then. Orochimaru, did you make a deal with the third Hokage? She muttered under her breath. Now, it seemed clear. Orochimaru, ever pragmatic, wouldn't have returned to aid the village without some form of leverage or guarantee. Placing her hand on her forehead, Tsunade sighed heavily. Honestly, couldn't you have at least discussed this with me first? Elsewhere, minor skirmishes at the borders continued, but the large-scale conflicts of the Third Shinobi World War were winding down. The only remaining threat was Kirigakuru's forces, but even they posed less immediate danger. Meanwhile, deep within Rouen, Orochimaru stood in a vast underground chamber hundreds of meters beneath the city. In the center of the chamber was a large, intricate seal. The dragon vein's power was locked within it. Staring at the seal, Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint frown. He had hoped that mastering the dragon vein's power would allow him to control time freely. However, his research revealed otherwise. The dragon vein's power was not only tethered to Rouen, but it also had strict limitations. The time span it could traverse was limited to a mere 20 years, and its influence could not overlap with existing timelines. In essence, the dragon vein wasn't a tool for unrestricted time travel. If one traveled to a specific point in time and absorbed the dragon vein's energy, they would be unable to use it a second time to revisit that era. Furthermore, anyone who left Rouen after using the dragon vein would find the power dissipating over time, eventually forcing them back to their original timeline. The restrictions made it impossible to use the dragon vein to rewrite history on a large scale. It couldn't take him to the Warring States period or beyond, it simply wasn't built for that. Reality is always disappointing, Orochimaru muttered with a dry laugh. What a waste of effort. Still, perhaps not a complete waste, Kushina said softly from behind him. Orochimaru turned slightly, raising an eyebrow. At least we met Rage, she added timidly. Orochimaru let out a faint chuckle. Rage, huh? Do you really believe she's our daughter? What do you mean? Kushina stammered, clearly caught off guard. Her appearance, her bloodline, even the bond she seems to share with us, it all checks out, Kushina said, her voice steady despite her nervousness. I've believed it from the beginning, she added earnestly. Orochimaru shrugged. Strengthening the seal on the dragon vein, he turned and began walking toward the exit, with Kushina following closely behind. By all accounts, she does seem to be our daughter, Orochimaru admitted. But don't you think the idea of us is a little strange? What's so strange about it? Kushina shot back, though her face turned red as the words left her mouth. She realized too late how her response might be interpreted. I mean, I already love this daughter of ours, Kushina continued, fumbling over her words. Even if I don't know how things happened between us, if you don't mind. Are you saying you'd be willing to sleep with me for the sake of this daughter? Orochimaru asked with a smirk. Yes. Kushina blurted out, her face burning with embarrassment. Orochimaru let out a low, amused laugh. Women really are fascinating creatures, he mused. But before anything else, I suppose I should run this past Tsunade first, don't you think? Tsunade-sama. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 50 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 300, Chapter 300. It's not easy for any woman to talk about sleeping with someone, as women are naturally reserved. Kushina was no exception. In the beginning, just like Mikoto, her feelings toward Orochimaru were only those of gratitude and respect, nothing resembling romantic affection. But after meeting the girl named Uzumaki Rage, Kushina had been deeply moved. She fell in love with the girl's warmth and personality and began longing for a future where she could have a daughter like her. However, if she didn't follow through with Orochimaru, this girl would cease to exist, and her wish to have such a daughter would never come true. This thought troubled Kushina, and after much contemplation, she made a decision. She had no other relatives left in Konaha, and the idea of having a family, a daughter was something she now found comforting. But even with this resolve, she realized she couldn't just give herself to anyone. Only Orochimaru. However, she hadn't expected his response to be so indirect. He said he would talk to Tsunade? That was ridiculous. Could something like this even be discussed with Tsunade? Would she agree? Probably not. Her thoughts began to spiral, and her mind wandered to Uchiha Mikoto. She remembered the subtle gestures of closeness between Mikoto and Tsunade after Orochimaru left the village. Could it be? No, surely not. Orochimaru, unaware of the whirlwind of thoughts in Kushina's mind, remained calm and unaffected by the odd look she gave him. Kushina, go say your goodbyes. Let's leave this place, he said, breaking the silence. Ah, all right. Kushina replied, snapping out of her thoughts. The dragon vein Inran held little practical value for Orochimaru, and staying any longer would serve no purpose. When Kushina returned to the palace, she noticed that Kakashi and the other visitors from the future were already gone. This didn't surprise her, so she turned her attention to Queen Sarah to bid her farewell. The queen, upon hearing that Orochimaru and Kushina were leaving, felt nothing but relief. She even let out a discreet sigh of gratitude. Meanwhile, the war raged on. Konaha had shifted most of its remaining forces to the Kirigakure defense line, pulling troops away from the Sand, Iwa, and Kumo fronts, leaving only the necessary guards stationed there. Encounters with enemy infiltration teams, covert operations, and counter-operations became the new focus. This time, however, the commander of the Kirigakure defense line wasn't one of the clan heads or the brilliant Narashikaku. Instead, it was Tsunade, a surprising choice, given that she had never held such a role before. The clan leaders began to see the writing on the wall. It was clear that the third Hokage was preparing to step down, and Tsunade was the prime candidate to succeed him. Hiruzen's decision to put her in command was strategic. It was a way to build her credibility with Konoha's major families and pave the way for her transition to Hokage. Tsunade didn't disappoint. Her leadership on the battlefield, whether it was her combat skills or her medical expertise, helped Konoha secure critical advantages in the war. In the dense jungle near Konoha's eastern defense line, a clearing was heavily guarded by Anbu operatives. At the center of the clearing, on a large boulder, sat two figures, Hiruzen dressed in his ceremonial robes, and Jiraiya, wearing his Jonin vest, his white hair glowing faintly under the moonlight. Old man, why are you here on the front lines? Jiraiya asked, resting his hands on his knees. You came all the way out here to meet me in person? Must be something important. Hiruzen took a slow puff from his pipe, exhaling deeply. It's nothing urgent, he said. I just wanted to ask if you had any objections to my recent decision. Objections? Jiraiya tilted his head, confused for a moment before realization dawned. Oh, you mean Tsunade, don't you? Hiruzen nodded silently. Jiraiya chuckled. What's there to object to? Is there anyone better suited for the role than her? You really have no other thoughts about it? Hiruzen pressed. Old man, you're overthinking it, Jiraiya said with a casual wave of his hand. I've never wanted that position. I prefer traveling, gathering information, and continuing my mission. Staying in Konoha isn't for me. I see, Hiruzen said with a sigh, his tone laced with both understanding and resignation. In a remote orphanage, on a dark and quiet night, Orochimaru sat in a guest room, leaning back in a chair as he listened to Nono's report. So, the Battle of Konoha Bridge is over, he asked, raising an eyebrow. Nono, standing nearby, adjusted her glasses. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Tsunade-sama has moved to the eastern defense line to confront the Kirigakure forces. She said she would contact me once the situation stabilizes, and she's been keeping me updated. This information should be accurate. Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile. She's surprisingly bold, isn't she? Sharing sensitive information so openly with me, a supposed traitor. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small package, handing it to her. This is for you. Nono looked down at the package in surprise. What is it? Just some clothes I picked up during my travels, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Go try them on. Nono hesitated for only a moment before nodding. All right, she said quietly, taking the package and leaving the room. As the door closed, Orochimaru leaned back and began to think. So, the Battle of Konoha Bridge has concluded, he murmured to himself. That means Obito's fate should already be set. He recalled the adult Kakashi he had seen earlier. Though Kakashi no longer had the Sharingan, the scar on his left eye remained, a testament to the events of the battle. This meant Obito's story likely hadn't deviated too far from what he remembered. But Nagato? Nagato was now considered one of Orochimaru's subordinates. How would Madara, or whoever else, manipulate him? Thinking about it, Orochimaru's smile widened. Well, this is getting interesting. Check out my new FF, Heavenly Restriction user of the Gojo clan, I refuse to be cut in half. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 301, Chapter 301. The Battle of Konoha Bridge was the most critical confrontation between Konoha and Iwa. The bridge served as the primary supply line for the Iwa forces. Without it, they couldn't maintain their army, forcing them to retreat. Recognizing this, Konoha devised a plan to destroy the bridge and cripple the enemy's supply chain. The task was entrusted to Namikaze Minato and his team Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. While Minato distracted the enemy head-on, the other three infiltrated and successfully destroyed the bridge. However, during the mission, Obito was severely injured while saving Rin, crushed beneath a falling boulder. Half of his body was destroyed, and he was ultimately rescued by Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru remembered this series of events vividly. Some might wonder why, knowing all this, Orochimaru prioritized dealing with Kumo before IWA. Wouldn't addressing IWA earlier have prevented these events from unfolding? Orochimaru had considered that possibility. If he had confronted the IWA forces first, there was a chance these events might not have occurred. But he concluded that the likelihood of change wasn't significant. Madara's grand plan didn't hinge solely on Uchiha Obito. If Obito had been unavailable, someone else would have filled the role. Combat strength wasn't critical for the mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. With the help of White Zetsu, executing Madara's plans would still have been achievable. Moreover, Orochimaru had access to a vast number of reanimated ninjas from IWA. Strategically, focusing on the Sand and Kumo defense lines was the most efficient choice. After all, with his current strength, resources, and knowledge of future events, he was more than capable of handling unexpected challenges as they arose. At the same time, in the Land of Grass, in a hidden underground chamber, Madara lay in his makeshift sanctuary. The area, situated between the mortal realm and the underworld, had served as Madara's base during his final years. On a large bed in the chamber lay a young man, his body heavily bandaged, with half of it repaired using makeshift parts. Standing nearby, a White Zetsu clone observed the scene with fascination. "This kid is incredible," Zetsu remarked. "If not for his unique eye power, even I wouldn't have been able to save him." Madara, his eyes opening slowly, spoke in a calm yet commanding tone. "Is that so?" "Of course," Zetsu replied, undeterred by Madara's indifference. "By the way, Madara, I've heard something interesting. Konaha fought against 4 other villages this time, and somehow, they still came out on top. Can you believe that?" Madara didn't respond, so Zetsu continued. "Apparently, Konaha's victory had a lot to do with a technique called the reanimation jutsu." "The reanimation jutsu?" Madara's eyes narrowed. "That's Tobirama's creation. But Tobirama has been dead for years. How is Konaha still able to use it?" "I'm not sure," Zetsu admitted. "But rumor has it they used it to bring back the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama." "Hashirama?" Madara's tone grew sharper. "Who in Konaha would dare to summon him? Have you discovered the user's identity?" "Not yet," Zetsu said, shrugging. "Whoever it is has been very careful about staying hidden. But once this boy wakes up, maybe he can provide some answers." Madara's gaze shifted to the young man on the bed. Slowly, he rose from his seat, his long cloak trailing behind him as he approached. "That's true," Madara murmured, his voice low. "It seems this boy is finally waking up." As if on cue, the young man stirred. His eyes fluttered open, revealing one scarlet Sharingan as his vision adjusted to the dim light. The first thing he saw was Madara, his weathered face framed by long white hair. "Where am I?" the boy stammered, his voice weak and hoarse. "This," Madara said, his voice filled with authority, "is somewhere halfway between life and death, child of Uchiha." Chapter 302, Chapter 302. Somewhere halfway between life and death. Obito froze for a moment. His gaze landed on the old man before him, his single visible eye narrowing in confusion. Noticing the exposed Sharingan in the man's left eye, Obito couldn't help but ask, "Your eyes? Could it be, Grandpa, are you also a member of the Uchiha clan?" "That's for you to figure out," Madara replied in a low, indifferent tone. Obito's scarlet Sharingan with 2 tomo spun faintly as he tried to process the situation. Memories of being crushed under the boulder and his body failing him flashed in his mind. Was it this old man who saved him? But something didn't add up. "You said this place is somewhere halfway between life and death? Where exactly is this? It's so dark I can barely see anything." Obito grumbled, his voice laced with nervousness. Trying to mask his fear, he forced a grin. "Hey, Grandpa, who are you anyway? Don't tell me, you're the Grim Reaper? The one who decides if people go to heaven or hell?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his Sharingan caught a glint of light. His eyes darted to the scythe in Madara's hand, its cold metal reflecting the dim light ominously. No. I don't want to die yet. Please, I'm begging you, help me. I saw it just now, that's definitely a scythe. You're the Grim Reaper, aren't you? The Grim Reaper of the Uchiha clan, here to take me to hell. I don't want to die, please." Obito yelled in panic, clutching at his injuries. "I've always helped old people in need. Sure, I've broken rules and done a few bad things, but I help old ladies cross the street all the time. You can't send me to hell, please." Madara watched Obito's exaggerated antics without a flicker of emotion. "You're in pain, aren't you? That's proof you're still alive," he said flatly. "It's a miracle you survived, not because of luck, but because of your eye power." "My, eye power?" Obito stopped mid-round, blinking in confusion. "Yes," Madara said. "Your Sharingan. It's what allowed you to survive." "Wait, what? My Sharingan did that?" Obito mumbled, still trying to piece it all together. "By the way, where exactly did you find me? I remember there was some weird white guy too. Are you talking about me?" A voice chimed in. A white figure stepped into view, lighting a candle. The dim room was finally illuminated, revealing the cavernous chamber. Obito's eyes widened as he recognized the strange figure. Oh. Yeah, that's right. Did you save me? Thank you. It wasn't me, White Zetsu replied with a grin. I only acted on his orders. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have bothered saving you. Is that so? Obito turned his gaze back to Madara. Thank you, Grandpa. Madara's expression remained calm. Don't thank me yet. You'll repay this kindness, thoroughly, he said. His tone carried an ominous weight. You said you like helping the elderly, didn't you? Well, yeah, I guess I did say that, Obito replied, scratching the back of his head. So, what do you want me to do? Stay here and take care of you. That's one way to put it, Madara said, his lips curving into a faint smile. Obito stiffened. Wait, hold on, Grandpa. I can't stay here for too long. It's wartime right now, and I need to get back to the battlefield to fight for Konaha and bring glory to our Uchiha clan. So, can we negotiate the terms? Madara's tone shifted slightly, carrying a hint of amusement. Bring glory to the Uchiha, you say? Of course. Obito said matter-of-factly. I'm the Uchiha clan's genius. Once I awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, I'll be unstoppable on the battlefield. I'll achieve great things, become the leader of the Uchiha, and eventually Hokage. Everyone will respect me. Mangekyo Sharingan? Hokage. Madara murmured, his weak voice a mix of curiosity and something akin to mockery. Yeah, that's right. Grandpa, you're an Uchiha too, so you must know about the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Obito said excitedly, his youthful arrogance shining through. I didn't think even a brat like you would know about the Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara replied, narrowing his eyes. Of course I know about it. Obito said proudly. Not only have I heard of it, I've even seen it. You've seen it? Madara's eyes flickered with surprise. In his era, the Mangekyo Sharingan was a rare and revered ability, possessed only by the most gifted members of the Uchiha clan. That this boy had seen it firsthand piqued his interest. Yeah, but enough about that. My teammates are still out there fighting. I need to get back to them. Obito said impatiently. Wake up to reality, Madara interrupted sharply. Obito froze. Nothing ever goes as planned in this accursed world, Madara said, his voice heavy with conviction. The longer you live, the more you realize that the only things that truly exist in this reality are merely pain, suffering and futility. Obito blinked, caught off guard by the sudden change in tone. Listen carefully, Madara continued, undeterred by Obito's confusion. In this world, wherever there is light, there will always be shadows to be found as well. As long as there is a concept of victors, the vanquished will also exist. The selfish intent of wanting to preserve peace initiates war and hatred is born in order to protect love. There are nexuses causal relationships that cannot be separated. Obito stared blankly, utterly lost. What's this old man even talking about, he muttered to himself. Madara ignored his bewilderment, speaking as if delivering a grand proclamation. Someone saved you from that battlefield, didn't they? Am I wrong? Obito frowned. Yeah, but why did you only save me? What about my teammates? Why didn't you save them too? Madara leaned on his scythe for support as he stood and walked toward a stone bed behind him. The lives of others mean nothing to me, he said coldly. I saved you because you bear the name Uchiha. Uchiha. Obito repeated, his expression shifting. Something about this man's words and demeanor unsettled him. Why was an old Uchiha living in a place like this? Thinking back, Obito realized he had never seen or heard of this man in Konaha. Not even the clan elders or villagers had ever mentioned him. Wait a second, Obito said, his voice growing colder. You're not a Konaha ninja anymore, are you? That means, you're a rogue ninja. Who are you, really? Madara turned to face him fully, his presence suddenly overwhelming. I am Uchiha Madara, the ghost of the Uchiha. Obito's breath caught in his throat. You Uchiha Madara, he stammered, disbelief and awe mixing in his voice. Check out my new FF, Heavenly Restriction User of the Gojo clan, I refuse to be cut in half. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 303, Chapter 303. The land of grass was a place of towering mountains and dense forests. Wearing a black cloak, Kushina walked halfway up the mountainside, her eyes lingering on the slender figure ahead. Her thoughts were complicated. They had stayed at the orphanage for 3 days. Her guest room had been right next to Orochimaru's. While others might have been oblivious, there was no way she, staying so close, wouldn't notice what was happening. Every night at 9 o'clock, when the orphanage's lights went out, Nono would find a reason to slip into Orochimaru's room. From the sounds she overheard, Kushina could tell the kind of relationship they had. She had heard such noises before long ago, when she was still a child, from Tsunade. Kushina couldn't understand why accomplished women like Nono or even Mikoto were willing to disregard Tsunade's existence and become entangled with Orochimaru. Sure, Orochimaru was powerful, far beyond the average ninja. But multiple women at the same time? Didn't that seem strange? What's wrong, sir? Kushina asked, seeing Orochimaru suddenly stop in his tracks. Nothing. Just stay here and wait for me, Orochimaru replied, his golden eyes narrowing as he gazed at the concealed mountainside in front of them. Without waiting for Kushina to respond, Orochimaru's body sank into the earth and disappeared into the mountainside. Using the earth as a medium to move underground was a basic technique for most earth release ninjas, though the speed and stealth involved varied depending on the user. Kushina nodded obediently. Once Orochimaru was gone, she took a moment to glance around. The area was remote and far from any major road. The mountainside ahead had an unusual air about it. Roughly 10 minutes later, Orochimaru re-emerged, his face calm and unreadable. Without saying a word, he turned and started walking again. Kushina was puzzled by what Orochimaru had just done but didn't dare ask. Orochimaru, for his part, didn't feel the need to explain. Only he knew the significance of this place. Just an ordinary hideout, he thought to himself. As a child, Orochimaru had come to this location and caught a glimpse of Madara here using a scouting fly. Back then, he hadn't been strong enough to get any closer. But after learning that the battle at Konoha Bridge had ended, this memory resurfaced, prompting him to investigate. He hoped to find a trace of the dying Uchiha Madara or perhaps White Zetsu or Black Zetsu. That would change everything. However, after scouring the hideout, he found nothing. The protective barriers were long gone, and even with his advanced sensory abilities, Orochimaru couldn't detect any sign of life. It was clear that this place was just a former refuge, abandoned long ago. Sir, where are we headed next? Kushina asked. We're going to the lab to focus on experiments. We'll wait for the war to end, Orochimaru said bluntly. He had no intention of getting involved in the war any further. With the Konoha Bridge already secured, only Kirigakura remained as a threat. But in Orochimaru's eyes, Konoha had more than enough capable ninjas to handle the Mist Village on their own. It wasn't worth his time or effort. Besides, the lab in the southeast was the perfect place for him to conduct research and maintain contact with Tsunade. A few months later, Konoha year 47. The outcome of the war was exactly as Orochimaru had expected. Kirigakura's forces were formidable, and their combat prowess rivaled that of Konoha. However, as the aggressors, they faced logistical disadvantages. The long supply lines and the nature of the conflict meant that Kirigakura's losses were always greater than Konoha's during battles. In a small town, chaos erupted. Several figures wearing Kirigakura forward protectors moved through the streets, their moisture-resistant uniforms glinting in the light. They slaughtered indiscriminately, their laughter echoing through the air. Ha ha ha. Kill them all. Hey, Jozo, get to work already. A terrified woman shielded a young boy, no older than 3 or 4, behind her. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded with one of the masked Kirigakura ninjas. Please, don't hurt my child. I'm begging you. Without a word, the ninja raised his blade and struck her down. Blood splattered across the ground as the woman collapsed. Mother! The boy cried, falling to the ground and clutching his mother's lifeless body. The blood pooled beneath them. TCH. What a racket, muttered another man as he approached. He was tall, with his beard tied into a whip, an eye patch over one eye, and a cruel smile playing on his lips. Jinin, what's the point of killing unarmed civilians? The speaker was Jizo Biwa, a man with short black hair, sharp teeth and a cross-shaped scar on the right side of his face. A large blade rested on his back as he frowned at Jinin's actions. As brutal as Kirigakura ninjas were, even they rarely stooped to targeting defenseless civilians. What's the point? Jinin replied indifferently. This is Konoha territory. Who's to say there aren't disguised Konoha ninjas hiding among them? Besides, killing's fun, isn't it? He smirked, cleaning his blade. Another ninja chimed in, laughing. Yet. I haven't killed anyone in 2 days. Feels good to let loose. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As the others joined in the laughter, Jozo shook his head and turned his gaze toward the horizon. A heavy feeling settled in his chest. Why do I have a bad feeling about this, he muttered to himself. All right, let's get moving, Jinin ordered. We've killed enough here. If we linger too long, Konoha's forces will catch up. From the edges of the town, more figures emerged, joining the group. 7 in total, each carrying a unique weapon. They were Kirigakura's elite, powerful enough that even Konoha's elite jonin would struggle against them. Let's finish the mission and get out of here, one of them said. Finish it. I just want to kill more, another replied with a grin. Don't worry, Jinin said, there are plenty more to kill up ahead. Stop right there. The sudden shout startled the group. They turned to see a lone figure standing behind them. At first, they were stunned. Then, they burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. A brat. This kid's tone sure is cocky. Think he's strong. Stronger than you, maybe, Riga, one quipped, laughing again. Little brat, let me help you out. But before the ninja could finish his sentence, a chilling voice rang out. None of you are leaving here alive. Summoning Jutsu, formation of 10,000 snakes. Check out my new FF, Heavenly Restriction user of the Gojo clan, I refuse to be cut in half. Check author's thoughts for a direct link. For every 100 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 30 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 304, Chapter 304. During the cultivation process of me, Orochimaru used special methods to accelerate his growth. Once cultivation was complete, Mi's growth rate returned to that of an ordinary person. Currently, Mi looked no older than 12 or 13 years old. The boy had originally ventured out to meet some old friends today, but when he arrived in this small town, he was greeted with devastation. The place was riddled with destruction, and bodies littered the ground. Seeing the horrific scene, his normally innocent demeanor gave way to fury. Fortunately, the culprits had yet to leave. On the other side, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were visibly taken aback by the sudden surge of power emanating from the boy standing before them. This kid. In the underground laboratory, Orochimaru was busy working on an experiment with a test tube in hand. Meanwhile, in the laboratory's monitoring room, Kushina sat surrounded by dozens of screens, her playful nature causing her to immerse herself in operating the high-tech equipment. From the monitoring room, Kushina's voice rang out. Lord Orochimaru. You said Tsunade-sama would be coming today, right? Kushina asked, her voice carrying a hint of nervousness. Since their return from Rin, Kushina's feelings toward Orochimaru had become complicated. Knowing that she would one day have a daughter with him was something she couldn't wrap her head around. The idea left her feeling strange and conflicted. Orochimaru, however, had been so preoccupied with his experiments that he had shown no interest in pursuing any personal relationships. As a result, things between them had remained calm. But today was different. Tsunade was coming to the lab, and Orochimaru planned to tell her everything about what had happened in Rin. Kushina, aware of all this, couldn't help but feel uneasy. She wondered what Tsunade's reaction would be. Would she be angry? Would she hit her? Or worse, hit Orochimaru? The uncertainty gnawed at her nerves. Hearing Kushina's question, Orochimaru responded casually, according to her last message, she should be here today. Why? Are you nervous? Of course not. Orochimaru chuckled. Don't worry. Based on her personality, I'd say you're very much her type. She won't reject you. What kind of thing is that to say? Shouldn't this be up to Tsunade-sama to decide? Kushina muttered, exasperated. As she glanced at the monitors, her eyes widened. Ah. Tsunade-sama is here. I'll go meet her. Without waiting for Orochimaru's response, Kushina bolted toward the laboratory's entrance. Watching her retreating figure, Orochimaru fell into thought. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He recalled that Mangekyo Sharingan and would release could suppress tailed beasts, yet Nagato with the Rinnegan had struggled against Naruto in his memories. Was it due to some other factor? After all, Uchiha Madara had used the Rinnegan to subdue all 9-tailed beasts. Perhaps Nagato had only reached his full potential after being reanimated. Orochimaru nodded slightly at his own conclusion. Suddenly, a frown crossed Orochimaru's face. The seal was released? What happened? At that moment, Tsunade's voice echoed from the laboratory's entrance. Orochimaru, so this is where you've been hiding. You actually built a massive underground lab here. Orochimaru snapped out of his thoughts and replied nonchalantly, Tsunade, you came at the perfect time. Come with me. What? I just got here, and you're already dragging me off. Where are we going? To the nearby town. Kushina, you're coming too. 5 kilometers away from the laboratory, the once lively town had been reduced to ruins. The air was thick with smoke, and the streets were riddled with craters. 7 Kirigakure ninjas surrounded a boy in a white robe, their expressions a mix of wariness and disbelief. Jozo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the wielder of Kyubikaribge, couldn't hide his astonishment. Hey, this kid's using snakes? Could he be Orochimaru? Yeah, it kind of feels like him. Don't be stupid, another swordsman interrupted. Orochimaru fought in the Second Great Ninja War. He'd be in his 30s by now. There's no way he's this kid. But still. Stop talking and stay alert. Jozo barked, snapping his companions back to focus. At his warning, Rega leapt backward, narrowly avoiding a massive strike that caused the ground to collapse in a cloud of debris. Damn it. What's with this kid? We need to retreat. There's no point fighting him. Agreed. Let's leave before Konaha's reinforcements arrive. Fugeki, Rega, cover our retreat. Got it. The 2 mist ninjas quickly formed hand seals. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Lightning release, sky-splitting thunder snake. Boom. Crack. A massive torrent of water engulfed the town, surging like a flood. At the same time, crackling lightning snaked through the waves, creating a deadly combination. The wide-range attack forced me to halt his pursuit, his summoned giant python dissipating into white smoke from the electrical charge. The 7 ninja swordsmen used the opportunity to retreat. Me leapt onto a raised rock, narrowly avoiding the water. His fists clenched as he watched the enemies escape. He wanted to chase after them, to bring them to justice. But before he could act, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Dad. Me muttered. Stop, Orochimaru said firmly. Your body can't handle this level of power. If you push any further, you'll die. But they. I know, Orochimaru interrupted. I'll make them pay. Now stand down. Hearing his father's words, Me reluctantly withdrew his chakra. Fatigue overwhelmed him, and he fainted on the spot. Orochimaru caught the boy as he collapsed. Tsunade and Kushina arrived just in time to witness the scene, both looking surprised. Orochimaru, what's going on? Tsunade asked. Is he all right? Kushina added. He's fine, Orochimaru replied calmly. To prevent him from overexerting himself and exposing his identity, I sealed most of his power temporarily. The sudden backlash was too much for his body, and he fainted. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. That kid is seriously this strong? If I'm not mistaken, those were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, weren't they? You're not mistaken, Lord Hokage, Orochimaru said with a playful smirk. Hokage? Tsunade echoed, momentarily stunned. She let out a self-deprecating laugh. So tell me, Orochimaru. How much of the third Hokage's decision to make me Hokage had to do with you? Orochimaru shrugged. Most of it. Why? Because, he said with a sly smile, I find supporting a Hokage far more interesting than being one myself. Chapter 305, Chapter 305, Bonus. Orochimaru, what nonsense are you talking about now? Hearing this, Tsunade dismissed the topic of Hokage altogether, instead glaring at him in frustration. She then glanced at Kushina standing nearby, her meaning clear. While she and Orochimaru might occasionally joke about certain things in private, wasn't it inappropriate to say something so suggestive in front of Kushina? Orochimaru, unfazed, smirked. I didn't say anything inappropriate. I just have something to tell you. What is it? Tsunade asked, her tone tinged with suspicion. Kushina wants to have a daughter with me. What's your opinion on that? What? Hey. Kushina froze, completely caught off guard. She hadn't expected Orochimaru to bring up such a sensitive subject so casually. Tsunade, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. Kushina? What is this about? I'll explain it all later, Orochimaru said, cutting off any questions. For now, I'm going to check the town for any survivors. Without giving them a chance to respond, Orochimaru moved swiftly toward the ruined town. The floodwaters had receded, leaving behind a grim scene of devastation. Bodies were strewn across the streets, and the buildings were little more than rubble. Orochimaru, accustomed to such sights, surveyed the destruction calmly. Standing atop a roof, he began scanning for any signs of life. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Kushina followed at a slower pace. Though they had both seen their share of death, the sheer brutality of the scene made their hearts ache. 7 ninja swordsmen. Orochimaru muttered to himself as he concluded his search, finding no survivors. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were all elite Jonin-level fighters. With their unique weapons, their combined strength could rival that of a Kage. Perhaps not all of them individually could reach Kage level, but someone like Fugyuki, armed with same hata, certainly could. In the ninja world, chakra was the key to everything. Same hata's ability to absorb chakra at an extraordinary rate, while also healing its wielder, made it one of the most practical and powerful tools in existence. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a legendary weapon. Fugyuki's strength, combined with same hata, firmly placed him in the Kage level bracket. Still, none of the 7 ninja swordsmen could have imagined being forced to retreat by the overwhelming power of a mere child. It was almost laughable. That said, the idea of one child defeating all 7 was equally unrealistic. Even a genuine Kage would struggle against them, and me, who had yet to fully master his power, couldn't possibly defeat them outright. However, me had been crafted with Orochimaru's meticulous effort, making him far more formidable than he appeared. Killing him wasn't something the 7 could easily accomplish. Coupled with Mi's unknown identity and the risks of continuing the fight, it made sense for them to retreat. Damn it, those bastards! Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her anger palpable as she surveyed the ruined town and the lifeless bodies scattered around her. Orochimaru, meanwhile, summoned 2 clones to begin gathering the bodies while his main body approached Tsunade. You've already won the battle at the front lines, Orochimaru said, his tone flat. So how can the 7 ninja swordsmen still move so freely in the land of fire? We've won, yes, but the enemy's main forces haven't retreated far. They're still lingering, unwilling to admit defeat, Tsunade replied. Then why are you here instead of at the front lines? The defenses were rotated, and the old man ordered me back to take over the Hokage position, Tsunade said, sighing. Is that so? Orochimaru smirked. Then congratulations are in order. Don't congratulate me yet, Tsunade snapped. Why didn't you discuss such a major decision with me beforehand? Don't you think I deserve a say in this? So let me ask you now, Orochimaru said, his voice calm and deliberate. Do you want to be Hokage? What's the point of asking now? Tsunade shot back. It's too late for that. Tsunade knew that, regardless of her abilities, her impulsive personality made her ill-suited for the position. Orochimaru simply chuckled. Ha ha ha, Tsunade. What now? She asked, annoyed. Do you know why you have to take the Hokage position? Why? Because, Orochimaru said, his tone turning slightly darker, if you don't, I might just lose control one day and destroy Konaha myself. You. Tsunade froze, stunned by the blunt admission. She wanted to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Having grown up alongside Orochimaru, she understood him better than most. What had happened to him years ago had been deeply unjust, and with his vengeful nature, it wasn't surprising that he might harbor resentment toward the village. It was for this very reason that she had pleaded with him to leave Konaha alone. But she hadn't expected him to use her as a safeguard against his own darker impulses. Fine. I understand, Tsunade finally said, exhaling heavily. Good. Orochimaru's expression softened. Wait here. I'll take me back to the lab and come back for you too. He threw a kunao into the ground, marked with a seal, then picked up SI and vanished in a blur. Orochimaru quickly returned me to the lab's rest area, then reappeared to retrieve Tsunade and Kushina. Meanwhile, his clones finished burning and burying the corpses in the town using fire release techniques. Back at the laboratory, Kushina remained silent, her mind racing. The conversation between Orochimaru and Tsunade had revealed far too much information, leaving her overwhelmed. The third Hokage is stepping down? Tsunade is the default choice for Hokage? And the reason for that is Orochimaru, a traitor? How could a rogue ninja have such influence over Konoha's leadership? And if Tsunade didn't take the role, was Orochimaru really capable of destroying the village? Kushina's thoughts turned to the hidden forces within the lab, the modified clones Orochimaru had created, as well as the reanimated figures he had summoned. Two of them, the first and second Hokage, were terrifying enough. Shaking her head, Kushina decided to stop thinking about it. Her straightforward personality left her ill-suited for Konoha's political games, and she preferred to leave such matters alone. Oh, right. Tsunade suddenly said, turning to Orochimaru. Why did you say earlier that Kushina wanted to have a daughter with you? Check out my new FF, Heavenly Restriction User of the Gojo clan, I refuse to be cut in half. Check author's thoughts for a direct link. For every 100 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 30 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 306, Chapter 306. Tsunade's sudden question made Kushina's heart leap into her throat. Afraid that Orochimaru might give an inappropriate response, she held her breath. However, Orochimaru, unfazed as always, began recounting the events in Rin without hesitation. As Tsunade listened, her expression shifted from confusion to shock. Through time and space? A daughter from the future. That's essentially the gist of it. If you don't believe me, I can. No need. Tsunade interrupted firmly. The Orochimaru I know would never make up something so ridiculous to deceive me. The two had known each other for decades. If Orochimaru ever chose to lie, he would never invent such an absurd story. You're quite sharp, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. What's your take on this? This isn't such a big deal. Do as you like, I don't mind having her too. Tsunade waved her hand casually, her tone relaxed. Her attitude startled Kushina, who looked at her in disbelief. Tsunade's calm acceptance left Kushina utterly confused. Tsunade-sama, what are you saying? Sensing Kushina's shock, Tsunade sighed, looking a bit embarrassed. You'll understand eventually. Kushina remained silent, her disbelief still evident. Tsunade turned her attention back to Orochimaru. But you owe me compensation for all of this. Compensation. Orochimaru leaned back into a chair, his tone amused. What kind of compensation are you looking for? Isn't making you Hokage enough? That's not the kind of compensation I want. Tsunade snapped. Not this kind? Then what kind? Could it be? Orochimaru paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. Do you mean resurrecting the Wiki? If so, it's already in progress. His body is still in the cultivation stage. It'll just take a little more time. The Wiki? Resurrection. Both Tsunade and Kushina froze in place, their minds struggling to process what Orochimaru had just said. Tsunade was struck by the mention of her younger brother, while Kushina was more astounded by the concept of resurrection itself. Resurrection? Is that possible? Kushina stammered. Why so surprised? Orochimaru's tone was light, but there was a faint trace of amusement in his voice. You both know my research has always been focused on life, don't you? Tsunade nodded hesitantly. I know, but resurrection is another matter entirely. Orochimaru leaned forward slightly, his golden eyes gleaming with interest. Tsunade, it seems you still don't fully trust me. It's not that I don't trust you. Tsunade's voice faltered. Enough. Come with me. You'll see for yourselves. Without waiting for a response, Orochimaru stood and walked toward the innermost part of the laboratory. Tsunade and Kushina exchanged a glance before following him. The underground lab was vast, sprawling like an imperial tomb beneath the surface. It was filled with secret chambers, each guarded by one or two of Orochimaru's clones. Reaching one of the chambers, Orochimaru gestured to a clone, who promptly unlocked the door. Inside, several glass pods filled with nutrient solution came into view. Of the 4 pods, 3 were empty, while the 4th contained a figure submerged in liquid. The figure wore nothing but white shorts, his body connected to various tubes and wires. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock as she approached the pod. Nawaki, she whispered. In disbelief, she reached out to touch the glass, her hand trembling slightly. Amazing, she murmured. Turning to Orochimaru, her voice softened. This is a clone, isn't it? Even so, it's more than enough. Thank you. Clone. Orochimaru walked up beside her. Tsunade, this is far more than a mere clone. What do you mean? Think about it, Orochimaru said, his tone calm yet laced with intrigue. You know how clones are typically created, don't you? Of course. Didn't you explain it to me yourself? Cells from the deceased can't be used for cloning because they've lost their vitality. Only cells from living individuals can be cultivated. Exactly. Orochimaru nodded. A long time ago, I collected some of Nawaki's cells and preserved their vitality through special scientific methods. I did this as a precaution, in case something unexpected happened. He gestured toward the figure in the pod. Under normal circumstances, a body grown from such cells would indeed only be a clone, a copy at best. It wouldn't truly be Nawaki. Tsunade listened intently, her heart pounding. However, Orochimaru continued, when combined with the reanimation jutsu developed by the second Hokage, things become very different. Reanimation jutsu. Both Tsunade and Kushina were stunned, their thoughts racing to process Orochimaru's words. Exactly. Orochimaru's voice remained steady. Clones lack souls. They operate entirely on the instructions of their creator. The reanimation jutsu, on the other hand, summons a soul without a true body. So by combining the two, it's possible to achieve a complete resurrection. Tsunade finished his sentence for him, her voice trembling slightly. Her mind reeled at the implications of what he was saying. If a person's body can be recreated through cloning, she murmured, and their soul can be summoned back from the Pure Land through reanimation, then resurrection is entirely achievable, Orochimaru concluded, his lips curling into a faint smile. The room fell silent as the weight of his words sank in. This can't be real, it sounds like a fantasy, Tsunade muttered, shaking her head. In theory, it's entirely feasible, Orochimaru said, his tone confident. With mature cloning technology, countless young and healthy bodies can be cultivated. The reanimation jutsu brings back the soul. By merging the two, true resurrection is achieved. And this process could be repeated indefinitely. Kushina asked hesitantly. Orochimaru's smile widened. Precisely. Eternal life is not just a dream, it's the product of combining ninjutsu and advanced scientific technology. Tsunade was silent, her eyes fixed on the figure in the pot. But, how do you ensure the soul and body merge perfectly? Wouldn't that be extremely difficult? It is, Orochimaru admitted. But for me, it's a challenge I've already mastered. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 307, Chapter 307. If Orochimaru wanted immortality, he had many methods. From the living corpse reincarnation to the cursed seal of heaven, and even Kage's genes, he could choose whichever path he preferred. As for resurrection, Orochimaru also had countless approaches. Leaving aside lesser-known methods, even the well-documented ones would suffice. First was the reanimation jutsu. However, this wasn't true resurrection. The souls summoned were bound to the caster's will, making it more of a summoning technique than genuine revival. It was a method to call a soul back temporarily, not to restore life. The second was the one's own life reincarnation developed by Cho of the Hidden Sand Village. But that technique had its own severe limitations. Not only was it hard to obtain, but it also required a life to be exchanged for another. Most critically, it required the deceased's body to still be intact and relatively fresh. Because of these restrictions, Orochimaru neither had access to it nor could it be used on Noeki, who had been buried long ago. Finally, there was the Rein Rebirth Jutsu, a powerful ability exclusive to the Rinnegan. This was one of the most effective resurrection methods, capable of reviving multiple individuals and even healing entire groups. Nagato had once used it to bring back the people of Konaha, and Uchiha Madara had relied on it to resurrect himself. These instances were testament to its formidable power. But even this technique had its drawbacks. First, it couldn't revive those who had been dead for too long. The fact that Nagato didn't resurrect Yahiko, and Obito didn't revive Rin, served as proof. As for Madara's resurrection after such a long time, that was because the Rinnegan he used was originally his own. Second, the technique demanded a significant price, life itself. Both Nagato and Obito had used it near the end of their lives, and there was no concrete evidence that anyone could survive after performing the Rein Rebirth Jutsu. Given these constraints, Orochimaru believed his own method of resurrection was superior. By using living cells to create a cloned body, then summoning the deceased soul via reanimation jutsu, and finally transferring the soul into the cloned body using the principles of living corpse reincarnation, Orochimaru could achieve a side effect-free resurrection. The concept was similar to how the Cursed Seal of Heaven allowed infinite resurrection. The key difference was that the Curse Seal used the host cells to ensure their activity, enabling immediate resurrection, while Orochimaru's cloning method cultivated cells externally to maintain their viability. Though the techniques varied, the goal was the same. In the past, Orochimaru had only used these techniques on himself. Now, he was capable of applying them to others. After listening to Orochimaru's explanation, Tsunade and Kushina were left utterly speechless, their faces filled with shock. What he had described was too advanced, too unimaginable. Orochimaru's words were filled with technical jargon, much of which was beyond their comprehension, especially Kushina, who had no knowledge of scientific concepts. But this lack of understanding didn't stop them from recognizing the significance of what Orochimaru had achieved. Combining ninjutsu and science to achieve resurrection and immortality? It sounded impossible. It sounded godlike. Orochimaru, you're incredible. Tsunade finally said, her voice filled with awe. Unbelievable, Kushina added, her expression still frozen in shock. Orochimaru responded with a faint smile. This is nothing special. Nothing special? Tsunade asked incredulously. The most significant aspect of this technique, Orochimaru continued, is that it can be used on anyone. As long as I choose to, anyone can become an immortal existence. But, he added, his tone turning serious, don't get the wrong idea. This technique doesn't make you invincible. It has its own limitations. For instance, there's always the issue of rejection between the soul and the new body. Even when the clone is a near-perfect replica of the original body, there's still a degree of incompatibility with the soul. And the process of merging the two consumes a tremendous amount of mental energy. If the soul isn't properly nurtured, repeated resurrections will eventually cause it to deteriorate and, ultimately, vanish completely. In such cases, not even I can reverse the damage. Orochimaru explained all of this with a calm demeanor, detailing both the strengths and weaknesses of his method. The risk of soul decay with each resurrection was significant, but for Tsunade and Kushina, even this imperfect technique was beyond anything they could have imagined. To the average ninja, whose lifespan rarely exceeded 100 years, the idea of living for centuries if not millennia was almost godlike. More importantly, this technique meant that even death could no longer be feared. Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Orochimaru broke the silence. By the way, Tsunade, when are you returning to Konaha? Tomorrow morning. Tsunade replied absent-mindedly, still lost in thought. Then tonight. Of course I'm yours tonight, Tsunade interrupted, her tone unusually soft. Hearing this, Orochimaru's lips curved into a faint smirk. Is that so? Then. Kushina. Hey. Care to join us? Join you? For what? Kushina asked, confused. Orochimaru sighed, shaking his head. Never mind. You can stay and look after my son. Before Kushina could process his words, Orochimaru picked up Tsunade and disappeared from the room, leaving her behind. It was only after Orochimaru and Tsunade had gone that the realization dawned on Kushina. Her face turned bright red, the color spreading all the way to her neck. Dash. A few days later, in the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire, an important meeting was being held. Around a long table sat several key figures, the daimyo, his advisors, and Konoha's leadership. The daimyo, an older man in his 40s or 50s, fanned himself idly as he addressed the group. It's a pity, he said, his tone calm but deliberate. The third Hokage has done a commendable job overall. Danzo, who sat across from him, narrowed his eyes. With all due respect, daimyo, the third Hokage's naive ideals are precisely why the Land of Fire has been brought to this point. What we need now, Danzo continued, is a Hokage capable of enacting bold reforms and enforcing the ninja code, a true leader. Oh? And do you have someone in mind? The daimyo asked, his expression neutral. Danzo hesitated, gritting his teeth. Originally, the person he had hoped to support as Hokage was Orochimaru. But given Orochimaru's current status as a rogue ninja, that was no longer an option. And while Danzo desperately wanted the position for himself, he knew it was politically impossible to suggest his own name. The third Hokage, however, remained unfazed. He spoke up calmly. I recommend Tsunade, one of the legendary Sunin. What? Danzo blurted out, completely caught off guard. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70+ advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 308, Chapter 308. Danzo quickly processed what Hiruzen meant by recommending Tsunade as Hokage. Why Tsunade? According to Hiruzen's character, wouldn't Jiraiya or Namikaze Minato be better options? Even if not them, wouldn't Sakumo have been a more suitable candidate? So why had it suddenly fallen to Tsunade? The reanimation jutsu? Orochimaru. Danzo muttered to himself, a realization dawning on him. So that's it. In mere moments, Danzo pieced together the entire puzzle. Reanimation jutsu was a complex technique for most, but for researchers like the second Hokage or Orochimaru, it was almost trivial. Danzo had long suspected that Orochimaru was behind the appearance of the reanimated ninja during the recent war, including the first and second Hokages. But why Orochimaru, a known rogue ninja, would return to assist Konoha was a mystery he couldn't solve. Now, hearing Hiruzen recommend Tsunade as Hokage, Danzo connected the dots. Orochimaru, that cunning snake, has played his cards well, he thought grimly. Dash. Conference room. When the daimyo heard Tsunade's name, he immediately recognized it. Tsunade? Isn't she one of your disciples? Yes, Sarutobi confirmed. Oh. The daimyo and his advisors exchanged glances, nodding thoughtfully. Tsunade's reputation preceded her. Although she was a woman, her title as the master of medical ninjutsu wasn't given lightly. As one of the legendary Sunin, she had invaluable war experience and held significant influence. A rare and exceptional talent. With the third Hokage's endorsement, it seemed obvious that she was the right choice. The daimyo glanced around the room. What do you all think? Koharu and Homura, Hiruzen's loyal advisors, nodded in agreement without hesitation. With their approval, the rest of the room quickly fell in line. Even Danzo, to everyone's surprise, voiced his support. Dash. Half a month later, the Hokage succession ceremony was held. Beneath the Hokage building, the streets were packed with a massive crowd. Ninjas from all clans Aberme, Hyuga, Inyazuka, Uchiha, and more gathered to witness the momentous occasion. Above, on the Hokage building, stood the village's leadership, the third Hokage, Koharu, Homura, and Danzo, along with Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. Tsunade, wearing her iconic green jacket with the word Gamble on the back, stepped forward. On her head was the Hokage hat, bearing the kanji for fire. She glanced at the enormous crowd below, took a deep breath, and sighed. Orochimaru, so many people have gathered here for this moment, yet you're nowhere to be seen, she murmured to herself. Tsunade. Hiruzen stepped forward, his expression solemn. It's your turn now. Though Sarutobi hadn't initially wanted Tsunade to take on the role, he carried himself with the dignity expected of a former Hokage. Tsunade nodded and walked toward the edge of the building. She raised her hat, her voice ringing out loud and clear. From this day forward, I will lead Konaha village as its fourth Hokage. Her words echoed through the streets, reaching every corner of the crowd below. In an instant, the villagers erupted into cheers. Long live Hokage-sama! Long live Hokage-sama! The chants of long live filled the air as thousands of Konaha ninjas raised their fists in celebration. In that moment, Tsunade had truly claimed her place as Hokage. Her status as one of the Sunin, her unparalleled strength, and her contributions to Konaha made her more than worthy of the title. Among Konoha's current roster of ninjas, only a select few could even come close to matching her in prestige, strength, and qualifications. Jiraiya, Sakumo perhaps. But none of the others, including Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, or even the rising star Namikaze Minato, could surpass her. For Tsunade to take the position, there was no room for dispute. What an inspiring moment! Jiraiya muttered, standing among the leadership. Folding his arms, he added, if Orochimaru were here, this title would probably have been his. 2 kilometers away, atop a mountain overlooking Konaha, a flat boulder sat nestled among the trees. On the boulder, 2 figures were seated. In front of them was a small wooden table, upon which rested a pair of screens. On the screens, the live broadcast of the Hokage succession ceremony played. Orochimaru, seated casually, observed the scene with mild amusement. Beside him, Kushina fidgeted restlessly. Orochimaru-sama, we're already so close to the village. Why don't we just return? Return? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. I'm a rogue ninja now. How can I just stroll back in? But with your strength. Returning would only create more trouble for Tsunade, Orochimaru interrupted. At a time like this, with her taking on so much responsibility, the last thing she needs is me causing problems. Kushina hesitated. But, she needs your help now more than ever. You're right. She does need help, Orochimaru admitted, his golden eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed at the screen. A Hokage wasn't just a figurehead. They needed loyal confidants, trusted advisors, and capable subordinates to maintain control of the village. Minato had relied heavily on Kakashi. For Tsunade, her assistant had always been Shizuan. But in this timeline, due to Orochimaru's interference, Tsunade's relationship with Shizuan wasn't nearly as close. Now, with no inner circle to support her, Tsunade was isolated. And if she wanted to truly consolidate her power in Konoha, she would need to address many unresolved issues: Danzo's ambitions, the growing tension between the Uchiha clan and the village, and much more. As Orochimaru pondered these matters, a sudden sound interrupted his thoughts. Who's there? Kushina turned her head sharply, her body tensing. A figure emerged from the shadows of the forest, leaping onto the mountaintop with ease. It was a woman wearing a short-sleeved uniform, a ninja sword strapped to her back, and a Konoha forward protector on her head. Upon seeing Orochimaru, the woman dropped to one knee, bowing her head in deference. Lord Orochimaru, she said firmly. Orochimaru's expression shifted ever so slightly. Mikato. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70+ advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 309, Chapter 309. Seeing Mikato appear, Kushina was stunned, but only for a moment. She already knew about Mikato's relationship with Orochimaru, but what confused her was the job Orochimaru had entrusted to Mikato. After Mikato left, Kushina couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. Lord Orochimaru, you mentioned that the Uchiha clan has conflicts with the village. So why would you entrust Mikato with something so sensitive? I'll explain later, Orochimaru replied indifferently, brushing off her question as he turned his attention back to the screen in front of him. On the screen, the masked, white-haired Kakashi stood in the corner of the Hokage ceremony, isolated from the crowd. With Orochimaru's discreet assistance, Tsunade had successfully assumed the mantle of the fourth Hokage. Behind the Hokage building, work had already begun on carving Tsunade's face into the Hokage rock. Although many ninjas were puzzled by the sudden resignation of the third Hokage, for the majority of them, it hardly mattered who held the title as long as their lives remained unaffected. 3 days later, within the Uchiha clan compound. When Tsunade arrived at the Uchiha compound to visit shortly after becoming Hokage, many members of the clan were visibly surprised. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku greeted respectfully. Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan and a man who advocated for peace, naturally maintained the proper respect when addressing the Hokage. I'm here to see Mikato. Carry on with your work, Tsunade said simply, nodding to him. Yes, Lord Hokage, Fugaku replied, though his tone carried a trace of confusion. While Fugaku didn't dwell on it, the news quickly spread throughout the Uchiha compound. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha was a sensitive topic, one known to every adult Uchiha ninja. Many speculated about Tsunade's unexpected visit. Was she here to investigate their clan's situation? Perhaps to find a pretext to suppress them? But when word got out that Tsunade was specifically here to meet Uchiha Mikato, the clan members were even more bewildered. Inside Mikato's house. In the living room, Uchiha Akira, Mikato's father, sipped on tea prepared by his wife as he pondered the clan's current situation. At 50-something, Akira was one of the clan's senior advisors. Having survived countless battles, he was considered a figure of wisdom within the Uchiha. However, despite his status, one regret always weighed on his mind: the decision to push his daughter, Mikato, into forging ties with Orochimaru. What seemed like a smart move at the time had proven to be a grave miscalculation when Orochimaru defected from the village. To make matters worse, Mikoto refused to marry after meeting Orochimaru, a decision Akira couldn't understand. Although he'd noticed certain oddities in their interactions, the possibility of his daughter being involved with Orochimaru seemed too scandalous to believe. The shame such a relationship could bring to the Uchiha clan was unthinkable, yet he chose to remain silent, adhering to the old principle that family scandals should not be aired publicly. As he sat in quiet contemplation, a knock came at the door. "Who is it?" "Come in," Akira called out. A clan member stepped inside, bowing slightly. "Akira-sama, is Mikoto at home?" "Yes." "Why do you ask?" "Lord Hokage is here. She wants to see Mikoto." "What?" Akira was taken aback. Tsunade, one of the Sunin and the current Hokage, had personally come to his home? More importantly, Tsunade was known to be Orochimaru's wife. Why would she, of all people, come here instead of summoning them to her office? Akira's thoughts spiraled. Could Tsunade have discovered Mikoto's connection to Orochimaru? Was she here to exact revenge? Suppressing his anxiety, Akira went to greet Tsunade. The ensuing conversation left him utterly stunned. "You want Mikoto to be your assistant?" "Correct." "Is there a problem?" Tsunade asked, her tone firm. "And no. No problem at all," Akira stammered, his voice trembling. Being Hokage's assistant wasn't just a desk job. It was a position of immense influence, second only to the Hokage and the advisors in terms of authority. For Tsunade to offer such a prestigious role to a member of the Uchiha clan was nothing short of astonishing. Even after Tsunade left, Akira remained in a daze, unable to process what had just happened. Let Mikoto become Tsunade's assistant, introduce a new curriculum to the Ninja Academy, and eventually reassign the Uchiha clan to different roles. These steps will significantly ease tensions between the Uchiha and Konaha. Walking through the wilderness, Orochimaru explained his strategies to Kushina, who listened intently. After a moment, she asked, "I understand how Mikoto becoming Tsunade-sama's assistant could make the Uchiha feel more valued by the village, but why introduce a new course at the Ninja Academy?" "Ideological shifts start with the younger generation," Orochimaru explained patiently. "The new course will highlight the Uchiha clan's contributions to Konaha, helping civilian ninjas see the Uchiha in a positive light. This will foster better integration and mutual acceptance." "What about reassigning their jobs? Isn't the police force already a powerful role? Why take that away from them?" "Powerful, yes. But also deeply unpopular. The job requires dealing with prisoners and enforcing laws, which fosters resentment and amplifies their clan's more extreme tendencies. Reassigning them to different roles will help diffuse those tensions." "Wow, you've thought of everything," Kushina said, impressed. "You really are incredible, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile. "It's nothing. These are just ideas on paper. Tsunade will have to figure out how to implement them and ensure the Uchiha cooperate. But still." Kushina trailed off before suddenly perking up. "By the way, where are we headed now?" "To meet someone," Orochimaru replied cryptically. "Who?" Before Orochimaru could answer, a voice rang out ahead of them. "So, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is indeed in your hands, Orochimaru." The pair turned to see several ANBU members flanking none other than Danzo, who stood with a cold glare. "Danzo-sama." Kushina whispered in disbelief. "For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70+ advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 310, Chapter 310. Orochimaru firmly believed in the saying, to stabilize the outside, one must first settle the inside. If Konaha, a village as large and politically tangled as it was, were to be properly governed, its internal issues had to be resolved first. Tsunade, as the fourth Hokage, already possessed the qualifications and skills necessary to lead, and ordinary problems wouldn't trouble her. However, two major obstacles remained, ones she couldn't handle alone. The first was Danzo, who operated independently of the Hokage's authority. The second was the long-standing conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konaha. The Uchiha-Konaha conflict had deep historical roots, stemming from the feud between Ashura and Indra, their ancestors. Yet, Orochimaru had observed through his time in the village and through his extensive knowledge that the Uchiha clan wouldn't resort to rebellion unless they were cornered. As Uchiha Madara once admitted to Hashirama, the clan no longer possessed the courage to rebel. The Uchiha coup in the original timeline, Orochimaru reasoned, occurred only because they were left with no other option. Distrust from Konaha's higher UPS, surveillance, forced isolation, each of these added pressure on the Uchiha. All of these came to a head 8 years after the Nine Tails attack on Konaha, when the seeds of rebellion began to take form. Thus, for Orochimaru, the solution was simple. Before tensions escalated, grant the Uchiha clan the trust and power they deserved. Let them enjoy the respect and recognition due to them in the village and integrate them with civilian ninjas. Addressing their past grievances and treating them fairly could significantly ease tensions and dissuade thoughts of rebellion. With better living conditions, a sense of honor, and positions of authority, who would risk all that for a coup? Orochimaru felt confident that while this wouldn't entirely erase the Uchiha-Konoha conflict, it would greatly reduce the likelihood of it spiraling out of control. And, given time, future conflicts could be resolved more easily. After explaining this plan to Tsunade, Orochimaru turned his attention to the second issue Danzo. When Danzo received Orochimaru's summons, he arrived immediately. He had his reasons, after all. He had always wanted to meet Orochimaru again. Kushina, who was with Orochimaru, was taken aback by Danzo's sudden appearance. Despite her innocence, she was quickly becoming privy to Konoha's dark secrets, which overwhelmed her. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed, more focused on deciphering Danzo's intentions than Kushina's reaction. With a sarcastic smirk, Orochimaru said, "So, it seems that Danzo-sama and the Third Hokage truly don't see eye to eye. He didn't even bother to inform you that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is in my hands." Danzo's expression hardened, his tone cold. "Enough with the sarcasm. You understand Konoha's state as well as I do. Tell me, why did you call me here?" Orochimaru didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stared at Danzo, his expression calm but sharp. Understanding the unspoken message, Danzo turned to his subordinates. "Leave us," he ordered. Once his men were gone, Kushina tactfully excused herself as well, giving them privacy. Now alone, Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Danzo. "Danzo-sama, surely you have something to say to me." Danzo remained silent for a moment, gauging the situation. Orochimaru's strength and status as a traitor were beyond his control, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. After a long breath, he finally spoke. "Phew. Orochimaru, I never expected the position of Hokage to fall into your hands like this. It's truly surprising." "Hokage?" Orochimaru chuckled. "It's merely a title. If one cannot even achieve this basic goal, what is the point of having ideals?" Danzo scoffed, his disapproval evident. Konoha's political landscape was a minefield, with factions vying for influence. When a new Hokage took office, consolidating power often meant purging dissenters, removing influential elders and powerful families who opposed their rule. This was the quickest way to establish the Hokage's authority. However, this method was ruthless, risked alienating other clans, and wasn't feasible for Tsunade, who lacked her own loyal faction. Orochimaru, aware of these limitations, knew that even if he wanted to eliminate opposition for Tsunade, he needed to handle matters delicately. Danzo, with his penchant for operating in the shadows, had been an issue since the Third Hokage's tenure. He consistently went against the Hokage's orders, driven by his ambition to rule Konoha and conquer the ninja world. For Orochimaru, this combination of traits made Danzo both a threat and an opportunity. Instead of using force, Orochimaru opted for negotiation. He made his stance clear: although he was no longer part of Konoha, his marriage to Tsunade meant he still had ties to the village. He warned Danzo against hindering Tsunade's leadership or making moves for the Hokage position. At the same time, Orochimaru dangled a tempting offer, a future opportunity for Danzo to realize his ambitions, under the right conditions. The veiled threat in Orochimaru's words was unmistakable. Yet, Danzo, with all his ambitions, had no choice but to concede. After all, even he knew that challenging Orochimaru now untethered from Konoha's rules was a losing battle. And while Danzo wanted the Hokage title, he was pragmatic enough to bide his time. Danzo frowned but said nothing, recognizing that Orochimaru's word was final. Once Danzo left, Kushina rejoined Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru," Kushina finally asked, "when will I be able to return to Konoha?" Orochimaru's response was casual. "When my daughter is born." Kushina's face flushed. She recalled the one intimate night she and Orochimaru had shared after Tsunade gave her blessing. However, that single experience had left her feeling inadequate compared to Tsunade, and Orochimaru's casual remark only heightened her embarrassment. Before she could retort, Orochimaru suddenly stopped in his tracks, his sharp senses picking up on something unusual. "Kushina, don't move," he ordered. She froze, confused. Whoosh. A long silver needle, glinting ominously, shot out from the nearby woods, aiming straight for her heart. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70+ advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 311, Chapter 311. The sudden attack left Kushina completely disoriented. Having spent most of her life in the safety of Konoha and with little battlefield experience, she was momentarily frozen in confusion. But Orochimaru was no ordinary ninja. His vigilance and ability to detect danger were second nature, honed to a razor's edge. The moment the silver needle launched, Orochimaru reacted instantly. With a quick motion, he grabbed Kushina's arm and pulled her behind him, shielding her. At the same time, his other hand rose, chakras surging through him. Buzz. The air around him seemed to hum as a massive magnetic force erupted. Whoosh. The silver needle's trajectory shifted dramatically under the pull of the magnetic force, veering away from its target. But the needle wasn't just a projectile, it was attached to a long silver thread. Controlled by the attacker, the needle quickly retracted and returned to its wielder. Snap. The needle landed back in the hand of a masked ninja who emerged from the woods. Behind him, 6 other figures followed, each unique in height, build, and choice of weapon. The one thing they all shared, however, was the unmistakable symbol on their forehead protectors, the mark of Kirigakuer. What a sharp reaction. Dodging my attack so effortlessly. The masked ninja spoke in a mocking tone, his voice tinged with both amusement and ridicule. This ninja had spiky blonde hair, a Kirigakuer Anbu mask covering his face, and bandages wrapped loosely around his neck. His slender frame and posture oozed arrogance. Though his words carried a hint of admiration, the condescension in his tone was impossible to miss. Their confidence wasn't unfounded. They were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kirigakuer's elite. Together, their strength was enough to rival even a cage. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he recognized them. He remembered seeing some of these swordsmen before, near his southeastern laboratory. At the time, he hadn't pursued them since they hadn't interfered with his plans. Now, fate had brought them together again. But something felt off. Orochimaru's thoughts flickered to the future he had glimpsed. In it, Might-Do had opened the 8 gates and killed some of these very swordsmen. Yet here they stood, alive and well. Interesting. Before Orochimaru could say more, Kushina, trembling with anger and fear, reached for a kunai. But a moment later, she froze in frustration. She didn't even have basic ninja gear with her. The 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, hey. Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold smile. Yes, he thought, they'll make excellent material for my collection. The 7 ninja swordsmen were legends in their own right, each wielding a unique and deadly blade. The blast sword, Shibuki wielded by Jinpachi Munashi. The long sword, Nuiberi handled by Kushimaru Kuriareri. The blunt sword, Kabutori held by Jinin Akabino. The thunder swords, Kaiba mastered by Reiga Kurosuke. The great blade, Same Hada carried by Fukiki Sukazan. The executioner's blade, Kyubikaribch belonging to JZ Biwa. The twin sword, Hiramekarai. These 7 were among Kirigakure's finest. Orochimaru's mind raced with possibilities. Once defeated, he could claim their bodies and bind them into his Edo Tensei army. They would become valuable tools in his grand plans. Despite his calculating thoughts, Orochimaru instinctively extended his arm to shield Kushina further. While her tailed beast powers were formidable, she lacked the tools or experience to defend herself right now. If she lost control of the 9 tails, it would cause more harm than good. The simple, protective gesture took Kushina by surprise. Orochimaru wasn't the type to express care or affection. He didn't offer comforting words or shower his partners with gifts. Yet this one instinctive act stirred something within her. It was unexpected, but it made her feel safe. JZ, standing at the forefront of the group, raised an eyebrow. Oh? So you know who we are? He smirked. I guess that makes us pretty famous, hey? Perfect. My blade's gotten a bit dull lately, it's time to sharpen it with your blood. Kushina clenched her fists, fear creeping into her voice. Lord Orochimaru, what do we do? I can't. Orochimaru's response was calm and laced with confidence. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will hurt you. Kushina blinked. A strange sense of security washed over her. Before she could process the feeling, JZ's mocking laughter echoed through the forest. Another arrogant fool. Does he really think he can take on the 7 of us? Is he serious? Another swordsman sneered. Wait, JZ interrupted, his tone cautious. Did that woman just call him Orochimaru? The air grew tense. Orochimaru? As in Orochimaru of the Sunin, one of the swordsmen asked, tightening his grip on his weapon. Their demeanor shifted. A flicker of doubt crossed their faces, quickly replaced by savage grins. If it really was Orochimaru, then defeating him would be a badge of honor. Well, said Jinpachi, the wielder of the blast sword, there's only one way to find out. Without hesitation, he charged at Orochimaru, swinging his blade with deadly intent. Explosions from the sword could pulverize even the sturdiest defenses. Jinpachi was confident that one swing would be enough to end this fight. Yet Orochimaru didn't flinch. He stood calmly, hands moving in practiced seals, exuding an eerie sense of control. His golden eyes gleamed with amusement as Jinpachi leaped into the air, blade raised high. Even if you are Orochimaru, you'll die by my hand. Jinpachi roared. The sword descended, and just as the explosive edge was about to make contact, Orochimaru raised his right hand, his voice low and composed. 1. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 312, Chapter 312. Boom. Suddenly, a coffin erupted from the ground. It rose swiftly, blocking Jinpachi's attack while simultaneously obstructing his line of sight. Clang. The explosive blade struck the coffin, producing a dull sound. Jinpachi, wary of a trap, refrained from detonating the blade. Instead, he immediately kicked off the coffin for leverage, pulling the explosive blade free and retreating swiftly. Whoosh. The longsword, Nuiberi wielded by Kushimaru suddenly appeared, darting past Jinpachi and the coffin, aiming directly at Orochimaru from the side. 2. Boom. Another coffin burst out of the ground, intercepting the needle mid-flight. Despite its remarkable piercing power, the needle embedded itself into the coffin lid, unable to reach Orochimaru. This. What is this? Akabino, wielding the blunt sword, Kabutori, quickly tried to circle around Orochimaru, seeking to cut off his escape. But just as he moved, Orochimaru calmly raised his left hand. Boom. 3. A third coffin rose directly in Akabino's path, forcing him to halt and retreat instinctively. Whoosh. Whoosh. The remaining swordsmen reacted quickly, forming a loose formation to surround Orochimaru and the 3 coffins. These coffins. The 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure exchanged uneasy glances. As elite shinobi of the mist, they were privy to certain intelligence. While the details were vague, they had heard whispers about the impure world reincarnation. And now, the unsettling sight of these coffins made them wary. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smile. 3 should be enough, he murmured. Suddenly, Kushimaru yanked hard on the silver thread attached to Nuiberi, pulling it back and inadvertently prying open one of the coffin lids. The first figure emerged, a dark-skinned, muscular man whose aura radiated overwhelming strength. Oh no! This isn't good. Before they could react further, the remaining 2 coffin lids fell away, revealing 2 additional figures. Standing before the 7 ninja swordsmen were the resurrected forms of the 3rd Raikage, the 2nd Tsuchikage, and the 3rd Kazekage. Damn it, Orochimaru, growled the Raikage. To think that even in death, I'd be turned into someone else's puppet. This is beyond humiliating. What's going on here? Have I been brought back too? The Kazekage muttered, his voice low and tinged with discontent. The Tsuchikage, however, said nothing, his expression cold and unreadable. Orochimaru didn't bother to explain. With a wave of his hand, 3 kunao each inscribed with talismanic seals shot forward, embedding themselves into the heads of the resurrected shadows. The kunao sank in, and the talismans began to glow faintly. The expressions of the 3 resurrected shinobi faded into blankness as their eyes turned pitch black. Their consciousness was wiped clean, leaving only obedient killing machines behind. Enough chatter, Orochimaru commanded with a casual tone. Kill these 7. The air grew heavy as the chakra of 3 cage-level shinobi erupted simultaneously. The resurrected shadows wasted no time. One stayed back, manipulating magnet release, another took to the skies, preparing to unleash dust release, while the Raikage charged forward, wrapped in lightning chakra, aiming to engage in close combat. Orochimaru grabbed Kushina's arm and, with a swirl of chakra, used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport them to a safe vantage point. Sir, didn't the 2nd Hokage warn you not to use this technique? Kushina asked hesitantly, recalling Tobirama's explicit disapproval of impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru chuckled, his tone mocking. When did I ever promise him anything? He smiled faintly. This jutsu is far too convenient. Why let it go to waste? The impure world reincarnation saved both chakra and physical effort. Why should he dirty his hands when these resurrected warriors could do the job for him? Kushina opened her mouth to argue but found herself at a loss for words. Technically, Orochimaru had never explicitly promised Tobirama anything, which made it hard to accuse him of breaking his word. Boom. The 2nd Tsuchikage's dust release obliterated a section of the battlefield, turning the uneven ground into a flat, barren wasteland. Everything caught in its path disintegrated into nothingness. Damn it! What kind of jutsu is this? Is that the 2nd Tsuchikage? The swordsman, momentarily distracted, scrambled to regroup. Clang! The 3rd Raikage appeared in front of JZ in a flash of lightning. With his 4-fingered hell stab, he thrust toward JZ's face. JZ barely had time to react. Desperately, he raised the executioner's blade to block the attack. Crack! The blade, famed for its durability, splintered under the force of the Raikage's thrust. The shockwave sent JZ flying backward, blood spraying from his shoulder where the Raikage's attack had pierced through. Ugh! JZ cried out, his shoulder mangled from the attack. The Raikage's raw power was overwhelming. His 4-fingered thrust had once nearly pierced Sasuke's Susanoo. For a mere sword to withstand such an attack was wishful thinking. Damn it! Akabino roared, seizing the opportunity to swing his blunt sword at the Raikage's exposed back. But the lightning release armor was too durable. Even the blunt sword, which combined a heavy axe and hammer to break through defenses, couldn't cut through entirely. Before Jinan could bring down the hammer for a finishing blow, the Raikage moved with blinding speed. He grabbed Jinan's wrists, lifted him effortlessly, and slammed him into the ground with devastating force. Boom! The impact created a deep crater, sending cracks spidering through the earth. Lightning surged outward, and Jinan coughed up blood as his body was crushed under the immense power. From above, the 3rd Kazekage's magnetic release descended like a black tide, suffocating and crushing the already crippled Jinan. Boom! Blood splattered across the battlefield as the swordsman met his end. In mere moments, the 7 ninja swordsmen were reduced from an elite fighting force to a scattered, panicked group. One was dead, and another gravely injured. The remaining 5 exchanged uneasy glances, fear written across their faces. We need to retreat, one of them shouted. But turning their backs would only hasten their deaths. Sensing their hesitation, Fugyuki, wielding same hata, made his move. Without warning, he kicked Reiga toward the enemy. Sorry, Reiga. Fugyuki shouted as he fled. You bastard. Reiga cursed, realizing too late he had been used as a distraction. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 80 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 313, Chapter 313. Kushina stood there, utterly stunned at the dramatic turn of events unfolding before her eyes. She hadn't expected to witness something so absurd and shocking right in front of her. Orochimaru, standing with his usual calm demeanor, couldn't help but smirk as he observed the scene. Ah, he mused, his voice low and filled with a faint trace of amusement, the battlefield truly reveals all aspects of human nature. To betray one's comrades just to survive? It wasn't the first time Orochimaru had seen such behavior, but even he was a bit surprised to see it among the famed 7 ninja swordsmen. Dash. Blast sword technique, blasting bridle repeating death. Long sword ninja art, earth spider sewing. As Fugyuki kicked Reiga to act as a decoy, Jinpachi and Kushimaru simultaneously unleashed their unique jutsu. By now, they had realized that the 3-cage level reanimated shinobi summoned by Orochimaru were far beyond their ability to defeat. Their ninjutsu wasn't aimed at winning but simply surviving. However, among the remaining 5 swordsmen, only Fugyuki could barely hold off one of the cage-level opponents. As for the others, they were utterly outmatched. The jutsu they employed couldn't even penetrate the defense of the third Raikage, let alone turn the tide of the battle. To make matters worse, Fugyuki was already preparing to flee the battlefield. Dash. Puff. The third Raikage moved with electrifying speed, thrusting 3 fingers directly into Reiga's heart. The blow was precise, and blood sprayed as Reiga collapsed lifelessly. Almost at the same time. Boom. 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 A chain of explosions tore through the battlefield. From above, the second Tsuchikage floated in the air, using his unmatched perception to aim devastating dust-release attacks at the ground. Simultaneously, the third Kazekage manipulated his sand iron, unleashing the sand iron domain. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos. The sky darkened with swirling debris, and the earth quaked under the sheer force of their combined attacks. Dash. Thump. 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 In a forest not far away, a flock of birds scattered into the air, startled by the violent commotion. 3 figures, sprinting swiftly toward the source of the disturbance, came to an abrupt halt. Wait. What's wrong, Genma? Look at the sky. Hearing this, Might Guy raised his head, his gaze narrowing. It looks like someone's fighting up ahead. We need to check it out, Shiranui Genma said decisively. Understood. Guy nodded. But let's approach cautiously. The 3 ninjas slowed their pace as they drew closer to the battleground. Their senses were heightened, their every move deliberate. It didn't take long for the forest to open up into a vast clearing, a sight that left the 3 of them stunned. Dash. What is this? This is insane. Unbelievable. The clearing was unnaturally large, the ground torn apart by cracks, with the lingering smell of gunpowder thick in the air. It was hard to imagine the scale of the battle that had taken place here. Hey, Guy, look at these bodies. Genma said, his voice trembling slightly. What is it? These are the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakuer. Might Guy swallowed hard, his eyes wide in disbelief. Such power. This is what true strength looks like. As he stared at the scattered swords lying across the battlefield, his eyes lit up with determination. Hey, look at those weapons. Dash. Orochimaru, watching the battlefield from the top of a nearby mountain through a monocular, let out a soft chuckle. Fate is such an interesting thing, he murmured. Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu. Such an unexpected encounter. He adjusted the monocular to focus on the 3 leaf ninjas cautiously surveying the aftermath of the battle. In his memory, these 3 were supposed to encounter the 7 ninja swordsmen directly. But now, their arrival had come too late, everything had already been resolved. Orochimaru smirked, then turned away from the scene. Let's go, Kushina, he said. Where are we going? She asked, still shaken from everything she had witnessed. Back to town. We have some work to do, he replied nonchalantly. Dash. Meanwhile, in the land of sound, 2 figures cloaked in black and adorned with red clouds moved stealthily through the area. One figure had a dual-toned black and white face, with a plant-like growth resembling a pitcher plant on their head. The other wore a swirling orange mask, concealing all but a single eye. Despite moving slowly, their path was calculated, evading every guard and patrol with precision. The orange-masked figure's voice broke the silence, low and gruff. Zetsu, are you certain this village belongs to Orochimaru? It's confirmed, Obito, White Zetsu replied confidently. Obito's single visible eye narrowed. Unbelievable. I never expected him to establish his own hidden village so early. White Zetsu tilted his head curiously. You sound almost afraid of Orochimaru. Why is that? You wouldn't understand, Obito said darkly. In Konaha, Orochimaru is more than just a name. He's a legend. Oh? Do tell, White Zetsu said, intrigued. Obito's tone turned grave. His true strength isn't in his combat prowess but in his scientific research. His experiments are outrageous. He's created regenerative abilities similar to the first Hokage's cells and even found ways to awaken the Sharingan in the Uchiha clan without the need for emotional trauma. No way. White Zetsu exclaimed. There's more, Obito continued. I suspect, he might even have the means to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan without sacrificing loved ones. At this, both White Zetsu and Black Zetsu froze, their minds racing. Awaken the Mangekyo, without sacrifice. Black Zetsu muttered, incredulous. The idea seemed absurd, an affront to the ancient truths that had governed the Uchiha clan for generations. I didn't believe it at first either, Obito admitted. But I've seen it. Uchiha Mikoto, of all people, has a Mangekyo Sharingan. And she frequently visited Orochimaru's lab. White Zetsu was stunned. If that's true, then we need to investigate further. We will, Obito said coldly. But for now, our priority is to recruit Nagato. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 80 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 314, Chapter 314. Obito was successfully manipulated by Madara and began to seek out Nagato for recruitment. However, recruiting Nagato was not a simple task. Currently, Nagato was living comfortably in Orochimaru's Sound Ninja Village and had already mastered most of the powers of the Rinnegan. Whether in terms of strength or personality, convincing Nagato was a significant challenge for Obito. But Obito had his own methods. Meanwhile, the Land of Fire, Konaha Village. Tsunade had ascended to the position of Hokage, and her assistant was none other than Uchiha Mikoto. A strange combination, a Senju and an Uchiha working together. However, this decision left some of the Konaha elders dissatisfied. They had never trusted the Uchiha clan and were even less inclined to allow one of them into Konoha's core leadership. Even so, with Orochimaru's influence in the shadows, Danzo refrained from objecting. Similarly, Hiruzen, who had supported Tsunade's rise to power, remained silent. With the two most influential figures saying nothing, Koharu and Homura, who often voiced their opinions, found themselves unable to argue. They realized that interfering in something like this would overstep their bounds. Besides, Tsunade had reassured them that all her decisions were for the good of the village. Left with no valid objections, they reluctantly chose not to interfere. Hokage's office. Even as Hokage, Tsunade preferred her usual casual attire. At this moment, she rested her hands on her desk, lost in thought about the reforms she wanted to implement. In Konoha, civilian ninjas required little concern. As long as they were provided with stable lives and sufficient commissions from missions, they were content. The true challenges lay with the ninja clans, whose vested interests often required careful management. Mikoto, has your clan had any particular reactions to me appointing you as my assistant? Tsunade asked. Not yet, Tsunade-sama, Mikoto replied calmly. Good, Tsunade nodded. Keep an eye out, and report any developments to me immediately. Yes, understood. After saying this, Tsunade suddenly paused, then smiled. By the way, Mikoto, do you know why I chose you to be my assistant? Mikoto blinked, momentarily stunned by the question. After a brief pause, she hesitantly responded, is it because of Lord Orochimaru? Tsunade chuckled. Yes, but that's only part of the reason. Only part of it? Mikoto asked, slightly confused. Before Tsunade could elaborate further, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Come in, Tsunade called out. An ANBU ninja stepped into the office, bowing slightly before delivering his report. Tsunade-sama, Might Guy's team has returned. Might Guy. Tsunade frowned slightly, then gave a faint, bitter smile. Might Du's son. His team has already reached Nin rank and can go on missions. Yet here I am, Hokage, still sitting behind a desk. She sighed briefly before continuing, weren't they on a mission to escort supplies? Why are they back so early? That. I'm not sure, the ANBU ninja replied. Never mind. Let them in, Tsunade instructed. Yes, ma'am, the ANBU ninja replied before leaving. Moments later, Might Guy and his team entered the Hokage's office. What's this? Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she noticed the unusual items they were carrying. Clang. The three team members dropped several large, distinctive weapons onto the floor of the office. Lady Hokage. We picked these up on the way. Might Guy reported, his tone brimming with youthful energy as he described what had occurred. The story they told was staggering, a large-scale battlefield, corpses strewn everywhere, and the remnants of an intense battle. Uchiha Mikoto's expression turned serious as she processed the information. The 7 ninja swordsmen. 5 of them dead? And you brought back their weapons. That's about the size of it. Guy replied, nodding energetically. Tsunade frowned as her gaze shifted to the weapons on the floor: the twin sword, Hiromekuri, the long sword Nuiberi, the blast sword Shivoki, the blunt sword Kabutori, and the thunder swords Kaiba. All of these belong to Konoha now. Mikoto asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. The sheer significance of what lay before them made her momentarily speechless. These weapons were legendary tools of Kirigakuru's 7 ninja swordsmen. And now, they were in Konoha's possession? On the other side, in Kirigakure village. The third Mizukage was trembling with rage as he listened to the report delivered by the escaped Fugyuki. What did you say? 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed, and their weapons were lost. Fugyuki nodded reluctantly. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The opponent's technique, it was simply overwhelming. The third Mizukage's fury was barely contained. Do you realize the importance of the 7 ninja swordsmen to our village? They're our elite force, second only to the Mizukage. And now, 5 of them are gone, along with their weapons. Fugyuki winced but continued, the enemy was simply too strong. His technique, it was unbelievable. Although Fugyuki had managed to escape unscathed thanks to Samehada and his quick retreat, his shame was evident. What surprised him most was how quickly one of his comrades, Zabuza's predecessor, had abandoned the fight. After taking a severe blow from the Raikage, the man had retreated into the woods and fled, leaving the others to their fates. While it was a wise decision in hindsight, the outcome remained devastating. The third Mizukage gritted his teeth. This technique, it matches the reports of the one that defeated the Kumo forces. Not only can it summon the cages of deceased ninjas from other villages, but it also allows them to retain their strength from life. What kind of forbidden jutsu is this? His anger gave way to bitter frustration. Despite his better judgment, he couldn't help but curse the 7 ninja swordsmen's recklessness. Engaging Orochimaru in combat was tantamount to suicide. But then a new thought struck him. Wait. Orochimaru defected from Konoha, didn't he? So why is he helping them in this war? Could his defection have been a ruse all along? Mizukage-sama. Fugyuki asked, sensing his leader's change in expression. The third Mizukage waved a hand dismissively. Enough. Send the order full retreat. Full, Retreat. The messenger hesitated for a moment, shocked by the abrupt decision. Yes. Now go, the Mizukage barked. Though confused, the messenger dared not question the command and swiftly departed to relay the order. Dash. With that command, the Third Ninja World War essentially came to an end. Although minor skirmishes persisted along the borders, the era of large-scale battles was over. The Kumigakure forces had been repelled by Orochimaru. Suna's forces had been persuaded to withdraw through diplomacy led by the two Hokages. Iwagakure had been driven back by Konoha's might. And Kirigakure? For reasons both known and unknown, they too had retreated from the battlefield. What was certain was this: Orochimaru's actions had been pivotal in shaping the outcome of this war. Dash. Back in the Sound Ninja village. Lord Orochimaru, who are these people? They're the daimyos of small nations. Daimyos, of small nations. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 315, Chapter 315. The third Mizukage's decision to retreat so decisively was based on harsh realities. After the other villages suffered defeats, Kirigakure knew it couldn't take on Konoha head-on. With their base camp far out at sea, their supply chain was slower compared to the other villages. Orochimaru killing 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen was the final blow, the straw that broke the camel's back, leaving Kirigakure no choice but to retreat. Thus, the Third Ninja World War ended in an anticlimactic manner. Even Orochimaru hadn't anticipated that defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen would have such a significant impact on the war. To him, their lives meant nothing. At that time, he had simply acted on a whim. If he could kill them, he would. If not, he wouldn't bother. Otherwise, with his strength and the cooperation of 3 Edo Tensei Kage, not just 7, but even 18 opponents wouldn't have been able to escape. As for the weapons dropped by the 7, Orochimaru had no interest in them. His strength had long surpassed the need for such tools. To him, it was merely a gift for Tsunade. After defeating the 7, Orochimaru returned to the Sound Ninja village with Kushina. But when Kushina saw the individuals inside the experimental capsules before her, she couldn't believe her eyes. Are they, really the daimyos of small countries? The figures inside the capsules were far from the refined appearances one might expect. Unlike the uniformly crafted clones Orochimaru had previously created, these individuals varied greatly in height, weight, and build. Some were gaunt with scraggly beards, while others were overweight and appeared aged. From their appearances alone, they seemed more like ordinary people than ninjas. Hearing Kushina's question, Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly. Of course. Why would I need to lie to you? How is this possible? Kushina stammered in shock. Having spent so much time with Orochimaru, she was well aware of his numerous research projects, including human cloning. But why would he clone the daimyos of small countries? Even if Kushina wasn't a ninja, it wouldn't take much for anyone to guess Orochimaru's intentions. Lord Orochimaru, are you planning to rule over these small countries? Orochimaru said bluntly, not even attempting to hide his motives. The first step is to use these clones to replace the daimyos of those small nations. What? Kushina was rendered speechless. Orochimaru's actions were already in direct conflict with her ideals. Having witnessed the destruction of her own village, Kushina longed for peace more than anything else. In Konoha, she had experienced tranquility and desperately hoped to preserve it. Like Tsunade, she dreamed of a world where countries could coexist peacefully without war. But Orochimaru's actions now. What's wrong? Do you have an issue with this? Orochimaru asked casually when he noticed Kushina's silence. No, I don't. Kushina didn't dare voice her objections. She knew that only Tsunade had the authority to challenge Orochimaru's decisions. After the war, all the nations entered a period of recovery and rebuilding. Those who needed to marry got married, and those starting families welcomed children. Under Tsunade's leadership, Konoha underwent a complete reorganization. While the larger nations focused on recuperating, Orochimaru quietly advanced his own plans for controlling the smaller countries. His plan was simple: program the clones with an unwavering loyalty to him while implanting the original daimyo's memories into their minds. This created clones identical to the original daimyos in appearance, memories, and even habits, but completely obedient to Orochimaru. The method was akin to Sasori's technique of controlling people with chakra strings. However, Orochimaru's approach was far more advanced. Unlike Sasori's puppetry, which could be discovered and used only once, Orochimaru's method was nearly undetectable. The clones could maintain continuous interaction with the populace without raising suspicion. Imagine a daimyo, indistinguishable from the original, ruling as usual yet secretly controlled by another. It wouldn't take long for the entire country to fall under Orochimaru's control. Once the clones were installed as daimyos, Orochimaru would oversee the administration, tailoring policies to suit each country's specific needs. Of course, Orochimaru didn't stop at simply replacing the daimyos. He also imparted agricultural and farming techniques to the clones, ensuring that the people of these countries wouldn't go hungry. By improving the lives of the citizens, the daimyos could earn their loyalty, further solidifying Orochimaru's influence. As for why Orochimaru didn't simply implant obedience commands into the original daimyos' minds? The answer was simple. Humans, with their emotions and resistance, were unpredictable. Forcing obedience required the full cooperation of the subject, which was difficult to guarantee. Even using genjutsu to increase success rates wouldn't push beyond 50% and was ultimately a waste of time. Replacing the original daimyos with obedient clones was faster, safer, and far more effective. Konaha, January year 48. Orochimaru led Kushina, 20 clone guards, and the replacement daimyos to their destinations in 2 separate countries. For ordinary people, swapping out daimyos would be an insurmountable task. The complexities of memory extraction and implantation alone would be beyond their capabilities. But for Orochimaru, it was far from impossible. A man who could manipulate souls and master cutting-edge technology would hardly struggle with transferring memories. Sneaking into the daimyo's residence undetected, Orochimaru would replace the original before anyone could react. The daimyo's residence, Land of Grass. Orochimaru sat leisurely on a sofa. Kushina, her long red hair cascading down her back, stood with her back to him. Lifting her skirt slightly, she sat down on Orochimaru's lap. One of her black knee-high stockings slipped off completely, while the other remained half removed. Orochimaru, however, paid no attention to these details. His focus was entirely on the way Kushina moved her waist, eliciting a sense of satisfaction. Kushina, you've become much more skilled, haven't you? Orochimaru teased. Lord Orochimaru, I. Kushina stammered, her voice faltering as her movements continued. Her gasps of pleasure filled the room, and soon, Orochimaru's battle reached its end. Ha! Lord Orochimaru. I don't think I can stay with you any longer, Kushina whispered breathlessly. Why not? Orochimaru asked, raising an eyebrow. I think I might be pregnant. Yes. Then why were you still coming here? Orochimaru snapped, his tone annoyed. Don't you know the first 3 months are the most critical? Chapter 316, Chapter 316. Kushina shared a unique bond with Orochimaru, and as a result, he took her with him wherever he went. Because the two of them had a mutual understanding, it was only natural for Kushina to follow him without question. However, anyone with even basic knowledge knows how crucial the first 3 months of pregnancy are. Any negligence could affect the fetus. Yet Kushina, either due to her confidence in her physical resilience or her lack of attention to such matters, didn't take this seriously. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Kushina turned around, wrapping her arms around his neck. Of course I know. But you don't need to go that far. Orochimaru smiled, lifting her chin. You can do as you please with other things, but not this. Not until the baby is born. Well, I understand. Good. Now, go take a shower. We're leaving this place tomorrow morning. All right. Kushina hesitated, as though she wanted to say something, but ultimately kept silent. She climbed off Orochimaru, straightened her clothes, and walked toward the bathroom. Seeing her hesitation, Orochimaru was momentarily concerned. However, he didn't dwell on it. After all, she had been thoroughly shaped by him physically and mentally. She was even carrying his child. She wouldn't do anything that would harm her own interests. Satisfied with this reasoning, Orochimaru shifted his attention back to the progress he had made during this time. By replacing the daimyo of a country, he could openly walk into their mansions without raising any suspicion. He was already in the Land of Grass, his third target. After examining the memories of so many daimyos, Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel at the disparity in their authority. Not all daimyos held actual power. For those who didn't, Orochimaru had to stay longer to suppress rebellions, eliminate dissent, and consolidate power. Although troublesome, Orochimaru's immense strength made these tasks simple. He could complete them without drawing any attention. While Orochimaru moved forward with his plans, Jiraiya started a journey to find the Child of Prophecy again. But could the Child of Prophecy still be found? Jiraiya didn't know. Regardless, he felt this was his duty, a mission he had to fulfill. Meanwhile, in Konaha, Tsunade, as Hokage, received a special letter. After reading its contents, she was utterly shocked. Mikoto. Mikoto. Tsunade called out urgently. Click. Uchiha Mikoto quickly entered the office. What is it, Tsunade-sama? I can't leave right now. You'll need to go to the Land of Rivers to intercept Orochimaru on my behalf. This is a top-secret mission. Remember, you must stop him. Tsunade leaned in, giving Mikoto detailed instructions. After listening, Mikoto was stunned. Me? I'm supposed to go alone. Yes. This is a confidential mission. With your current strength, there shouldn't be any issues, right? It's not about my strength, Tsunade-sama. Mikoto hesitated, her tone uneasy. It's just, in front of Lord Orochimaru, I can't even find my voice. There's no other choice. Treat it as an assignment and get it done. Understood. At the same time, in the Sound Ninja Village, within a heavily guarded secret laboratory, numerous clones patrolled the area, their vigilance unmatched. In a dim corner of the lab, the air suddenly rippled. Buzz. A black-cloaked figure wearing a spiraling mask materialized from the distorted space. Uchiha Obito scanned the rows of experimental pods before him, his expression one of astonishment. What are these? The lab was filled with human clones, incomplete humanoid forms, and advanced technology that defied belief. If an intruder is detected, kill them. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed through the lab. Whoosh. Countless eyes turned toward Obito's location. Swish. The closest clone immediately lunged at him, attacking without hesitation. But Obito's Kamui ability rendered him intangible. The moment the clone's strike passed through his body harmlessly, Obito smirked. You're quite sharp to detect my presence so quickly. Before he could dwell on it, 3 more clones appeared behind him, kunao in hand, striking in perfect coordination. Once again, Obito phased out of their reach with ease. This is troublesome. Forget it, I'll return another time. Uninterested in wasting his energy, Obito quickly activated Kamui, sinking into the ground. The clones scoured the area, searching for the intruder, but Obito was already miles away. Waiting for him there was Zetsu, who emerged from the earth like a shadow. What's wrong, Obito? Zetsu asked. The plan has changed, Obito replied coldly. What happened? There's a lab inside, it should belong to Orochimaru. Obito recounted everything he had seen. Zetsu was silent for a moment before responding. They had been observing the Sound Ninja village for quite some time, even before Orochimaru's return. Their original plan was to contact Nagato first and then create opportunities to provoke conflict. If Yahiko could be killed during this chaos, Nagato would inevitably fall into their hands. However, they had underestimated the strength of the Sound Ninja village under Orochimaru's control. Even with their unique abilities, Obito and Zetsu couldn't orchestrate a scenario where Yahiko's death would remain undetected, nor could they incite Nagato without suspicion. The daimyo of the Land of Sound? He lacked both the strength and the courage of someone like Hands of the Salamander. He wouldn't dare to challenge the Sound Ninja village, let alone orchestrate covert operations against it. The Land of Frost? It didn't even have a ninja village capable of resisting Orochimaru. The Land of Taki? Orochimaru had already taken their tailed beast, leaving them unable to protect themselves. The Land of Wind? Terrified of Orochimaru, they wouldn't dare raise a hand. The Land of Lightning? Perhaps there was potential there, but with the death of the Third Hokage, their power had diminished significantly. Provoking a conflict between them and the Sound Ninja village would require time and careful manipulation. As for Obito? While he did possess the ability to assassinate Yahiko, he couldn't guarantee that Nagato wouldn't suspect him. Yahiko's death within the heavily fortified Sound Ninja village would raise questions. If Nagato doubted them, the entire plan would collapse. Thus, they decided to shift their focus elsewhere, and that led them to Orochimaru's lab. Wait, are you saying there are people similar to me inside? Zetsu asked. Yes. Not only are they mass-produced, but their combat abilities seem to surpass yours. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 70 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 317, Chapter 317. The reason Obito investigated the source of Orochimaru's forces in the Sound Ninja village was quite simple. These ninjas not only had mysterious origins but also interfered significantly with his plans. To eliminate the problem at its root, Obito and Zetsu began investigating directly. With their abilities perception, surveillance, and controlling ordinary villagers to gather intelligence, it wasn't hard to locate the Sound Ninja village. Once they had the location, finding the lab wasn't particularly difficult. Both the original Orochimaru and the current Orochimaru were notoriously cautious. Even with advanced reconnaissance abilities, it was incredibly challenging to locate his secret labs. But now, Orochimaru seemed unconcerned about the Sound Ninja village laboratory. The lab's output was minimal, and his forces had already grown so much that even if the lab were destroyed, it wouldn't faze him. More importantly, Orochimaru had anticipated this exposure from the moment he brought Nagato to the village more than a decade ago. Was he worried? Not in the slightest. With his foresight and numerous scientific achievements, why would he fear Zetsu or the deceased Madara? If he did, he might as well admit defeat and die now. Dash. A few miles away from the lab, both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were stunned after hearing Obito's report. Orochimaru is building private soldiers? And in mass production. Stronger than you. What is he doing? It's unbelievable. White Zetsu muttered after recovering from his shock. Orochimaru's abilities are even more extraordinary than we imagined. It's true, Obito replied calmly. I didn't expect that the power he displayed in Konaha was only the tip of the iceberg. Do you know where Orochimaru is now? My clone is following him, White Zetsu said carefully. But Orochimaru's abilities are a bit strange. I don't dare get too close, I can only determine his approximate location. That's enough, Obito said. Let's go meet this so-called legendary Sunin. Understood. Zetsu slowly sank into the ground, while Obito activated Kamui, a vortex of energy swirling in the eye behind his mask. The two figures vanished. Dash. Early morning sunlight gently filtered through the faint mist, casting a soft glow on everything. In the Land of Rivers, in a jungle less than 10 kilometers from the daimyo's mansion, 3 figures stood facing each other. Orochimaru, dressed casually, appeared calm, while the 2 women standing opposite him kept their heads lowered. Especially the red-haired woman, who seemed to be trying to bury her face even lower. Tsunade sent you here? Orochimaru asked, his voice steady as he glanced at the well-dressed black-haired woman in front of him. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Uchiha Mikoto replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Orochimaru's lips curved into a slight smile. According to common sense, she shouldn't have known I was here. He turned his gaze toward the red-haired woman. Don't you agree, Kushina? I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru, Kushina stammered, her voice tinged with panic. It's just because. Why are you apologizing? Orochimaru asked playfully as he extended a hand, gently touching Kushina's face and lifting her chin. If there's something in the future, just tell me directly. Why go through so much trouble? Kushina froze, her mind unable to process Orochimaru's words. He wasn't blaming her for informing Tsunade? Seeing her confused expression, Orochimaru lowered his hand and waved dismissively. Forget it. I won't hold you accountable. Just be upfront next time. Is it that hard for you to tell me directly? Honestly, you're so shy even when applauding me. Orochimaru's teasing made Kushina blush furiously. Having spent so much time with him, she understood exactly what he meant by applause. Her embarrassment was inevitable. But standing nearby, Mikoto couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Though she had suspected their relationship the moment she saw them together, witnessing it firsthand left her slightly bitter. Still, there wasn't time to dwell on such feelings. All right, Lord Orochimaru, I'll get straight to the point, Mikoto said firmly. She relayed Tsunade's message word for word. After hearing everything, Orochimaru's expression remained playful. So, Tsunade sent you to stop my actions because they go against your ideals? You don't want me to become someone who would do anything to gain power. Do anything to gain power? Orochimaru chuckled, his golden eyes glinting with amusement as he looked between the two women. Let's set aside the true purpose behind my actions for a moment. But if your goal is to stop me, how exactly do you plan to do it? Mikoto froze. This was the question she had been dreading. She had considered this before setting out but hadn't come up with a suitable answer. Would you use your body? Orochimaru suddenly appeared behind Mikoto, his voice low and teasing as he whispered in her ear. Mikoto stiffened, her face turning crimson. If that's what you need, Lord Orochimaru, I can. All right, Mikoto, Orochimaru interrupted with a faint smile. I was just joking. But since this issue concerns you both, let me explain. With that, Orochimaru walked to a large stone by the roadside and sat down. The two women followed closely behind, sitting beside him as he began to speak. First of all, my goal isn't power, it's to end war. To end war? Mikoto echoed in surprise. Yes. Orochimaru nodded and began explaining his plans. The essence of his strategy was simple: by replacing the daimyos of smaller countries with people loyal to him, he could reduce the conflicts between nations. Over time, as his influence expanded and more countries fell under his control, he could merge them into a unified system, effectively eliminating war. With no borders to fight over, there would be no friction. Instead of armies, law enforcement agencies could maintain order. This vision of unification was something Orochimaru had been planning for years. To dismantle an enemy from within not only allowed for control but also ensured that the process was bloodless. While this method wasn't effective against larger nations, it worked perfectly on small countries with no ninja villages or weak forces. But, what about the daimyos of those small countries? Mikoto asked hesitantly. That's a necessary sacrifice, Orochimaru replied without hesitation. Exchanging the life of one daimyo for the peace of an entire nation is a very worthwhile trade. Sorry to interrupt your discussion, a low voice suddenly interjected. The space in front of them rippled, and a figure wearing a spiraling mask emerged from the distortion. Allow me to introduce myself, the masked man said calmly. My name is Uchiha Madara. Just completed one of the FFS I'm working on, and I want to pick another one. Is there a FIC you saw on MTL that was good but so horrible that you can't read it? Or maybe one you enjoyed reading that was dropped? Comment them, with the raw title or link, I'll check them out. Please don't recommend brain rot, I'm already suffering enough with some of the FICs I'm working on XD. Chapter 318, Chapter 318. Although Obito's space-time ninjutsu isn't as fast as the Flying Thunder God in battle, it excels in travel since it doesn't require marking. As a result, he arrived quickly. The sudden appearance startled Mikoto. She reacted instantly, drawing her sword and positioning herself next to Orochimaru, while Kushina looked on warily. When the masked man introduced himself as Uchiha Madara, Kushina looked confused, but Mikoto frowned. Uchiha Madara. Do you dare call yourself Uchiha Madara? Are you a criminal or just a fool? Obito ignored the two women and focused his gaze on Orochimaru. Orochimaru, Obito began, during the Second Shinobi War, you earned the title of One of the Sun after defeating Hanzo of Omegakure. Later, your advanced scientific research and dangerous knowledge led Konoha's upper echelon to betray you, using the excuse of protecting the village. In the end, you were forced to defect from Konoha. Don't you think it's tragic? Someone who contributed so much to Konoha ended up being treated this way. Orochimaru remained calm, but Mikoto and Kushina were visibly shocked. This was the first time they had heard the truth behind Orochimaru's defection. So, Orochimaru hadn't betrayed the village had betrayed him? Your investigation is thorough, Orochimaru said, far more relaxed than the women. He chuckled, ha ha ha, it is tragic, isn't it? But what interests me more is why someone claiming to be Uchiha Madara would investigate me so thoroughly. What's your goal? Or is this just your way of showing off your strength? Obito ignored the provocation and answered, the Rinnegan. Providing proper guidance to the Rinnegan's wielder has been our organization's mission since the Warring States period. And you, whether intentionally or unintentionally, more than 10 years ago, brought Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, to your village. The great nations bask in sunlight, while the smaller ones wither in their shadow. Nagato is destined to change the ninja world's fate. He shouldn't be reduced to an experiment in your lab. So, you want me to hand Nagato over? Correct. Obito said firmly. Orochimaru's lips curved into a smirk. Isn't that a little naive? You're the one who's naive. Obito replied, his voice deep. Orochimaru, war is everywhere. Where there is light, there will always be shadows to be found as well. As long as there is a concept of victors, the vanquished will also exist. The selfish intent of wanting to preserve peace initiates war. And hatred is born in order to protect love. With Nagato's help, we can create a world of only victors. A world of only peace. A world of only love. For that, our organization needs your cooperation. How noble you sound, Orochimaru said playfully. But if that's the case, shouldn't you go to Nagato directly? Why come to me? The Rinnegan isn't mine. And why should I trust you? Are you overestimating yourself? Have you forgotten the pain caused by war? Obito said coldly. If you refuse to cooperate, I wonder how long your Sound Ninja Village's location will remain a secret to the other great nations. Let them come, Orochimaru interrupted casually with a wave of his hand. I'd love to see whether my little village can withstand the siege of 4 major ninja villages, just like Konaha did in the war. You sound confident. Of course. True strength breeds confidence, Orochimaru said with a teasing smile. Just like you. Back then, you were the weakest member of the Uchiha clan, and yet here you are, daring to speak to me like this. Isn't your confidence also born of strength? What did you say? The single eye visible through Obito's mask widened in shock. Do I need to spell it out for you? Orochimaru said dismissively. I'm done wasting my time. Mikoto, Kushina, let's go. Without waiting for a response, Orochimaru turned and began walking toward the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Rivers. He knew perfectly well who the masked man was, Uchiha Obito. He also had a clear understanding of Obito's plans. Peace? That was nonsense. Obito would be lucky not to destroy the world. As Orochimaru walked away, Mikoto and Kushina quickly put away their weapons and followed him, leaving Obito standing frozen in place. Obito wasn't focused on being rejected, nor was he dwelling on Orochimaru's sharp words. What troubled him was the phrase Orochimaru had used, the weakest member of the Uchiha clan. How did Orochimaru know? Could he have seen through Obito's true identity? That's impossible. Obito muttered to himself, unable to believe his own conclusions. He had always believed that his identity was a secret, that he operated from the shadows without anyone knowing who he truly was. That belief had made him bold in his approach to Orochimaru. Even if his objective wasn't achieved, he had expected to gain valuable information. But now, not only had he failed, but Orochimaru had thrown him off balance. How could Orochimaru possibly know he was Obito? It defied logic. By the time Obito snapped out of his thoughts, Orochimaru and the 2 women had already disappeared into the distance. At that moment, Zetsu emerged from the ground beside him. What a troublesome man. Staring at Orochimaru's fading silhouette, Zetsu muttered to himself, not only does he have incredible scientific research capabilities, but he also seems to possess a special sensory ability. Orochimaru's words clearly show he knows something, yet even I have no idea how he discovered your identity. Is there really someone like that in this world? Behind the spiraling mask, Obito's Sharingan glowed crimson as he narrowed his eyes. Perhaps, gaining Orochimaru's cooperation would be even more beneficial than simply recruiting Nagato. True, Zetsu replied. But Orochimaru's vigilance isn't something ordinary ninjas possess. He won't join us easily. Oh, he will, Obito said quietly. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 80 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 319, Chapter 319. Obito was stunned when Orochimaru uncovered his identity. He couldn't figure out how Orochimaru had managed to discover it. But he wouldn't give up so easily. After all, Nagato was a key part of the entire Eye of the Moon plan. If Orochimaru couldn't be persuaded, implementing the plan would require an indefinite delay. Thus, without compromising other plans, Obito decided to prioritize recruiting Orochimaru. Orochimaru, however, wasn't overly concerned about this. For him, completing his own plans was the top priority. Lord Orochimaru, do you think that person earlier is really from the Uchiha clan? Mikoto and Kushina were still in shock, unable to process what had just happened. They didn't understand why that masked man had suddenly appeared in front of them, but the conversation between him and Orochimaru had left them deeply shaken. The reasons behind Orochimaru's rebellion against the village and the masked man's true identity. Of course. Didn't you see his Sharingan? I did, but he claimed to be Uchiha Madara. And you, sir, said. Mikoto hesitated, her voice filled with confusion. A man claiming to be Uchiha Madara, yet Orochimaru asserted he was the last person in the world who could be him. So who exactly was this masked man? Orochimaru smiled faintly. I'll explain it all to you later. For now, go report my situation to Tsunade. This, how am I supposed to report something like this? Just tell the truth, Orochimaru said indifferently. Then, as though struck by an afterthought, he added, by the way, you don't need to return. Kushina is pregnant, and since you're here, it's perfect timing. Help take care of her. Hey? Pregnant, she's pregnant. Mikoto froze in place, stunned. What's going on here? A few days later, in the Hokage's office in Konaha village. After receiving Uchiha Mikoto's message via Ninja Eagle, Tsunade was utterly floored. Ruling over a small nation? Is it to end the war? The message laid out Orochimaru's ambitions and methods in painstaking detail. Change the leadership, reduce wars, and achieve unification. What an audacious plan. Tsunade found herself conflicted. From a moral standpoint, the daimyo of a nation was still alive, and killing them was clearly wrong. Orochimaru's plan of replacing the original daimyos with clones essentially left the real daimyos with no choice but to be eliminated. Yet, from a long-term perspective, his methods undeniably contributed to world peace. Once the smaller nations were unified under a single rule, the only conflicts remaining would be between the great nations. Resolving those could lead to peace throughout the ninja world. Damn that man. Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration. Faced with Orochimaru's plans, could she stop him? No. All she could do was express her dissatisfaction with him verbally. At the same time, in Kirigakure village within the Land of Water, the middle-aged third Mizukage had been forced to abdicate due to a series of poor decisions, much like the third Hokage. Yagura, an elite jounin, had taken over as the fourth Mizukage. The process for selecting a Mizukage in Kirigakure differed from other villages. While other villages either held elections or appointed successors in advance, Kirigakure relied on sheer strength. Whoever had the most formidable combat abilities earned the title of Mizukage. Initially, the strongest candidate after the third Mizukage wasn't Yagura but Fukuyuki. The man was so powerful that Suijutsu once claimed he was the most terrifying same-hata user in Kirigakure's history. Yet, despite his strength, the struggle for power wasn't just about combat. In the realm of conspiracies and intrigue, Fukuyuki was no match for his competitors. Ultimately, Yagura emerged victorious amidst the political turmoil, securing his position as the fourth Mizukage. The ninja world continued developing steadily, with time marching forward. By July of Konaha year 48, in an orphanage. In just 6 months, Orochimaru had reshaped the political landscape west of the Land of Sound, excluding the Land of Rain. He even built secret laboratories in each daimyo's residence. These weren't laboratories for research or experiments, though. Each contained 8 life support pods designed to sustain clones. Orochimaru had spent half a year creating these daimyo clones. After all, if he started killing ninjas from other nations without justification, it would only create unnecessary problems. The 8 clones stationed in each residence acted as both replacements and personal guards for the daimyos. Of course, most of these clones were drawn from his orphanage. When traveling, Orochimaru only had 20 guards with him, which was insufficient. The orphanage served as a convenient source of reinforcements. Now, Orochimaru had come to the orphanage for 2 reasons. First, he had completed replacing the daimyos in this region. Second, a child was about to be born. Yes, a child. Kushina was due to give birth in just 2 months. Even more surprising, Mikoto after spending 2 months with Orochimaru was now pregnant as well. It was an awkward situation. Originally, Orochimaru had planned for Mikoto to look after Kushina, but a lonely night had led to unforeseen consequences. Neither woman could return to Konoha, and they were far from on good terms with him. Thus, Orochimaru arranged for them to stay nearby while they waited to give birth. Lord Orochimaru, what's going on with them? No, the head of the orphanage, was utterly baffled as she stared at the 2 pregnant women in front of her. They're just like you, Orochimaru said nonchalantly. Orochimaru's main concern was ensuring the children's safety. He didn't want a repeat of the Nine Tails rampage from his memories. He personally constructed a cabin near the orphanage for the 3 women to stay in temporarily. The area's security was handled by clones, while Nono, an excellent medical ninja, took care of prenatal care and would oversee the deliveries. With Orochimaru's protection, nothing could go wrong. Still, he needed to address a potential threat before Kushina gave birth, Uchiha Obito. The man's ability to phase through barriers made him an unpredictable wild card. With this in mind, Orochimaru crouched on the ground. Buzz. Light green eyeshadow appeared around his eyes as he gathered immense natural energy. His fingertips touched the earth, and his unique perception ability spread out in all directions. 5 kilometers away. Orochimaru smirked. With a faint whoosh, he vanished from the spot. Chapter 320, Chapter 320. Because White Zetsu's body can merge with the earth, his tracking and perception abilities are extremely strong. However, he never approached Orochimaru directly and relied solely on clones to follow him. As a result, he couldn't copy Orochimaru's chakra or use long-range perception on him. To ensure he could track him effectively, White Zetsu had no choice but to deploy several clones to tail Orochimaru around the clock. At this moment, the closest clone to Orochimaru was 5 kilometers away. 5 kilometers was a relatively safe distance. Most ninjas' perception abilities extended only a few hundred meters, and even a 1 kilometer range was considered exceptional. From this perspective, 5 kilometers seemed perfectly secure. But White Zetsu wasn't aware of Orochimaru's Sage Mode or his unique ability to detect the presence of wood-release cells. While White Zetsu remained underground, focusing on tracking Orochimaru, he suddenly noticed Orochimaru's chakra signature vanish. What's going on? White Zetsu was startled. Did his chakra just disappear? Is he using the Flying Thunder God technique to travel? It was well known that Orochimaru could use the Flying Thunder God technique, so White Zetsu wasn't too surprised. But why would Orochimaru activate such a technique in the middle of the night? With a bit of hesitation, White Zetsu decided to concentrate his perception abilities again to determine Orochimaru's exact location. Suddenly. Earth release, earth fracture. Boom. The ground trembled as a large amount of chakra was injected into it, forcibly splitting it apart. White Zetsu's clone was immediately exposed to Orochimaru's sight. This guy. The sight of Orochimaru using Earth Release ninjutsu left White Zetsu completely confused. It was already too late to react. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Hiss. Countless snakes slithered out of Orochimaru's sleeves, darting toward White Zetsu at an incredible speed. White Zetsu, being a perception type, lacked the speed to evade such an attack. Faced with Orochimaru's sudden and precise strike, he had no chance of escape. Bang! Bang! The snakes coiled tightly around him, binding him completely. Orochimaru applied force, dragging White Zetsu forward until he was directly in front of him. With a smirk, Orochimaru grasped White Zetsu by the neck. You've been following me for months. That must have been hard work. Did Obito send you? White Zetsu, still in shock, stammered, so, you've known I was here all along. Your perception ability, it's really something. Spare me the flattery, Orochimaru said coldly. Go tell Obito to come see me. He released his grip and allowed the snakes to unwind, freeing White Zetsu. Still processing Orochimaru's actions, White Zetsu was thoroughly bewildered. Do you really know who he is? Of course. Don't you want Nagato's cooperation? I'm offering you a chance, Orochimaru replied with a sly grin. White Zetsu's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment, he chuckled. Orochimaru, you really are an interesting guy. Am I? Orochimaru dismissed him with a wave, turning to leave. Enough talking. Let me know when he arrives. And remember, don't let anyone else notice you. Understood. With that, White Zetsu smiled faintly, sank back into the earth, and disappeared. Unification. Every time Orochimaru thought about that word, his mind wandered to the Sage of Six Paths and Kage Otsutsuki. During Kage's reign, there hadn't been so many countries in the ninja world. The entire world was under her rule. People revered her as the goddess of the moon. Though she demanded annual sacrifices of 100 people to the god tree, the world itself was free of war. Aside from natural causes like aging or illness, very few people died during her era. However, the Sage of Six Paths, in his so-called moral righteousness, criticized his mother's methods, branding them as unethical. Not only did he seal her away, but he also extracted the 10 tails and distributed chakra to others under the guise of founding the ninja world. At first glance, it appeared noble, but in reality, it sowed the seeds of chaos in the ninja world. Ordinary people, given power far beyond their comprehension, inevitably fell to greed and conflict. After the sage's death, his sons, Indra and Ashura, descended into a cycle of bitter conflict. The ninja world splintered into factions, and the various nations were plunged into war. In the end, the number of deaths caused by war far surpassed the mere hundreds sacrificed to the god tree each year. Thousands, if not tens of thousands, perished annually. Though Orochimaru utilized the chakra the sage had passed down, he couldn't help but look down on both him and his ideals. He also despised the first Hokage's methods. In Orochimaru's view, an era of chaos could only be ended through absolute power. Morality and kindness were luxuries reserved for times of peace. Lord Orochimaru, where did you go so late? As soon as he returned to the cabin, Mikoto, her pregnant belly visibly round, greeted him. Nowhere. I just went out for some fresh air, Orochimaru replied casually, still unwilling to share the details of his movements. Hearing this, Mikoto walked over and placed her hands on his shoulders, gently massaging them. Forgive me, Lord Orochimaru. I was supposed to take care of Kushina during this time, but I didn't expect. It's fine. Orochimaru smiled faintly and pulled her into his arms. You've worked hard enough lately. Make sure to rest whenever you can. After sending Mikoto off, Orochimaru calmed himself. Lying in his room, his thoughts turned to potential problems. Kaguya and Uchiha Madara could be controlled to a degree through the timing of their resurrections. But the Otsutsuki clan members who might arrive on Earth in the future? They couldn't be dealt with using schemes alone. Only overwhelming power could stop them. Considering the changes he'd already made to history, there was little chance Naruto or Sasuke, the saviors of the world, would exist. That left only himself. At the very least, Orochimaru knew he needed to master the power of the Six Paths. As this thought crossed his mind, his golden pupils darkened into scarlet. His gaze shifted to a bottle in another space, the one containing the sealed chme. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 80 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 321, Chapter 321. The power of the Six Paths refers to possessing abilities on the same level as the Sage of Six Paths. For instance, by absorbing all the tailed beasts into one's body, one can achieve the power of the Six Paths. Another way is by inheriting the Sage's lineage and awakening the dormant potential within one's body. Currently, these are the two main methods to obtain the power of the Six Paths. When one gains the power of the Six Paths, they can wield Truth Seeking Orbs and utilize the Yin-Yang release technique. The black rods used by Nagato, for example, are products of Yin-Yang release. In terms of form and functionality, the Truth Seeking Orbs are far more advanced than the black rods created by Yin-Yang release. The Truth Seeking Orbs can block an opponent's chakra and transform into various shapes for attack or defense. In the original story, Naruto used a Truth Seeking Orb to block one of Sasuke's Susanoo attacks. Moreover, individuals without the power of the Six Paths cannot touch the black substance of the Truth Seeking Orbs, otherwise, their chakra will be blocked, rendering them immobile. Just how strong are the blocking abilities of the Truth Seeking Orbs and black rods? Even someone as powerful as the first Hokage couldn't break free from this level of suppression. So, what exactly is the power of the Six Paths? As mentioned earlier, it does not directly refer to the Sage of Six Paths power but rather the same kind of power he wielded. According to Orochimaru's research, this power is actually the result of yin-yang release reaching a certain level. Yin and yang energies are divided into several levels. The first level is the most basic yin and yang chakra attributes. For example, the Nara clan's shadow techniques are yin-based, while the Akimichi clan's expansion techniques are yang-based. This level of chakra allows for the use of special ninjutsu but falls far short of the life-creating power of advanced yin-yang release. The second level is a combination of yin and yang chakra. For instance, Hashirama's cells and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan are examples of this level. While not yet true yin-yang release capable of creating life, the power derived from this combination is significantly stronger. Take Uchiha Obito as an example. At just 14 or 15 years old, he could challenge someone as formidable as his teacher, Namikaze Minato, were it not for Orochimaru's intervention. The third level is even more advanced, the fusion of Indra's and Ashura's chakra. This combination not only greatly enhances one's power but also awakens the Rinnegan, the unique eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The Rinnegan grants access to the true power of the Six Paths, enabling techniques like summoning the Gedo statue, controlling tailed beasts, and creating black rods. However, even at this level, the power of the Six Paths is not yet perfect. The fully perfected Six Paths power is achieved by combining Indra's and Ashura's chakra, awakening the Rinnegan, and then becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Only then does one truly obtain the power of the Six Paths. Of course, characters like Naruto and Sasuke in the original series obtained their Six Paths powers directly from the Sage of Six Paths, bypassing this process, but that's an exception. Now, back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru currently possesses a sage's body and has fused with the Rinnegan. To achieve the true power of the Six Paths, he would need to absorb a tailed beast. However, doing so comes with risks. Becoming a Jinchuriki would link his life directly to the tailed beast. If anything happened to the tailed beast, Orochimaru's life would also be in danger. Although Orochimaru has mastered immortality to some extent, such a situation would still cause significant harm. After contemplating for a moment while observing Shmei, the Seven Tails, he decided to abandon this plan for now. The power of the Six Paths, it's truly troublesome, Orochimaru murmured to himself. The most obvious sign of possessing the power of the Six Paths is the Truth Seeking Orbs. These black spheres combine attack, defense, support, and healing into one. Truth Seeking Orbs. As he thought about it, Orochimaru seemed to realize something. He quickly sat up and stretched out his right hand. Truth Seeking Orbs aren't created through yin-yang release alone, they are a product of fusing 7 chakra attributes. Fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, yin, and yang. Orochimaru began to slowly condense the 7 chakra attributes in his right hand. Dash. A few days later. On a mountain a few kilometers away from an orphanage, 3 figures stood facing each other. Obito and Zetsu wore their signature black robes on one side, while Orochimaru stood opposite them in casual attire. Looking at the calm and composed Orochimaru, Obito felt uneasy. Now that his identity was exposed, he no longer had the advantage of mystery. Without that shroud of secrecy, how could a 15-year-old boy stand on equal footing with Orochimaru, a son and renowned across the ninja world? This realization filled Obito with frustration. Orochimaru, how did you recognize me? With no one else around, Obito's voice returned to its natural, youthful tone. When Orochimaru had revealed his identity earlier, Obito had briefly considered eliminating him to prevent future problems. But he lacked the confidence to take down Orochimaru alone, and since Orochimaru didn't seem inclined to reveal his secret, Obito decided to observe for now. But today. Hehehe, Obito. Orochimaru smirked habitually. It wasn't difficult to recognize you. But before I answer, can you first answer 2 of my questions? Go ahead. First question, how did you end up like this? Orochimaru's tone was mocking. From what I remember, the Uchiha Obito I knew wasn't like this. I'm not answering that, Obito said without hesitation. It was a painful memory, one he wouldn't share with anyone, especially Orochimaru. From Obito's reaction, Orochimaru had already deduced most of the answer. Alright, second question, what's your real goal? Don't tell me it's world peace. You hide your identities, act mysteriously, and behave oddly. I don't believe your intentions are so noble. Building an organization, capturing tailed beasts, and using them to dominate the world, Obito replied without much hesitation. He had anticipated such questions from Orochimaru and had prepared his answers. I see, Orochimaru said, nodding thoughtfully. I reluctantly accept that answer. Now, as for your question. He smirked again. Do you remember that your blood was drawn once when you were a child? For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 80 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 322, Chapter 322. As a child. Obito was stunned for a moment before quickly recalling that his blood had indeed been drawn once by the Uchiha clan leader when he was a child. But what does that have to do with his identity? Orochimaru, unbothered by Obito's confusion, immediately launched into his own fabricated reasoning. He claimed to have conducted research on the blood sample and found that Obito's power was quite special, somewhat different from the rest of the Uchiha clan. Because of this, Orochimaru said he had paid particular attention to Obito during his research. When they met before, Orochimaru had sensed a familiar aura emanating from Obito, which led him to guess his identity. This explanation, however, was a complete lie. A lie so convincing that even Orochimaru nearly believed it himself. What was the connection between Obito and Orochimaru in Konaha? Answer, there was none. Uchiha Obito had never even come into contact with Orochimaru. The only instance of direct interaction was a mission with Kakashi and Rin, during which Orochimaru had frightened him. Beyond that, Obito's understanding of Orochimaru was limited to the man's reputation in Konoha and whatever information he had gathered recently. So when Orochimaru delivered his fabricated explanation, the scientifically ignorant Obito had no reason to doubt it. That's pretty much it. Do you have any other questions? Orochimaru asked casually, spreading his hands as if he couldn't care less. From the previous two questions, Orochimaru had already deduced that Obito and Zetsu's current situation was similar to what he remembered. Not much had changed, and this gave him complete confidence in his ability to take control of the situation. I see. Obito muttered. Although he was surprised that Orochimaru had done a blood test on him, it wasn't enough to confuse him. I don't have any other questions. I just want to know why you called me here this time. Why? Orochimaru smirked. No particular reason. I just thought we might be able to work together. Work together? Obito raised an eyebrow. Yes, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. That impressive companion of yours seems to have excellent intelligence-gathering capabilities. I could ask Nagato to assist you and provide technical support. In return, all I need is for you to gather the information I want. That's it. Obito and Zetsu both looked skeptical. Orochimaru shrugged. Of course, part of the agreement is that neither of us interferes with the other's plans. He elaborated, I'm currently in control of some of the smaller countries, so I won't interfere with your efforts to capture the tailed beasts. Similarly, when you act, I expect you not to disrupt my plans or harm my interests. What do you think? That's all? No problem. After a brief hesitation, Obito agreed. To him, this deal was essentially a no-brainer. After all, once the tailed beasts were captured, wouldn't they have the final say over the world's fate? Hearing Obito's agreement, Orochimaru couldn't help but let a smile curl across his lips. Then, happy cooperation. As the two figures vanished from sight, Orochimaru rotated his neck and turned away with a sense of satisfaction. Why did Orochimaru want to cooperate with Obito? Because he understood that after the Third Shinobi War, the entire ninja world had entered a period of relative stability. Aside from his own grand ambitions, the figures most worth keeping an eye on were Obito and Zetsu, followed closely by the remnants of the Otsutsuki clan. Sure, Orochimaru could have tried to crush Obito and Zetsu's plans at the outset. But after careful thought, he realized that working with them would yield far greater benefits. Not only would he gain access to a talented individual like Obito, but he could also tap into Zetsu's vast intelligence network. Most importantly, by cooperating, he could manipulate events to align with his own goals. Orochimaru also understood the deeper motivations behind Obito's actions. Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu's manipulations had caused Obito to witness the death of his beloved Rin at the hands of his close friend Kakashi. This tragic event shattered Obito's faith in the world, driving him down a dark path of despair and vengeance. He sought to destroy Konoha, the village he had once dreamed of leading as Hokage, believing that only through destruction could he find peace. At the same time, Obito had shifted his hatred toward Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, blaming him for not arriving in time to save Rin. Obito wanted Minato to feel the pain of losing someone dear to him. But now, the Hokage of Konoha was Orochimaru's wife, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was carrying Orochimaru's child. Naturally, Orochimaru couldn't ignore such stakes. By forging a cooperative relationship, Orochimaru ensured he could take the initiative in critical matters and, at the same time, resolve potential threats to Tsunade. It was a strategy that killed two birds with one stone. Later that night, in a guest room at the orphanage, Orochimaru sat across from a bespectacled young woman on the sofa. No, Kushina and Mikoto, sorry to trouble you during this time, he said calmly. Among the three women, two were pregnant. That left Nono as the only one capable of helping for now. I don't mind taking care of them, Nono replied as she adjusted her glasses. But you mentioned Kushina is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and that the seal weakens during childbirth. I don't think I'm capable of handling something like that. Nono was just a medical ninja. Even though she possessed magnet release, she was far from being a combat specialist. Her time was usually spent caring for the orphanage's children, and she was nowhere near the level of a true Kage like the third Hokage or the fourth Kazekage. Suppressing the Nine Tails, should its seal break, was completely beyond her abilities. It's fine, Orochimaru reassured her. There are still about 2 months until Kushina gives birth. I'll do my best to return by then. If I can't make it, I'll inform Tsunade to come in my stead. You don't need to worry. All right, then I'm fine with it, Nono nodded slightly. Chapter 323, Chapter 323. No matter the world, a man's pursuits rarely deviate from three things: money, power, and women. In a world like the ninja world, where life can be snuffed out in an instant, there might be another pursuit: strength. But after obtaining all these things, a person may still find themselves lost. This was the case for Orochimaru now. All his dreams had been realized, leaving him with an odd sense of aimlessness. Bored and unsure of his next steps, he felt it was necessary to find something new and interesting to occupy himself. Aside from preparing for the Otsutsuki clan that might appear in the future, his women seemed to be his only remaining source of enjoyment. Half a month later, in the Land of Sound. This was where Orochimaru's Otagakure was located. The village now housed nearly 4,000 clones. With so many clones, even constructing rest chambers underground to maintain and replenish their energy had become a significant endeavor. Fortunately, Orochimaru was not lacking in resources. Aside from the shortage of medicinal ingredients needed to make nutrient solutions, there were no major issues. Well, if there was one lingering issue, it might have been the ninjas they killed from Kumogakure before the Third Shinobi War. However, following that conflict, the heavy losses suffered by Kumo during the war, including the death of the Third Hokage, meant they were in no position to bother with Otagakure afterward. Even though this isn't my first time here, it's still hard to believe that a brutal ninja war somehow spared Orochimaru's village. Obito, dressed in a black robe, stood atop a distant mountain, quietly observing the situation in the land of sound. The cruelty of the Third Shinobi War far surpassed the first two wars. Among the smaller nations sandwiched between the five great nations, nearly all had suffered varying degrees of devastation, except for the Land of Sound and the neutral Land of Iron. The Land of Iron had been spared due to its terrain and its neutrality in the conflict, but the Land of Sound, located in the midst of the war's pathways, remaining unscathed? That was nothing short of astonishing. Obito, are you sure you want to cooperate with Orochimaru? White Zetsu's soft voice cut through the air. Unlike Obito, White Zetsu wasn't concerned about the Land of Sound's strange survival, he was far more interested in the nature of their collaboration with Orochimaru. Despite being their ally on the surface, White Zetsu had his own hidden agenda. Orochimaru was undeniably strong, but he was also shrewd and ambitious. Cooperating with someone like him was inherently dangerous. Obito responded flatly, cooperating with him is the fastest way, isn't it? He has his plans, and we have ours. Since he's willing to leave us alone, there's no harm in using each other. That's true. Hey, Obito, look at that girl by the river. White Zetsu's voice carried a hint of surprise. Obito followed his gaze. At the foot of the mountain, a girl with light blue hair was standing by the river, practicing her ninjutsu. The technique she was using wasn't one of the standard 5 elemental jutsu but rather a vibrant red crystal. Akatsuki Genkai. Obito's eyes narrowed. The people in Orochimaru's village are more interesting than I thought. I've kept you waiting. A raspy voice suddenly came from behind them, cutting off their conversation. Obito and White Zetsu turned around to find Orochimaru standing there. Not too long, Obito replied evenly. Follow me, Orochimaru said, his tone casual as he descended the mountain. Without wasting any time, he led them directly toward Otagakure's laboratory. As they walked, Orochimaru began to explain. To demonstrate my sincerity, I'll let you tour my lab. Due to special circumstances, my village has been mostly spared from the ravages of war. Even after Nagato and his group arrived, they haven't experienced the cruelty of battle here. So, while Nagato may have gained some of the power of the Rinnegan, his character is no longer suited to cooperate with you. In other words, Obito said slowly, we need to make him experience the pain of war again. That's about right, Orochimaru replied with a smirk. Then why take us to the lab first? Obito asked, his tone tinged with doubt. At a time like this, shouldn't their focus be on training Nagato? Orochimaru's lips curled. Because I just remembered a technique that's been completed recently, and I thought you might be interested in seeing it. A technique? What kind of technique? You'll find out soon enough. Orochimaru's mysterious smile only deepened. His deliberately vague answer successfully piqued Obito and Zetsu's curiosity. Orochimaru already knew Obito's true identity and goals, so he understood that ordinary techniques wouldn't attract their interest. The fact that he mentioned this technique now suggested it must be something extraordinary. With that thought in mind, the trio quickly made their way to the laboratory, each using their own methods to hasten the journey. You've investigated this place before, haven't you? Orochimaru asked without looking back. Obito didn't deny it. I've been here once. Orochimaru nodded slightly and continued leading the way without further comment. Thanks to Orochimaru's presence, none of the clones attacked them this time. Seeing this, Obito and Zetsu couldn't help but feel curious about the true nature of these clones. However, there was no time to dwell on it. The advanced equipment in the lab quickly drew their attention. Even though Obito had been here before, he was still struck by the sheer scale of the high-tech setup. Orochimaru ignored their reactions and communicated briefly with two clones, who then moved toward a secret room within the lab. Moments later, the clones returned, escorting a man out of the room. When Obito saw who it was, his composure finally broke. This is... What's wrong, Obito? White Zetsu asked, puzzled by his reaction. After a brief moment of shock, Uchiha Obito took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Tsunade's younger brother. Naoki. Isn't he supposed to be dead? For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 80 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 324, Chapter 324. Because Naoki didn't want to live in the shadow of his sister, he kept a low profile in Konaha and sought recognition from the village through his own efforts. As a result, while many in Konaha knew of Naoki, only a few were aware that he was Tsunade's younger brother. Obito, however, knew about Naoki due to his teacher's teacher, Jiraiya. When Naoki died on the Sand Ninja Defense Line, Obito had been with Minato on a mission at the IWA Ninja Defense Line. At that time, Jiraiya was stationed on the same line of defense. Thus, Obito not only knew Naoki's identity as Tsunade's younger brother but was also aware that he had died in battle. But now, how could someone who died in battle? Wait. Obito noticed something odd. This person's eyes didn't carry the sharpness of a living person's. What exactly was going on? Noeki is indeed dead. This isn't Noeki, he's just a clone. A clone without memory or consciousness. Obito, still confused, listened as Orochimaru casually explained the concept of cloning. See clone. Obito finally understood what kind of existence these figures around him were. So they were created, using technology. Exactly, Orochimaru confirmed calmly. Noeki's cloned body had originally been in a lab in the Land of Fire. However, Orochimaru had instructed me and Chana to transfer it to this lab once it was fully cultivated. By the time Orochimaru changed its name, the clone had already been completed, and he had specific plans for it. Hearing this, Obito narrowed his eyes. Did you bring us here just to show us this cloning technology? It's an impressive technology, to say the least. Although Obito was still young, his intellect had grown considerably since he embraced the darker side of himself. He quickly recognized the potential of this technology. With cloning, given enough time, he could easily amass a military force that could surpass even White Zetsu's army. No, Orochimaru said, a sly smile forming on his lips. This technology has existed for a long time. What I want to show you is something else. Without waiting for their reaction, Orochimaru led the cloned Noeki to the center of the lab and began forming seals with his hands. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. Boom. A coffin suddenly emerged from the ground. As it rose, Obito and Zetsu were momentarily stunned. It's you. What are you talking about? White Zetsu's soft voice broke the silence. The Impure World Reincarnation. The technique that helped Konaha win the war. I should have realized it earlier, Obito said as understanding dawned on him. Before the Third Shinobi War had fully concluded, Tsunade had inherited the position of Hokage. Given the importance of this technique during the war and Orochimaru's relationship with Tsunade, there was no one else who could have developed or mastered it to such an extent. It's not too late to understand now, Orochimaru said indifferently, shrugging at their reactions. He had never intended to hide the power of the Impure World Reincarnation from Obito and Zetsu. After all, this was a technique that resurrected people from the dead in such a way that there was no known method to fully undo it. Even killing the caster wouldn't stop the technique. And when it came to Orochimaru himself, the difficulty of eliminating him was another matter entirely. As these thoughts ran through his mind, the coffin slowly opened. Inside, a figure emerged. His face bore faint cracks, and his eyes were closed. It was Noeki. The clone's eyes fluttered open, revealing their dark depths. He looked at Orochimaru and spoke in a hoarse voice. What happened? S-sensei. Seeing Orochimaru, Noeki was clearly taken aback. Orochimaru nodded, a smirk tugging at his lips. Noeki, how does it feel to be resurrected? Are resurrected? Noeki murmured, clutching his forehead as though in pain. Teacher, I remember. Didn't I die in an ambush by Sand Ninja? How am I? After you died, your sister was heartbroken, Orochimaru said smoothly, his voice calm and steady. So I used certain means to bring you back. Noeki looked at his hands in confusion. But I feel like I don't belong to this world, like I could disappear at any moment. Don't worry. The resurrection process isn't complete yet, Orochimaru replied as he reached into his robe. With a flick of his wrist, 2 scrolls appeared in his hands. The scrolls weren't particularly large, about the same size as the ones Kankuro used to summon Sansuo in the original timeline. Orochimaru untied the ropes binding the scrolls, crouched down, and spread them out on the ground. The scrolls unfurled, revealing intricate black runes that covered their surfaces. Each scroll had a single word written at its center, one read life and the other death. Noeki's curiosity deepened as he watched Orochimaru's actions. But then his eyes fell on the clone that looked exactly like him. Someone, who looks just like me. What is this? Before he could process the situation further, the clone walked over to the scroll with the word life written on it and lay down in its center. Orochimaru began forming hand seals again. The runes on the scroll began to glow, spreading out in all directions before crawling onto the clone's body. Only by severing your soul's connection to the Pure Land can you truly remain in this world, Orochimaru explained in his raspy voice. Noeki, go lie down on the scroll marked death. This. Noeki hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Understood, sensei. Even though part of him felt it was unnatural for someone who had died to remain in this world, Orochimaru was both his brother-in-law and his teacher. He couldn't refuse. Under the shocked gazes of Obito and Zetsu, the resurrected Noeki lay down on the scroll marked death. Soon, Orochimaru clasped his hands together. Black runes climbed up the bodies of both Noeki and his clone. The runes on their bodies spread further, forming a connection between the two. Is this some kind of soul transfer technique? Orochimaru, this man. At that moment, White Zetsu was at a loss for words, utterly astonished by what he was witnessing. Orochimaru was actually using a soul transfer technique to truly resurrect Noeki? How is this even possible? For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 80 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 325, Chapter 325. Soul Transfer. Resurrection? White Zetsu and Black Zetsu couldn't believe their eyes. From their memories, even the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths required a price and specific conditions to perform a resurrection technique. But Orochimaru could seemingly resurrect someone so effortlessly? This had to be a joke. Thinking of this, Zetsu subconsciously glanced at Uchiha Obito standing beside him. If Orochimaru's resurrection technique truly worked, Obito's belief in resurrecting Uchiha Madara could be shaken. After all, if Noeke could be resurrected, then it was entirely possible to resurrect Nohara Rin. If Nohara Rin were to be resurrected in this way, Obito might abandon their plans entirely. And if that happened, everything Zetsu and Madara had been plotting for so long would be rendered meaningless. Obito seemed to realize this as well. His Sharingan under the whirlpool mask was locked on Noeke's clone, unwilling to miss a single detail. The laboratory's hall was large and spacious. Orochimaru crouched in the middle of the technique, his hands raised with two fingers pressed together. The two bodies lying within the technique emitted a unique green light. The vitality contained within the light was palpable to everyone present. As the jutsu unfolded, the soul of the reincarnated Noeke began to fuse with the clone's body. Gradually, the reincarnated body made of dirt began to collapse, revealing the original sacrifice's distorted face underneath. Meanwhile, the green light surrounding the clone had yet to fade, it seemed to be stabilizing the soul. The scroll labeled death was now blank, but the scroll labeled life continued to glow with power. No one dared to speak, fearful of disrupting Orochimaru's progress. After some time, the green light dissipated, and the black runes covering Noeke's body disappeared. Orochimaru released his hand seal and exhaled deeply. Ha! The resurrection is finally complete. Is it really successful? Obito frowned. From the beginning to the end, his gaze had never left the clone. He didn't even glance at the sacrifice lying nearby. Judging by the restored vitality and stabilized soul, Black Zetsu rasped, it seems to have succeeded. As if to confirm his words, after the green light faded, Noeke slowly opened his eyes. This feeling, unbelievable. Teacher, Noeke sat up instinctively, clenching his fists as his face filled with disbelief. He could feel the warmth of his flesh and blood body, as well as strength comparable to when he was alive. In other words, he truly was alive again. You'll need some time to get used to your new body, Orochimaru said with a calm smile. I'll talk to them first. Yes, teacher, Noeke responded respectfully, though his mind was still reeling from the shock. Outside the laboratory, in the open space at the foot of the mountain, Orochimaru stood before Obito and Zetsu, a faint smile on his face. Resurrection. A technique like this, apart from me very few in the entire ninja world could ever hope to master it. Truly incredible, Obito remarked. Unimaginable power, Zetsu added. Though both of them were eager to uncover the principles behind the resurrection technique, their instincts told them now wasn't the time to ask. Orochimaru's smile deepened, his gaze carrying a hint of cunning. Does this technique interest you? If it does, keep it in mind. Without waiting for a response, he quickly shifted the topic. Now, let's discuss the specifics of our cooperation. Orochimaru's seamless change of subject left no room for further questions. Growing up amidst the political intrigues of Konaha, Orochimaru understood human nature far better than most ninjas. He knew exactly where to draw the line. Why had he resurrected Noeke in front of Obito and Zetsu? Because he knew that their situation wasn't much different from what he remembered, and he wanted to plant a seed of doubt in their hearts. A seed of mutual distrust. Now that they had witnessed his ability to resurrect the dead, Black Zetsu would worry that Orochimaru might help Obito resurrect Nohara Rin and, in doing so, lose trust in Obito. At the same time, Obito would fear that Orochimaru might resurrect Uchiha Madara and would remain wary of Black Zetsu while also hoping to use Orochimaru's abilities to bring back Rin. It was a strange dynamic. With such a web of uncertainty, Orochimaru could maintain the upper hand in their cooperation. He believed that if he played his cards right, he could even make both Zetsu and Obito work for him willingly. This was the reason behind his actions. Indeed, while Orochimaru's other abilities might only provide auxiliary benefits to their plans, his resurrection technique could directly help them fulfill their desires. Resurrecting Uchiha Madara or Nohara Rin, either could be done. Faced with such a possibility, how could they not be tempted? However, neither Obito nor Zetsu could openly ask Orochimaru to resurrect Madara or Rin in front of the other. There were too many implications. And since Orochimaru had changed the subject at the perfect moment, they had no chance to ask. They would have to find another opportunity to approach him in the future. Night fell on the secret laboratory. After finalizing the details of their cooperation, Obito and Zetsu left the land of sound. Orochimaru, meanwhile, explained the current situation to Noeke. My sister is the Hokage now. Noeke's eyes widened in shock. Becoming Hokage had once been his dream. He hadn't expected that after his death, his sister Tsunade, a woman, would become Hokage instead. That's right, Orochimaru replied with a slight nod. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see her for now. You understand why, don't you? Yes, teacher, I understand, Noeke said cautiously. During his lifetime, Noeke had already been a capable Genin. It only took a moment of thought for him to grasp the situation. To the ninjas of Konaha, he was already dead. If news of his resurrection spread, it would undoubtedly cause chaos. Good. Just stay here with me for now. When the time is right, I'll arrange for you to meet her, Orochimaru reassured him. Understood, teacher. Come, I'll take you back to the village. Yes, teacher. Early the next morning, in the office of the Sound Ninja Village's mayor, Orochimaru worked efficiently, quickly resolving the issues that required his attention. Sitting at his desk, he looked at the three adults standing before him: Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. He spoke in a calm tone. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, any questions? Just to head to the Land of Rain and start an organization advocating for peace? No problem, we'll handle it. Yahiko replied with confidence. For every 300 PS equals 1 extra chapter. Support me on Patreon to read 80 plus advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 326, Chapter 326. In the hearts of Yahiko and the others, Orochimaru was akin to a reborn parent. He had saved them from the flames of war, fed them, clothed them, and allowed them to grow up in the relatively safe environment of the Sound Ninja Village. So, when Orochimaru asked them to go to Omegakure to establish an organization, they agreed without much hesitation. Of course, Orochimaru didn't directly issue the task. Instead, he first explained the significance of Sound Ninja Village's existence, framing it as a symbol of peace. He told them the village had already allied with Konaha and several smaller nations. Only a handful of nations, including Omegakure, continued to resist both diplomatic and forceful measures. Under these circumstances, Yahiko and the others were tasked with going to Omegakure in their own names to establish an organization advocating for peace. Naturally, they agreed without question. Hearing Yahiko's confident response, Orochimaru nodded slightly. Confidence is a good thing, but remember, Sound Ninja Village is a unique existence. This time, you will be acting under your own identities. In other words, your actions will represent only yourselves, not the Sound Ninja Village. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. Yahiko, an idealistic young man and a pacifist at heart, felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Orochimaru. He believed it was time to repay that kindness, and now that he had the opportunity, he was determined to prove himself. While there hadn't been many opportunities for practical combat training in the Sound Ninja Village, Yahiko and the others had learned a great deal under Jiraiya's tutelage when they were younger. He was confident in his abilities. Well then, when you're ready, pack your things and head out. Yes. Yahiko and the others respectfully took their leave. Orochimaru stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, silently watching their figures disappear into the distance. He murmured to himself, with this, Omegakure should no longer be an issue. For smaller nations, changing the daimyo could influence their course. Why? Because in nations with stronger military power, daimyos were often guarded by elite ninjas. Take, for instance, the 12 guardian ninja who protected the Fire Country's daimyo. While Orochimaru's strength was more than enough to crush such forces, getting close to the daimyo without being discovered was nearly impossible. The elite ninjas tasked with protecting daimyos had keen senses and exceptional combat capabilities. Stealth was never Orochimaru's specialty. If discovered, there would be no point in changing the daimyo, aside from killing everyone in sight. Therefore, to control a militarily powerful country, Orochimaru needed a different approach. By sending Yahiko and his group to Omegakure, he could not only strengthen his cooperation with Obito but also subtly take control of the Rain Country. It was a strategy that killed two birds with one stone. The following days passed uneventfully. Yahiko and his team headed to Omegakure. Obito and Zetsu departed for Kirigakure. This left Orochimaru with ample free time. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about Kushina's impending childbirth. After delegating some responsibilities to Noeki, Orochimaru prepared to return. Lord Orochimaru. Good day, Lord Orochimaru. Hello, sir. Walking through the streets of Sound Ninja Village, countless villagers greeted Orochimaru with respect, and he nodded in response. The atmosphere in the village was harmonious, with more people arriving daily. The village had already undergone 2 expansions. It felt as though prosperity was within reach. However, with the influx of new residents, there were also many unfamiliar faces in the village. At the village entrance, Channa and Noeki stood waiting to see Orochimaru off. Channa, you've worked hard all these years. From now on, I'll leave everything to Noeki. You can assist him as needed. Yes, my lord. Channa replied respectfully. Channa, an ordinary woman with the Uzumaki physique, had been rescued by Orochimaru and had managed the Sound Ninja Village ever since. She was a person who understood gratitude and had no ambition for power. She admired Orochimaru deeply and never sought to expand her influence. Thus, when Orochimaru asked her to hand over her responsibilities to Noeki, she had no complaints. As for Noeki, he initially didn't understand the nature of Sound Ninja Village, nor did he know about its cloning experiments and laboratories. However, during his short stay, Orochimaru had explained everything to him. While Noeki was surprised by these revelations and somewhat resistant to the idea of using human sacrifices for the impure world reincarnation technique, his reservations eased upon learning the sacrifices were death row prisoners from other nations. Lord Orochimaru. A young girl's voice suddenly rang out, calling to Orochimaru just as he was about to leave. Orochimaru turned to see a girl with light blue hair running toward the village entrance. Gurren, what is it? Lord Orochimaru, I just wanted to wish you a safe journey. Gurren said, breathless but resolute. Hearing this, Orochimaru smiled faintly and ruffled her hair before turning to leave. Gurren, the young possessor of the crystal release Kekii Genkai, was only 9 years old. Orochimaru had discovered her 2 years ago near a battlefield between Kumo and Konaha. Seeing her now, Orochimaru couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of power. In this world, children matured quickly. For those with pure hearts, being saved by someone often left a lasting impression. Just like now. Orochimaru had saved many war orphans, providing them with food, clothing, and protection. These children idolized him, viewing him as their savior and turning into loyal followers willing to do anything for him. Thus, saving orphans had its benefits. When the time came, there was no need to question their loyalty. At the end of September in Konaha year 48, Orochimaru returned to the orphanage on time. In early October, Kushina gave birth. This time, without Obito's interference, the child was delivered successfully. As expected, it was a girl. Kushina named her Uzumaki Rage, based on a memory. It was a strange twist of fate. If she and Orochimaru hadn't gone to Rin together, they never would have been together, and the name Rage wouldn't exist. But fate left no room for what-ifs. As for why the child bore the Uzumaki surname? In this world, distinctions of status were clear. Orochimaru, a ninja without a clan name, would not let his child inherit a surname-less identity. This was why, back in Rin, he had suggested Kushina give their child the Uzumaki name. Looking at the weak and pale Kushina lying in bed, Orochimaru's lips curled slightly. Kushina, you've worked hard. Let me reinforce the seal first. Just created a Discord server, and you're all invited to join. Whether you want to discuss the books you're reading, get new recommendations, or just chat about great stories, you'll also have direct access to me if you'd like to suggest a FF for me to work on. Also, I'll be sharing character illustrations for my FFs later. And to kick things off, I'll be giving away 1 month of free Patreon membership to 3 random members later this week, so you definitely don't want to miss out. DSCRD link, https://discord.gg/un2j5cmq. Chapter 327, Chapter 327. If Orochimaru wanted to obtain the Kyuubi, he would need to break Kushina's seal. However, the Kyuubi seal was incredibly strong and couldn't easily be broken in a short amount of time. The only time the seal naturally weakened was during childbirth, just as Uchiha Obito had taken advantage of Kushina's labor to unlock the seal in the original timeline. But the truth was, after spending so much time with Kushina, Orochimaru's knowledge of sealing techniques had advanced significantly. Breaking the seal was now something he could do with ease, it would merely take a bit more time. The reason he hadn't done it yet was simple, he hadn't found a method to extend the life of a Jinchuriki beyond resurrection. And since it wasn't yet absolutely necessary, there was no need for him to release the Kyuubi at this time. Orochimaru, you don't need to be so cautious. With you here, do you think I'd be able to harm anyone? The Kyuubi's voice resonated in Orochimaru's mind, transmitted through his hand as it pressed against Kushina's seal. Orochimaru smirked. Kyuubi, do you think I'm that naive? Naive? What do you mean? Not only do you hate humans, but you're also a master manipulator. Perhaps such words might sway Kushina, but against me? You've chosen the wrong opponent. Bastard. Feeling the Kyuubi struggling inside Kushina's body, Orochimaru's smile widened playfully as his hand exerted more force on her abdomen. Though the Kyuubi was able to converse with Orochimaru, its deep-seated hatred and resentment were palpable. Orochimaru was certain that if the seal were ever removed, the Kyuubi would undoubtedly go berserk, regardless of his presence. But for now, because of Kushina, the Kyuubi could only remain subdued. Orochimaru had no intention of giving it any chance to act. Kushina, how are you feeling? After reinforcing the seal, Orochimaru spoke softly. Much better than when I gave birth, Kushina replied weakly, though she looked far better than during the painful ordeal of childbirth. Ah, that's good. Orochimaru nodded and glanced at the newborn baby lying beside her. A strange feeling surfaced in his heart. Who would have thought that his first child in this world wouldn't be with Tsunade? Tisk, tisk. What a peculiar turn of events. The land of fire, Konaha village. Without the events of the Nine Tails Night, the village was at peace. The ninjas, free from the chaos of war, quickly married and had children, injecting fresh blood into the village. Why were so many children born in Konaha in the 48th year? Because the Third Shinobi War had officially ended in year 47. Konaha, which had suffered severe losses, urgently needed its population to recover. As a result, the village experienced a baby boom. Without the attack of the Kyuubi, Minato and Kushina were never put in mortal danger. Minato gave birth to a son named Naruto. However, this Naruto, while identical in appearance to the one from Orochimaru's memories, was no longer part of the Uzumaki clan or Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This was because his mother was not Uzumaki Kushina, but instead a civilian Jonin. Obito, who had originally planned to destroy Konaha, temporarily abandoned the idea due to his cooperation with Orochimaru. And because of Orochimaru's resurrection abilities, much of Obito's hatred for Minato had also softened. Instead of attacking Konaha, Obito shifted his focus to investigating Kirigakuer. Orochimaru didn't interfere, as the terms of their cooperation clearly stated that neither party was to harm the other's interests or meddle in their affairs unnecessarily. Excessive involvement was not advisable. At the end of Konaha year 48, Uchiha Mikoto gave birth to her child. Strangely, it was also a girl. With Orochimaru's consent, the child took the Uchiha surname. She was named Uchiha Rei, a name Mikoto chose herself. But Orochimaru didn't mind. As long as the child was his biological daughter, the name didn't matter. The flow of history had been completely altered by Orochimaru. However, some things still played out surprisingly similarly under his control. In Konaha year 49, after Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan entered Omegakure, they founded the Akatsuki organization. Advocating peace, the organization developed rapidly and gained traction. By Konaha year 50, the Akatsuki organization had grown to a few hundred members. Despite the passage of time, an event from Orochimaru's memory still occurred. Hanzo of the Salamander, blinded by his hunger for power, was provoked into action. He captured Konan and used the situation as an opportunity to eliminate the Akatsuki. However, this time, the one who incited Hanzo wasn't Danzo, it was Obito and Zetsu, who had just returned from Kirigakure. They assassinated Hanzo's bodyguard, Kanzo, and had White Zetsu impersonate him to provoke Hanzo. Hanzo, fearing the Akatsuki as a threat to his position, decided to crush them. On that day, Hanzo led a force of 700 to 800 ninjas to surround the Akatsuki. This was far more than the number of men he brought in Orochimaru's memories, while the Akatsuki had fewer than 100 members. Who do you think will win this battle? From a distance, Obito, clad in a black robe, gazed at the surrounded Akatsuki members and spoke calmly. Beside him stood Zetsu and Orochimaru, also dressed in black. Orochimaru smirked at Obito's question. Hard to say. If they can't bring themselves to kill, they may very well be destroyed. But, he added, if they can commit themselves to killing, then with Nagato's strength, they should have no problem surviving. In Sound Ninja Village, wars were rare, so while Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were now adults, they lacked practical combat experience. Moreover, their hearts were still too kind, unwilling to take the lives of other ninjas. Thus, this was not only Orochimaru's plan to seize control of Omegakure but also a test for the trio. Why? Why are you doing this to us? Yahiko roared at Hanzo as he looked at Konan, who was bound and captured. He couldn't understand why Hanzo, a renowned figure in the ninja world, had chosen to capture one of their own and encircle them. One of Hanzo's subordinates stepped forward and spoke on his behalf. Your organization has disrupted the balance of the Rain Country. On behalf of Lord Hanzo, I order you to disband immediately. Disrupt the balance of the Rain Country? Disband. Correct. Hanzo, towering above them, threw a kunai at Yahiko with a flick of his hand. The Rain Country has no need for other organizations outside of Omegakure. Therefore. Hanzo pointed at Nagato. That red-haired one over there. Kill your leader. Nagato's lavender Rinnegan constricted slightly in shock. What? Yahiko froze. Hanzo folded his arms and spoke calmly. If you want to dismantle an organization, the most effective way is to eliminate its leader. So, to ensure the complete disbandment of your group and to save this girl and your comrades, you'll have to kill him yourself. As long as you die, I'll spare the others. Check out my new books under reading list on my profile. This book is complete. Support me on Patreon to read all advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 328, Chapter 328. Hanzo was the leader of Omegakure, also known as the demigod of the ninja world. However, since his defeat at the hands of the Sunin during the Second Great Ninja War, his reputation had taken a steep decline. Though it was his only defeat, it was a devastating blow. This singular failure had nearly driven him into isolation. A once revered demigod, now seen as a defeated man of little relevance. The contrast was unimaginable. Fortunately, Omegakure remained the largest ninja village outside of the 5 great nations. Hanzo still had a mission, to protect his village. With a strong will, he managed to regain his composure. But he hadn't anticipated the emergence of an organization advocating peace within his borders. This organization, while seemingly harmless, had grown rapidly. Not only did it threaten his authority, but it had also begun targeting his subordinates. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Looking down at the leader of the Akatsuki organization from atop the rocky cliff, Hanzo felt confident in his position. But he never expected that Orochimaru had laid a trap for him once again. Below, in the open space of the battlefield, the tension was palpable. Faced with Hanzo's threat, the red-haired man, Nagato, did not pick up the kunai thrown at him. Instead, he stopped Yahiko from moving forward and raised his hand toward Hanzo. Hanzo narrowed his eyes, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. All things are drawn to me. Buzz. A powerful gravitational force erupted from Nagato's hand. But the target wasn't Hanzo, it was Konan, whose hands were still bound. Damn it. Hanzo's expression darkened as he quickly barked an order, stop him. However, the moment the words left his mouth, Konan had already been pulled by Nagato's technique. Almost simultaneously, countless kunai were hurled toward Konan midair. Water style, water wall. Yahiko's ninjutsu activated just in time. A thick wall of water rose between Konan and the attacking rain ninjas, intercepting the kunai. Taking advantage of the moment, Nagato caught Konan, who had been drawn back to him by his universal pull. Nagato, watch out. Ninjutsu, Thousand Rain and Dew. Several specialized umbrellas were launched into the air, releasing a rain of steel needles as dense as bullets, all speeding toward Nagato. Raising his hand, Nagato activated another technique. An invisible energy field instantly enveloped him and the others. Clang. 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 The dense barrage of needles struck the barrier but were deflected, scattering harmlessly. This guy. What kind of power is this? Hanzo's eyes focused on Nagato. Noticing his unique eyes for the first time, his pupils contracted in shock. The Rinnegan. So you're the true leader of the Akatsuki organization. Hanzo waved his hand, signaling his subordinates. Don't let them escape. At his command, the rain ninjas surged forward in 2 groups. One group attacked Yahiko's team directly, while the other intercepted the Akatsuki's reinforcements. At this point, Hanzo had no intention of showing mercy. Dash. Damn it. Yahiko cursed under his breath. He wanted to reason with Hanzo, to explain that the Akatsuki sought only peace and had no desire to harm his interests. But Hanzo gave him no such opportunity. Yahiko, who had the potential to be a great leader, already understood the reason behind Hanzo's actions. Still, he felt unwilling to accept it. In his heart, Hanzo had been a symbol of justice and strength. He didn't want to kill rain ninjas. But while Yahiko held such ideals, the rain ninjas didn't feel the same way. To them, the Akatsuki organization was a disruptive and dangerous force. As the battle continued, members of the Akatsuki began to fall. Seeing his comrades die, Yahiko finally realized that their conflict with Hanzo was irreconcilable. The Akatsuki's growing influence threatened Hanzo's authority, and Hanzo was determined to eradicate them. Dash. Yahiko. After her ropes were untied, Konan moved to Yahiko's side. Nagato also joined them, using his Rinnegan to protect the two from incoming attacks. Yahiko, you have to decide. The heavy rain poured down on Yahiko's face, masking his despair. Clenching his fists, he struggled internally. To kill, or not to kill? The decision rested on his shoulders. Dash. People who are too kind will only be abandoned by this era. Orochimaru's hoarse voice drifted faintly through the rain. I'll be taking my leave. I'll leave the rest to you. With those words, Orochimaru turned and walked away, ignoring the reactions of Obito and Zetsu. But before he could get far. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. A loud crash echoed across the battlefield, shaking the ground. Orochimaru smiled slightly, disappearing into the rain as chaos erupted behind him. At the center of the battlefield, several massive summoned beasts appeared one after another. Giant centipedes, lobsters, rhinoceroses, and even Yatagarasu. Each was an overwhelmingly powerful creature. The moment they appeared, they charged into the battlefield without hesitation, creating havoc among the rain ninjas. In addition to the summoned beasts, occasional rockets flew out from the chaos, striking groups of rain ninjas with devastating force. Seeing this, Obito narrowed his eyes. So, this is the power of the Rinnegan. In the original timeline, the true awakening of the Rinnegan had occurred when Yahiko died, prompting Nagato to summon the Gedo statue. But now, Orochimaru had manipulated events to activate Nagato's power early. Though not fully awakened, Nagato had spent years honing his abilities. He was now proficient in using the Rinnegan's techniques. Under these circumstances, the Gedo statue was unnecessary. How strong was Nagato without the black rods implanted in his back? Perhaps only Hanzo could answer that question now. Dash. Some might wonder, why did Nagato use the 6 paths of pain in the original story? Were the 6 bodies stronger than his own? Of course not. The 6 paths were far weaker in combat than Nagato himself. In the original timeline, Nagato had lost his legs and had been severely weakened due to the black rods embedded in his body. He had no choice but to rely on controlling corpses. Moreover, since the 6 paths bodies couldn't withstand the full power of the Rinnegan, Nagato had to divide its abilities among them. In truth, Nagato's strongest state was his current, fully intact self. Dash. With Orochimaru gone, the battle quickly reached its conclusion. Hanzo used the body flicker technique to flee, while the remaining rain ninjas also retreated. The summoned beasts dispersed into white smoke, vanishing from the battlefield. The remnants of the Akatsuki organization stared at Nagato in shock. They had been with him for years and had always believed Yahiko to be the strongest among them. But now, seeing Nagato's overwhelming power left them stunned. Dash. Who's there? A sudden voice rang out. The air rippled as Obito and Zetsu appeared before the Akatsuki members. Nagato stepped forward, his Rinnegan glowing faintly as he fixed his gaze on the two newcomers. Who are you? Nagato, Obito said, his tone calm, let's find a place to talk. Check out my new books under reading list on my profile. This book is complete. Support me on Patreon to read all advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 329, Chapter 329. In the land of rain, within a pavilion deep in a forest, 5 figures stood facing each other. You said Lord Orochimaru sent you. There was no doubt that Nagato had never met Obito before, so he didn't know who Obito was. But that didn't matter. Obito was here to deliver Orochimaru's orders. Since Yahiko and his companions were now Orochimaru's subordinates, it made sense for Obito to claim he was passing along instructions from Orochimaru. The 3 of them, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, were momentarily confused by how this stranger knew their names. But upon hearing Orochimaru's name, they grew slightly less suspicious. They had never seen these 2 men before. Yes, you'll understand after looking at this. Obito's deep voice echoed faintly. As he spoke, he handed over a sealed letter. Yahiko took it cautiously, his doubt easing as he saw the unique seal of Otagakure on the letter. The content was simple, it instructed them to replace Hanzo as the leader of Omegakure. After the recent battle, it was clear that their conflict with Hanzo was irreconcilable. Whether Yahiko chose to retreat from Omegakure to promote their ideals of peace elsewhere or to stay and continue their efforts, the Akatsuki would face constant suppression and attacks from Hanzo. The only viable solution was to replace Hanzo. Should they abandon Omegakure, leaving the members of the Akatsuki to fend for themselves? Or should they stay and address the root of the issue by overthrowing Hanzo? This was a serious decision. Once again, Orochimaru had left the choice to Yahiko. Yahiko stared silently at the letter in his hand. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Did Lord Orochimaru know this would happen? Though Yahiko and the others greatly trusted Orochimaru and saw him as their idol, they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable if Orochimaru had foreseen this situation. No, Obito replied calmly, fully aware that he couldn't undermine Orochimaru. Today's events are just one of many possible outcomes. In other words, the path you're on is the one you've chosen for yourselves. Is that so? Yahiko took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. I understand. Let's go, Nagato, Konan. From the moment Yahiko had allowed Nagato to fight back, he knew retreat was no longer an option. Staying meant continued conflict with Hanzo and inevitable bloodshed. Leaving would result in Hanzo's forces slaughtering the hundreds of Akatsuki members who remained loyal to them. For the sake of the Akatsuki and to fulfill Orochimaru's mission, there was only one solution: Hanzo had to be removed. Given the current strength of the Akatsuki, killing Hanzo and replacing him would be far too easy. A few days later, under Obito's guidance, Yahiko and the others arrived at Hanzo's mansion in Omegakure. 6 orange-haired figures stood in the shadows of the residence. They possessed unique abilities and overwhelming power, effortlessly breaking through the mansion's defenses. This marked the true beginning of the Akatsuki. But unlike the events of Orochimaru's memories, Nagato was not crippled, and Yahiko was still alive. After eliminating Hanzo with the Akatsuki's support, they officially took control of the Rain Country and ruled it under the ideals of peace. Yahiko became the leader of Omegakure on the surface, Konan was seen as its guardian angel, and Nagato served as Yahiko's shadow. However, because Yahiko had survived, Nagato did not fully descend into darkness. As a result, Hanzo's family and loyalists were spared. But sparing them proved to be a mistake. Not long after, Hanzo's remnants staged a coup, causing widespread casualties. Only then did Yahiko realize the naivety of his earlier ideals. War bred hatred. Mercy would not be repaid in kind. Guided by Obito, Yahiko and the others finally resolved to carry out a large-scale purge of Hanzo's family and followers. Rain Tiger at Will Technique. A unique jutsu tied to Nagato's Rinnegan, this technique made it far too easy to locate Hanzo's remnants. With its help, the Rain Country was completely brought under the Akatsuki's control. It took a year. A year after overthrowing Hanzo, they began to use the technology provided by Orochimaru to rapidly develop Omegakure. Konaha Village, Senjo clan residence. Tsunade, who was drinking alone, frowned as a small snake slithered into her home. Recognizing it as one of Orochimaru's summons, she calmly watched as it spit out a small scroll before disappearing into the shadows. She quickly picked up the scroll. After reading its contents, Tsunade's expression changed. She dismissed the ANBU guards stationed outside her house and took a deep breath to compose herself. Moments later, a shadow appeared before her. Without hesitation, she rushed forward. Husband. Hehe, it's becoming more troublesome to see you these days, my dear Hokage. Orochimaru caught Tsunade in his arms, smiling faintly. What nonsense are you saying? Come, sit down and drink with me. I've been so bored drinking alone. Orochimaru didn't refuse. He sat across from her and poured himself a drink. Why are you alone? Isn't Mikoto here? He asked curiously. After giving birth to her daughter and finishing her recovery period, Mikoto had returned to Konoha. Although Orochimaru had wanted her to remain in Odagakure, he ultimately decided to send her back to help Tsunade, who needed support. With Tsunade as Hokage, it wasn't difficult to arrange a suitable identity for his daughter to live in Konoha. Hearing Orochimaru's question, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. She goes home to your daughter every evening, of course. Really, her daughter is already 3 years old, yet you're still neglecting me, Tsunade teased while pouring him another drink. 3 years have passed already. Orochimaru sighed softly. But didn't you say you were too busy as Hokage to have children? That's true. Maybe I should just find time to resign. Her words were bold, but Orochimaru was used to them. This wasn't the first time she had brought it up. Resign? It's not time for that yet, Orochimaru replied calmly. Not time? What are you waiting for? Tsunade pressed, then added, by the way, why did you return to Konoha this time? Surely not just to see me. I was just about to tell you, Orochimaru said, sipping his drink. I may be starting a war soon. I'll need your cooperation. What? A war? Check out my new books under reading list on my profile. This book is complete. Support me on Patreon to read all advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 330, Chapter 330. From Orochimaru's cooperation with Obito to the birth of his 2 daughters, and now his appearance in Tsunade's house, another 3 years had passed before anyone realized it. During these years, Orochimaru had been busy consolidating political control over small countries and changing their leadership structures. Of course, whenever he passed through the Land of Fire, he would sneak into Konoha to see Tsunade. These visits were nothing special, just brief meetings, spending the night together, and enjoying the life of being with the Hokage. But this time, you're saying you want to start a war? Tsunade couldn't believe her ears. Konoha was a peace-loving village, and she herself was a pacifist. How could Orochimaru even think about initiating a war? Orochimaru replied calmly, that's essentially what I'm saying. Are you kidding me? Tsunade snapped as she regained her composure. Let's not even talk about the fact that Konaha has only just stabilized internally. Starting a war. War comes with death, Orochimaru. We've been together for so long, you should know me well by now. I can listen to you about many things, but starting a war is something I absolutely cannot agree to. Tsunade's tone was firm. She had no intention of supporting Orochimaru's proposal. Konaha had suffered immeasurable losses during the 3 great ninja wars. Even after years of recovery, the village had not yet regained its former strength. How could she possibly agree to initiate a war now? Don't worry, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. I'm not suggesting we do it immediately. Besides, this isn't about starting a war for the sake of aggression. Not for aggression. Tsunade frowned, clearly confused. Exactly, Orochimaru nodded and continued. Do you remember when you were a child, you asked me how to end this era? Do you recall my answer? As a child. Tsunade was momentarily stunned before shaking her head. I don't remember. It was so long ago, how could I possibly remember something like that? Orochimaru didn't seem bothered by her response. He recounted the memory for her. You asked me, and my answer was, unification. Only through unification can the era of war truly end. Right now, in the entire ninja world, aside from the neutral land of Iron and a few slightly stronger nations, more than 70% of the small countries are already under my influence. Your village, combined with my village, plus the military strength of these smaller countries, it wouldn't be difficult to conquer 2 major nations in a short period of time. But, war involves countless sacrifices. Tsunade, Orochimaru interrupted her, his tone more serious now. As Hokage, you need to think long-term. The peace you see now is nothing more than a facade. When the other 4 major nations recover, another war will inevitably break out. And when that happens, even more people will die. You're a medical ninja, wouldn't you agree that short-term pain is better than long-term suffering? I don't think I need to explain that to you. But... Tsunade opened her mouth to refute him but couldn't find the words. Orochimaru was right. A war to unify the ninja world would undoubtedly be bloody. But the benefits of unification were undeniable. The problem was that Tsunade couldn't reconcile this with her personal beliefs. All right, Orochimaru said as he stood up and walked over to her, placing a hand on her shoulder. There's no rush. Take your time to think about it. For now, I'll go take a bath. With that, he walked toward the bathroom in Tsunade's house as if it were his own home. Tsunade's bathroom was equipped with a modern shower heater, a product of advancing technology. Orochimaru casually tossed his robe aside and began washing up as though no one was watching. Splash! The hot water flowed over his well-toned body, instantly refreshing him. Orochimaru, even if I don't agree to this, there's no way I can stop you, is there? Tsunade's voice suddenly came from the bathroom doorway. Her tone carried a trace of helplessness. She knew Orochimaru all too well. If he had reached this point, it meant he had been planning this for a long time. The arrow was already knocked, and there was no turning back. There was no way she, as Tsunade, could stop him. Correct, Orochimaru replied without looking back, letting the hot water cascade over him. Even without your help, I'm more than 70% certain I can accomplish this plan. It's just that more people will die. More people will die. Of course. But if you join me... Orochimaru finally turned his head to look at Tsunade. I should be able to minimize the number of casualties. After all, the more people who die, the greater the security risks will be in the future. I'm not a butcher, I have no interest in senseless slaughter. Is that so? Tsunade murmured. Orochimaru shrugged slightly and smirked. Want to join me in the shower? I do. Orochimaru was speechless. I was joking. I wasn't. Steam quickly filled the bathroom, and the hot water soaked Tsunade's clothes as it trickled down their faces. Dash. A few days later, in the jungle of the land of Taki. 2 figures walked side by side, their black cloaks adorned with red clouds. From their exposed faces, one had orange hair and lavender ripple-patterned eyes, while the other had a face split into yin and yang, with a pitcher plant-like structure growing from his head. They were Pain and Zetsu. Zetsu, are you sure this is the location? Pain asked calmly. Yes, Zetsu's soft voice replied. Kakuzu from the land of Taki and Sasori of the Red Sand from the land of Wind, both have been located. It took me quite some time to track them down. Kakuzu. Yes. He's a ninja who takes on black market bounty missions to earn money. He's extremely powerful. As powerful as Lord Orochimaru. White Zetsu paused, his tone flat. Pain, that joke isn't funny at all. Haha, fine. Tell me about the Red Sand Scorpion. Ha, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, Konan is perfectly suited to counter Sasori. She won't have any issues defeating him. Is that so? Pain nodded slightly. Good. As they spoke, they reached a dense valley filled with trees. Looking down at the fierce battle unfolding below, Pain's lips curled upward slightly. In the woods, corpses were scattered everywhere. Kunao and swords lay strewn across the ground, while smoke from exploding tags and smoke bombs created a hazy atmosphere. Eventually, the smoke began to clear. Amidst the carnage stood a masked ninja with a body stitched together like a patchwork quilt. 4 ANBU masks were strapped to his back. This book is complete. Support me on Patreon to read all advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 331, Chapter 331. The land of Taki, deep within the jungle. Kakuzu tightened his grip on Itachigaku Ninja's neck, his expression calm and indifferent. Humph, is that all you've got? It doesn't seem like you'll fetch much money. With that, he exerted a little more pressure, snapping the ninja's neck effortlessly. Just as he was about to discard the body, a sudden sense of danger made him pause. Acting on instinct, he quickly tossed the corpse aside and leapt backward, landing on a sturdy tree branch. However, the moment his feet touched the branch, a yin-yang face surrounded by pitcher plants emerged from the bark, startling him. Kakuzu reacted instantly, leaping again and landing in an open clearing nearby. He turned, his guarded gaze fixed on the two figures who had suddenly appeared. What a mess, a gentle voice commented from the figure embedded in the tree. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the two individuals in black cloaks adorned with red clouds slowly walking toward him. His expression darkened. Who the hell are you? Pain and Zetsu didn't answer right away. They continued forward until they stopped just a short distance away. Kakuzu. Pain's calm voice broke the silence. I'm here to invite you to join Akatsuki. Akatsuki. Kakuzu repeated, frowning. Noticing his confusion, Zetsu explained in his usual gentle tone, it's an organization dedicated to creating true peace. Oh. Hearing this, Kakuzu chuckled disdainfully, his scorn evident even in his half-covered face. Whatever kind of organization it is, it has nothing to do with me. The only thing I care about is money. It doesn't matter whether you're interested or not, you're going to join, Pain said, his relaxed tone starkly contrasting the weight of his words. Kakuzu's irritation was evident. What an annoying choice of words. It seems like you're just another fool overestimating himself. As he spoke, his right arm tensed. Suddenly, black tendrils burst from the seams of his stitched-up arm, writhing and twisting as if alive. Although you don't seem like you're worth much, you've managed to irritate me. Kakuzu shouted, his voice filled with anger. As someone who had fought against the first Hokage, Kakuzu considered himself above being underestimated. Are you challenging me? Pain remained calm. That's fine. If I win, you'll join Akatsuki. Bring it on, then. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed, his expression turning grim. In that case, take this. Without hesitation, his right fist detached from his body, connected by the black threads as it shot toward Pain with incredible speed. Pain stood motionless, only raising his right hand as his lavender ripple-patterned Rinnegan glowed faintly. Shinra Tensei. Dash. While Pain was dealing with Kakuzu, Konan was taking on Sasori of the Red Sand. The sequence of events seemed logical, but on closer inspection, there was something profoundly different. These subordinates all now served Orochimaru. At first glance, this might seem unbelievable. But when you thought about it carefully, it made sense. During the Second Great Ninja War, Orochimaru had taken in Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan when they were just 3 or 4 years old. At the time, Orochimaru had been 21 years old. To them, Orochimaru was not only a savior but also a father figure and a teacher. Growing up in Otagakuer, the three of them came to see Orochimaru as their idol, their unwavering source of guidance. As long as Orochimaru's orders didn't involve senseless massacres, they would carry them out without hesitation. Dash. Meanwhile, in the Land of Wind, the scorching sun beat down as fierce winds carried sand across the barren landscape. Sasori of the Red Sand, a genius puppet master, had once claimed he could conquer an entire nation with his secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. In the original timeline, he had assassinated the third Kazekage before the Third Ninja War and defected from the village. But in this altered history, Orochimaru had killed the third Kazekage during the war instead. As a result, Sasori's reasons for defecting had become simpler. He desecrated the third Kazekage's grave and fled Tsunagakuer. Now, he roamed the Land of Wind, constantly searching for materials suitable for crafting puppets. His body was still flesh and blood, leaving him vulnerable to fire and water. Konan, with her ability to manipulate paper, had an overwhelming advantage. Her paper techniques infiltrated Sasori's puppets, rendering them useless in battle. Dash. In the middle of their fight, the third Kazekage puppet lay motionless on the ground, its mechanisms clogged with paper. Konan's voice was cold as she spoke, I'll say it again. We need your skills. Sasori stared at his defeated puppet, then let out a long breath. For someone who's already lost, it seems I don't have a choice. Take me wherever you like. Konan allowed herself a small smile. Surprising. You're more reasonable than I expected. Sasori looked up at the paper still fluttering through the air, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Actually, I'm more interested in meeting the other members of Akatsuki. Who knows? Maybe your techniques will inspire some new artistic ideas. Konan frowned slightly at his words. If that's what motivates you, so be it. Dash. A month later, west of the Land of Fire, a quiet orphanage nestled in the mountains. In front of a small wooden house, a modest clearing held tables and chairs for resting. Orochimaru sat in one of the chairs, sipping hot tea while listening to a White Zetsu clone report on Akatsuki's progress. Kakuzu, Sasori of the Red Sand, and Jozo. Yes. The three of them have now joined forces. White Zetsu's voice emerged softly from the ground as he continued to provide updates. Only these three. Orochimaru frowned slightly. He knew that while the early Akatsuki frequently cycled through members, the core lineup eventually consisted of 10 individuals. These 10 did not include Obito. Counting Nagato, Konan, Zetsu, and now the 3 new recruits, that made 7 members total. Who would the remaining 3 be? Uchiha Itachi? He seemed far too young at this point. Deidara? Even younger than Ataki. Hidden from the land of hot water? He hadn't been located yet. Dash. What about that strange guy, Kisame? Kisame Hoshigaki is currently serving Fugyuki Sukazan, White Zetsu explained. We haven't found the right opportunity to approach him yet. Is that so? Orochimaru nodded. Leave it for now. Let the current members get used to working together. Afterward, shift your focus to investigating the locations of the remaining tailed beasts. Understood. The White Zetsu clone nodded before sinking back into the ground. This book is complete. Support me on Patreon to read all advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 332, Chapter 332. The Akatsuki organization sought 10 members to match the 10 fingers of the Gedo statue. With 10 members, the Phantom Dragon 9 consuming seals could seal the tailed beasts as quickly as possible. Missing a few wouldn't stop the process, but it would slow it down. As a result, Orochimaru doesn't actually care much about the number of members. It's ironic to think that when Orochimaru first arrived in this world, he never imagined that the 3 founding members Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko would eventually work under him. Nor did he expect that, instead of being a member of the Akatsuki organization as in the original timeline, he would end up being one of its secret founders. But fate always finds a way to catch people off guard. Tomorrow or the unexpected, no one can predict which will come first. As for why Orochimaru, who knew about the tailed beasts, asked White Zetsu to investigate them? It's because Orochimaru only had general knowledge of their existence and lacked specific details. Instead of taking action himself, he assigned the task to White Zetsu, whose skills in gathering information were unrivaled. In the original timeline, during Nagato's leadership, the Akatsuki organization was merely a mercenary group. They participated in wars across different countries at low costs, sowing discord and weakening nations by exacerbating their conflicts. However, under Orochimaru's early intervention, the Akatsuki organization skipped this phase entirely. Now, by firmly controlling the Land of Rain, they could directly begin capturing the tailed beasts. With Nagato working for Orochimaru, there were no safety concerns from his end. However, Obito and White Zetsu also needed the tailed beasts. Orochimaru remained calm about this. Not only did he have leverage over the two of them, but the fact that the 7 tails was already in his possession gave him absolute control over the situation. Suddenly, a childish voice interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts. Dad. Dad. Come play with me. Looking up, Orochimaru saw a 3-year-old girl running toward him excitedly. Following behind her was none other than Kushina, her bright red hair unmistakable. Watching the two approach, Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile. If it weren't for the threat of the Otsutsuki clan looming in the future, this life might actually be pleasant. Without Naruto or Sasuke to serve as humanity's saviors in this timeline, since he hasn't confirmed whether they'll still be Asura and Indra's reincarnations, Orochimaru himself would have to prepare to deal with them. Of course, such dangers were still far off, and he didn't allow these thoughts to distract him. For now, he remained focused on the present. Dash. Elsewhere Obito's actions had taken a different course due to Orochimaru's interference. Although Obito had not attacked Konaha village, Kirigakure had not escaped his grasp. Using his Sharingan, Obito controlled the 4th Mizukage and enacted brutal policies. Not only was the previous graduation system reinstated, where students killed each other upon completing their training, but the 4th Mizukage was also ordered to execute his predecessor, the 3rd Mizukage. The village descended into chaos under this oppressive regime. Many were either killed or forced to defect. Even Juzo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, eventually defected. The 7 ninja swordsmen, revered as the strongest in Kirigakure, would never have abandoned their village unless driven to the brink. This alone showed how terrifying the Blood Mist village era was under the 4th Mizukage. However, Obito couldn't care less about Kirigakure's plight. To him, the village was merely a means of venting his anger, a way to make them experience the same pain and loss he had endured. Once his plans were in motion, he wasted no time issuing an order for Kirigakure to attack Konaha. Although the people of Kirigakure were already fractured and disorganized, Obito didn't care. Their mission was to spread chaos. Konaha, confused by this unprovoked attack, had no choice but to engage. Thus, the eastern region of the Land of Fire once again became a battlefield. Dash. In a forest to the east, Orochimaru was walking with a young boy. Orochimaru-sama, where are we going? The boy asked curiously. The boy, about 12 or 13 years old, had silver hair and wore a pair of glasses. It was Yakushi Kabuto. To test your training, Orochimaru replied calmly. Starting today, you'll need to separate from your companions temporarily. If you want to better protect them in the future, you'll have to improve your strength now. With that, Orochimaru stopped, a faint smile playing on his lips. Come, Kabuto. Let me see how much progress Nono has made in training you. Wait, you want me to fight you? Kabuto asked, startled. He was still just a child, raised in an orphanage by Nono, the person he respected most in the world. Having lived together for so long, Kabuto also noticed the unclear connection between Nono and Orochimaru. Though he didn't fully understand their relationship, he did know that Orochimaru had helped Nono in the orphanage on multiple occasions. For this reason, Kabuto felt genuine respect for Orochimaru. Even so, when he heard that he would have to fight him, he had to confirm it. But Orochimaru didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly stopped, his grin widening as he flicked a kunao into the nearby bushes. Whoosh! The kunao struck the ground with a cold gleam. Your opponents aren't me, Orochimaru said, his voice filled with amusement. They're them. As he spoke, 6 or 7 Kirigakure ninjas emerged from the bushes, startled by the sudden attack. Damn it. We've been discovered. Wait, isn't that? Be careful. That guy looks like Orochimaru. The ninjas, now fully exposed, exchanged uneasy glances. Some held their weapons tightly, while others hesitated. Kabuto, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of enemies, quickly drew a kunai and adopted a defensive stance. Though Kabuto had decent strength for his age, his lack of real combat experience made him nervous. Orochimaru, on the other hand, remained calm. He needed capable subordinates, and Kabuto showed promise. However, this potential could only be fully realized through battle. Oh. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at the frightened group of ninjas. You recognized me so easily. Impressive. The Kirigakure ninjas' unease only grew when Orochimaru spoke. Is it really him? It can't be. What's he doing here? Why would Orochimaru show up in a place like this? To them, Orochimaru was a nightmare, a man who had killed 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen during the last war. Facing him now felt like a death sentence. Orochimaru, however, showed no concern for their panic. His golden eyes fixated on one ninja in particular, a young woman wearing Kirigakure's standard waterproof gear. Well, he murmured, his voice tinged with amusement. Who might you be? Terumi Mei. This book is complete. Support me on Patreon to read all advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 333, Chapter 333. The Terumi Mei in Orochimaru's memory was the 5th Mizukage, tall, bold, and confident, a mature and passionate woman. But now. She was still beautiful, but under 20 years old, dressed in the standard Kirigakure ninja attire, and still wearing her forehead protector. She was able to recognize Orochimaru immediately, which surprised him. However, Orochimaru being able to call her name left her even more astonished. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Her mind was already calculating a way to retreat. After all, how could Terumi Mei, in such a chaotic Kirigakure, rise to prominence and overthrow the 4th Mizukage's reign of terror? Could it really have been just her 2 bloodline limits? That would have been far too simplistic. Having a bloodline limit implied belonging to a clan, and a clan meant influence and power. Other Kirigakure ninjas might abandon their mission upon encountering Orochimaru, but Terumi Mei knew enough about him to realize retreat was the only option. She was strong, but Orochimaru was on an entirely different level. Kabuto, this is your chance to get accustomed to combat, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. Yes. Kabuto nodded, gripping the kunai in his hand tightly. At just 12 years old, Kabuto was still quite young, even in a war-torn era. Facing 6 or 7 Kirigakure ninjas and Mei, who was already nearing cage-level strength, there was no way he could handle them alone. But with Orochimaru by his side, anything felt possible. Elsewhere, in the Land of Fire, Konaha village. Tsunade sat at her desk, hands folded, a serious expression on her face. She wasn't too concerned about Kirigakure's sudden attack on Konaha. What weighed on her was the question, was Orochimaru planning to start a war? Since Orochimaru's departure from Konaha, this thought had lingered in her mind. Part of her wanted to stop him. But deep down, she knew she didn't have the strength to do so, no matter how hard she tried, whether through persuasion or force. Click. The door to her office opened, and Konaha's 4 advisors entered one after another. Tsunade, what's the matter? Hiruzen asked directly as he stepped in. Though he had been reluctant to step down as Hokage, Hiruzen now served as one of Konaha's advisors. Fortunately, Tsunade had proven herself to be a competent leader, managing the village with precision and order. Tsunade exhaled lightly and said, "There's something I need to discuss with all of you." "What is it?" "Orochimaru, he's asked for Konaha's help to start a war." "What? Start a war?" Tsunade's short explanation left the 4 advisors visibly stunned. They all understood the complex relationship between Tsunade and Orochimaru, but the idea of her even considering such a thing. For a moment, silence filled the room as they processed the news. Finally Hiruzen broke the silence, his expression solemn. "So, what I feared has finally happened." He turned toward Danzo, narrowing his eyes. "Danzo, what's your role in this?" It was clear Hiruzen suspected Danzo had played a part in this development. Danzo frowned, suppressing a smirk. "Sarutobi, what are you implying?" he asked coldly. "Yes, I've had dealings with Orochimaru in the past. I even considered recruiting him as a subordinate. But after what happened back then, do you think I could control him now? With his current power? Is that so?" Hiruzen studied Danzo for a moment, then exhaled, blowing out a smoke ring. "Fine, I'll believe you for now. But Tsunade, what are your thoughts on this?" I think we should agree to his request," Tsunade said hesitantly. "What? Agree? Konoha has always stood for peace. How can you suggest supporting Orochimaru to provoke a war?" Koharu and Homura, 2 of the 4 advisors, immediately voiced their objections. Unlike Danzo, who was always in favor of aggressive action, the 2 of them generally sided with Sarutobi's more peaceful approach. Hiruzen also tried to reason with her. "Tsunade, they're right. You should reconsider. Don't let your history with Orochimaru cloud your judgment." "Reconsider? What's there to reconsider?" Danzo interrupted, his voice sharp. "You all keep preaching about peace, but true peace can only come through unification. He turned to Hiruzen with a glare. Haven't you learned anything from all your failures? Peace gained through tolerance is nothing but self-deception. In the past, Konaha had no choice but to tread carefully around the other major villages. But now? Konaha has defeated 4 villages at once. If that doesn't give you confidence, what will? Hiruzen retorted, that victory was only possible because of Orochimaru's help. And isn't that still the case? Danzo shot back. That technique of his, Edo Tensei, it's a forbidden jutsu that goes against the natural order. As long as it wins wars, what does it matter? Do you really think other villages haven't researched forbidden techniques? Danzo, you. Enough. Koharu quickly interjected, trying to defuse the argument. Let's hear Tsunade out first. After all, she's the Hokage now, and she likely has more information than we do. She turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, as Hokage, I trust you wouldn't suggest this lightly. Is there something we're missing? Tsunade nodded reluctantly. Even if I don't agree to assist him, a war will still happen. And it won't just be a small-scale conflict. What do you mean? Hiruzen asked, frowning. Is Orochimaru planning to use his Edo Tensei army to attack the major villages? No, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. That's not his primary force. Orochimaru's main army is made up of clones. Clones? How is that possible? How many? I don't know the exact number, Tsunade admitted. But based on his preparations over the years, I'm certain it's no less than 20,000. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. 20,000. 20,000 clones. The room fell into stunned silence. This book is complete. Support me on Patreon to read all advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Giving away 1 month free Patreon to 3 random members tomorrow. DSCRD link, https://discord.gg/un2j5cmq. Chapter 334, Chapter 334. Hearing the number reported by Tsunade, the 4 advisors in the Hokage's office were stunned. 20,000? What kind of force was that? In the Fourth Great Ninja War, the combined army of all 5 major nations totaled only 80,000. Even if Konaha was the strongest of the 5 villages, its own forces barely surpassed 20,000. But Orochimaru alone had 20,000 troops? How was that even possible? Hiruzen and the others were utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Danzo's initial surprise quickly turned into growing ambition. 20,000 clones, combined with Konaha's original forces, which were slightly over 20,000, could completely overwhelm any of the major ninja villages. Orochimaru, just how far ahead had this man planned? When did he start developing this? Hiruzen asked cautiously. Though he had never personally seen cloning technology, he had at least heard of it. He knew it was capable of replicating soldiers, but producing an army of 20,000 was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Tsunade, not intending to withhold information, revealed everything she knew about Orochimaru's preparations. After all, Orochimaru himself had approved her to share these details. As Tsunade explained, Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. Nearly 20 years of development. And these clones were all at Jonin level strength? After hearing the full account, Hiruzen criticized Tsunade for not reporting this earlier. But back when Orochimaru had first begun building his own village, it was under the guise of helping orphans and the displaced. At that time, how could Tsunade have possibly exposed the truth? Most of Konoha's higher UPS reacted with growing concern. Only Danzo saw this as an unprecedented opportunity. After all, why had Danzo valued Orochimaru so highly when they were younger? It was because Orochimaru was different. Unlike the others, whether it was Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, or Minato, all of whom preferred peaceful resolutions, Orochimaru was a pragmatist. Danzo had always struggled to relate to those who pursued peace. In Orochimaru, he had found someone who aligned more closely with his vision of strength and control. When Orochimaru left the village, Danzo believed his own ambitions of becoming Hokage had been crushed. But Orochimaru's recent alliance with Tsunade gave him renewed hope. And now, this revelation. If he truly has 20,000 troops, along with the Edo Tensei army and his own abilities, he could destroy any major nation. Damn it, is there no way to stop him? Hiruzen murmured, rubbing his temples as his headache grew worse. Dash. In the forests east of the Land of Fire, 12-year-old Kabuto lay on the ground, panting heavily. Covered in dirt and blood, Kabuto was bruised and exhausted, his battered appearance a testament to the intense battle he had just endured. Here, drink this, Orochimaru said, sighing as he handed Kabuto a recovery potion. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto replied weakly, taking the potion and drinking it gratefully. Orochimaru, however, had already shifted his attention. Rising to his feet, he walked toward the Kirigakure ninjas lying on the ground ahead. Except for Mei, all the Kirigakure ninjas were unconscious, either severely or slightly injured, and bound tightly by vines. Mei herself was restrained as well, the vines coiled around her like a predator holding its prey. Though she remained conscious, she was completely defenseless, her strength utterly drained. She looked like a cornered animal, her once fiery spirit subdued. As Orochimaru approached her step by step, Mei closed her eyes in despair, resigning herself to death. But to her surprise, the expected pain never came. Instead, she felt a hand lift her chin gently. Startled, she opened her eyes to see Orochimaru's face inches from hers, his lips curved in a sly, mocking smile. A wave of humiliation surged through her. Your strength isn't bad, Orochimaru said with a smirk. But there's still much you're lacking. Just kill me already. Mei spat, turning her head away. She had given up resisting, but her pride burned. Kirigakuer hadn't wanted to fight this war, yet they were forced to obey the Fourth Hokage's commands. Her mission had been little more than a symbolic show of force. Every time she led her team to attack, Konaha had responded half-heartedly, seemingly understanding that Kirigakuer had no real intention of fighting. It had always been the same until today. Who could have guessed that this time, she would encounter Orochimaru of all people? Kill you. Orochimaru's smile widened. He, that would be too boring. Swish. Orochimaru raised his hand, and the vines binding Mei unraveled, retreating back into the ground. For a moment, she was stunned. But before she could react, Orochimaru struck her abdomen with his palm. Bang. Fire release, infernal lock. A searing heat coursed through Mei's body, spreading from her abdomen and robbing her of strength. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach in pain. What is this? She gasped, her voice trembling as she felt her chakra vanish. This is a sealing technique I learned during my travels in the Land of Grass, Orochimaru explained casually. It suppresses your chakra. If you stray too far from me, the seal will activate, and you'll be burned alive. What do you want from me? Mei asked warily, a sense of dread washing over her. Orochimaru's lips curled into another smile. I'm heading to the Land of Water. You'll act as my guide. What? You want me to betray my village? Don't even think about it. Mei snapped, gritting her teeth in defiance. Like most Kirigakuer ninjas, she didn't fully understand the reasons behind Orochimaru's defection from Konaha. However, she did know that during this war, Orochimaru had used Edo Tensei to help Konaha achieve victory. To her and her comrades, it seemed as though Orochimaru's betrayal was a ruse, that he was secretly still loyal to Konaha. Orochimaru chuckled at her resistance. I have no interest in your village's secrets. My trip to the Land of Water is to save Kirigakuer, not destroy it. Save Kirigakuer? Don't make me laugh. Mei retorted, clutching her stomach as she forced herself to stand. Kirigakuer doesn't need an outsider like you to save it. Her hand reached for a kunai, which she gripped tightly before slashing at Orochimaru without hesitation. But she was no match for him. Without her chakra, her strength and speed were that of an ordinary person. Orochimaru sidestepped her attack effortlessly, grabbing her wrist and stopping her mid-swing. If you attack me again, Orochimaru warned, his voice cold, I'll kill all of your companions. You. Orochimaru released her wrist, then reached down to remove her ninja pouch, tossing it aside. If you want to end your own life, go ahead. But if you do, Kirigakuer will truly be doomed. This book is complete. Support me on Patreon to read all advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 335, Chapter 335. Terumi Mei, known in the future as the fifth Mizukage, was remembered as a fiery and mature woman who could fly into a rage at the mention of marriage. But now, Terumi Mei was only 18 years old, a young woman in her prime. Naturally, she didn't yet possess the allure of her older, mature self nor the obsession with marriage that came with her later years. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Mei looked at her unconscious teammates, her silver teeth gritting tightly. There was no doubt Orochimaru's threat had worked. Unlike the hardened, ruthless ninjas of Kirigakuer, she valued her teammates and didn't want to see them die here. With her chakra sealed, what choice did she have but to reluctantly comply? It seems you've come to a decision. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk as he observed the conflicted emotions playing across the face of the blue-eyed girl before him. Let's go then, Kabuto. Keep an eye on her. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto nodded dutifully. With that, Orochimaru turned and began walking in the direction of the Land of Water, ignoring his two reluctant companions. Behind him followed Kabuto and the unwilling Mei. Dash. The Land of Water was an isolated nation surrounded by a vast expanse of ocean. While Orochimaru had visited many countries, the Land of Water was too remote, requiring travel by sea. As such, this would be his first time entering it. Between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water lay the small bear country, and as the trio passed through it, they came upon a peculiar location. It was the entrance to a canyon within the Land of Bears, a place Orochimaru had never visited before, despite having once been to the daimyo's mansion in this land. This mist. As Orochimaru gazed at the green haze before him, something seemed to spark in his memory. Without hesitation, he began walking toward the canyon's entrance. Seeing him move toward the mist without any sign of caution, Mei said nothing, silently hoping for the worst. She prayed that the toxic-looking fog would be the end of Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, be careful. That mist is poisonous. Kabuto warned, stepping in front of Orochimaru to stop him. The canyon ahead was vast, its mouth wide and nearly impassable for ninjas without the ability to fly. Perhaps the use of the 8 gates or other advanced techniques could allow someone to jump across. But the mist within the canyon was a faint green color, and the ground below was littered with bones, animal and human alike. It was undoubtedly toxic, a natural barrier of sorts. After Kabuto's warning, Orochimaru glanced casually at the bottom of the canyon, noting the remains scattered throughout. It is indeed poisonous, he remarked with a slight smile. But that doesn't matter. Let's go together. Why yes. Kabuto replied hesitantly, though his face betrayed his reluctance. No way. If you want to die, do it alone, don't drag me into this. Mei protested sharply. The canyon was far too dangerous. Do you have a choice? Orochimaru asked, clearly uninterested in her complaints. Before anyone could respond, there was a ripple in the air. Orochimaru pulled out a flying thunder god kunai and hurled it toward a large tree on the other side of the canyon. Without another word, he grabbed Kabuto and Mei, activating the technique to teleport them across the gorge in an instant. Mei barely had time to process what had happened before she realized they had already crossed to the other side of the canyon, bypassing the poisonous mist entirely. Stop right there! Who are you? A sudden shout caught their attention. A man wearing a gas mask and holding a crossbow appeared before them, blocking their path. Mei didn't even consider asking the man for help. She had given up hope of being rescued long ago. Meanwhile, Orochimaru regarded the figure with curiosity, his hoarse voice cutting through the tension. You must be a star ninja, correct? Go ahead, show me your ninjutsu. The man stiffened, his grip on the crossbow tightening as fear flickered in his eyes. Are you here to steal the secrets of our village's ninjutsu? Stealing ninjutsu? That's such an unpleasant way to put it. Orochimaru raised his hand. Suddenly, countless shards of black iron sand materialized from a dimensional space, hovering ominously in the air. Seeing this, the star ninja's nerves snapped. With a sharp twang, the arrow from his crossbow shot straight toward Orochimaru's face. Clang! The black iron sand formed a barrier, stopping the arrow in its tracks. The projectile embedded itself into the sand but went no further. Damn it! The man muttered under his breath. Realizing his crossbow was ineffective, he formed a hand seal, and his chakra transformed into shimmering wings that sprouted from his back. The mysterious peacock method, hey! Orochimaru said with interest. Chakra manipulation, and 4 pairs of wings. Is this the ninjutsu you've cultivated using the star? The mysterious peacock method, unique to the star village, allowed chakra to take on physical form. It was versatile, capable of 1. Materializing chakra to transform into beasts for attacks. 2. Absorbing the opponent's chakra. 3. Converting chakra into wings for flight. While the technique intrigued Orochimaru, he dismissed its combat potential. Its attacks were weak, and its chakra absorption would be nearly useless in high-level battles. What Orochimaru wanted was its flight ability. His current method of flying through magnetic release consumed too much chakra and lacked both speed and altitude. This chance encounter was an opportunity to claim what he needed. Stop talking and take this, the man shouted. Peacock method, bear demon. The chakra wings transformed into the shape of a massive bear, surging toward Orochimaru. But before it could reach him, the materialized chakra abruptly dissipated. Looking closer, several vines had sprouted from the ground and wrapped around the man, binding his arms and legs. What kind of jutsu is this? Who are you? And what do you want from our star village? The man struggled against the vines, his voice trembling with fear as he glared at Orochimaru. Ignoring the barrage of questions, Orochimaru dismissed the iron sand and walked up to the restrained man. Take me to your village chief, he said calmly. Don't try anything foolish. The consequences would be unpleasant. The vines loosened slightly, allowing the man to remove his gas mask. His wary face, framed by the star-shaped forehead protector of the star ninja village, was tense with suspicion. You want to meet our Hokage? Hokage? Orochimaru repeated, a sly grin spreading across his face. Kage, huh? Interesting. Lead the way. This book is complete. Support me on Patreon to read all advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 336, Chapter 336. In the ninja world, only the leaders of the 5 great nations' villages are entitled to the title of Kage. Star Ninja Village, with a population of just a few hundred people and barely over 100 ninjas, dared to call its leader Hokage. This title made Orochimaru feel rather amused. It was reminiscent of a certain memory of a nation far larger in size that claimed dominance over its neighbors and boasted a long, exaggerated history. Everything was supposedly theirs, and they acted as though one day the whole world would belong to them. It was shameless. What's your name? Orochimaru asked as they walked forward. Hotaru Hoshi, the young man answered honestly. It was clear he had no idea who Orochimaru was or why he had come to the village. But he understood one thing: Orochimaru was not someone he could handle, so all he could do was observe and bide his time. Hotaru Hoshi. That's right. Hotaru said proudly. After a moment, curiosity overcame him. What was that ability you just used? Controlling plants. Controlling plants. Orochimaru didn't respond, but Mei scoffed. Your country is so isolated, you don't even know about wood release. While Kirigakure didn't have detailed intel on Orochimaru's wood release, they had heard that Konaha had many users of this technique during the war. Furthermore, Orochimaru's reputation for scientific research was widely known in the ninja world. It wasn't hard to deduce. Wood release. Hotaru appeared confused, as if he had never heard of such a technique. Orochimaru didn't bother clarifying and continued walking toward the village. Star Ninja Village was a far cry from Konaha. While Konaha was vast and more akin to a city, Star Ninja Village truly resembled a small village. Scattered small houses dotted the area, with villagers hanging clothes to dry or relaxing outside. Aside from the elderly and children, there were only about 100 capable adult ninjas. When the villagers saw 3 strangers entering their village, they were both curious and wary. Hotaru quickly sprinted toward the Hokage's office without waiting for Orochimaru's permission, and Orochimaru made no effort to stop him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost immediately, 4 or 5 figures appeared, surrounding Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Terumi May in the middle of the village. You're from another village, yet we haven't received any commission. Why are you here uninvited? A middle-aged star ninja, his expression dark, spoke up. What's your purpose? The man demanded, frowning. Nothing much, Orochimaru said casually. I just wanted to see your peacock method. It caught my interest. His tone was indifferent, as though he were a superior inspecting someone's work. It was as if he were critiquing a dish at a restaurant. This is decent. I'll take it. Send the waiter to my room later for further instructions. But the star ninjas were not his subordinates. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, they immediately activated their peacock method, their chakra materializing into bird-like wings. You want to steal our star? Over my dead body. Peacock method, slashing feathers. Convinced Orochimaru was an enemy, they didn't hesitate to attack. Materialized chakra turned into sharp blades, slashing toward Orochimaru. May instinctively tried to move out of the way, but with her chakra sealed, there was nowhere to run. Before she could panic further, a white materialized chakra in the shape of a skull surrounded her, blocking the incoming attack. This. What is this? How? How is that possible? The star ninjas were stunned. Orochimaru's Susanoo had easily deflected their peacock method's assault. Orochimaru smiled faintly. I, too, can materialize chakra. Shall we see whose technique is superior? As he spoke, the skeletal figure of the Susanoo grew. Muscles and armor attached themselves to its frame, and a massive rocket launcher formed on its back, aimed directly at the star ninjas. The immense pressure of the Susanoo's chakra weapon left the star ninjas frozen in place, their wings trembling as they hesitated to move. Stop! An elderly man, appearing to be 80 or 90 years old, hurried over, guided by Hotaru Mars. In truth, the third Hokage was well over a century old. As he approached and saw Orochimaru's Susanoo, the old man's expression darkened. I must ask, why have you come to Star Ninja Village? The elder said solemnly. Noticing that Orochimaru hadn't acted yet, the Hokage decided to take a cautious approach, choosing diplomacy over aggression. Lord Hokage, this man is here for the star. Capture him immediately. Yet. He's definitely after our star. I knew it. The other villages have always been after our treasure. Hearing the panicked accusations, Orochimaru sighed in irritation. Even Kabuto couldn't help but mutter, you people are so deluded. Do you really think your village's ninjutsu is that valuable? Kabuto's words stung. With techniques like yours, not even smaller nations like the rain or grass villages would care about your so-called secrets, Kabuto added coldly. You. How dare you insult us? Then what is your purpose here? The Hokage interjected, silencing his subordinates. Hotaru had already informed him of Orochimaru's arrival and supposed interest in the peacock magic. But now Orochimaru claimed otherwise. What was he really after? Orochimaru smiled casually. Other villages may not care for your ninjutsu, but I happen to like it. The surrounding ninjas bristled at his shameless words, their anger barely contained. Do you know why no one else wants your ninjutsu? Orochimaru continued. It's because the peacock method cripples or even kills its users if they practice it beyond a certain point. Do you really think anyone would covet such a flawed technique? What? How do you know so much about our village's techniques? Who are you? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Are we really going to waste time with more questions? The Susanoo dispersed with a faint hum, and before the star ninjas could react, Orochimaru moved. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, several star ninjas collapsed to the ground, vines erupting from the earth to bind their limbs. In an instant, 5 or 6 ninjas were subdued, leaving only the Hokage and Hotaru Mars standing. The third Hokage was terrified. Orochimaru hadn't even used his Flying Thunder God technique, yet his speed was unmatched. The star ninjas, so focused on their peacock magic, were utterly helpless in close combat. I'll say this one last time, Orochimaru said coldly. I have no interest in your lives. Take me to see the star you use for training. If not, I won't hesitate to kill you all. The third Hokage's face was pale as he nodded nervously. Why, you are a guest, and I wouldn't dare neglect you. Shall we, perhaps have a meal first? This book is complete. Support me on Patreon to read all advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 337, Chapter 337. The Hokage of Star Ninja Village, despite being over 80 years old, was a seasoned veteran. Having witnessed Orochimaru's overwhelming power, he knew better than to engage in direct conflict. With this in mind, he quickly decided to escort the 3 visitors deeper into the village, making every effort to keep the situation calm. Orochimaru, unconcerned by the Hokage's cautious hospitality, followed along leisurely, chatting with the old man as if they were old friends. The atmosphere seemed surprisingly relaxed and harmonious as they walked. Meanwhile, the Hoshinin left behind took the opportunity to check on their fallen comrades. Upon confirming that their injuries were minor and their lives were not in danger, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. At least he had no intent to kill. Yet, but what was that power just now? It felt far stronger than anything we've ever seen. Terrifying. The star ninjas exchanged nervous glances. Having experienced Orochimaru's Susanoo firsthand, they couldn't deny the truth in his words. Their treasured star, their pride as a village, seemed insignificant in comparison to the strength of the larger nations. The sheer presence of Orochimaru's abilities made them realize how outmatched they were, let alone the strength of the hidden villages beyond their reach. In reality, Orochimaru had been careful not to inflict serious harm. After all, he wasn't here to create unnecessary conflict, and doing so would only make things difficult. For him, senseless killing served no purpose. The mysterious peacock method, which allowed users to transform chakra into animal-like forms, relied on a special meteorite housed within Star Ninja Village. Under the guidance of the Third Hokage, Orochimaru and his companions arrived at the crater where the meteorite had landed centuries ago. At the center of the crater was a small building that served as the village's training ground. When Orochimaru opened the door, he found 5 or 6 young ninjas practicing around a platform in the middle of the room. At the center of the platform rested the meteorite. Among the group, 2 of the practitioners were girls. Is this the star? Orochimaru asked, his tone calm and detached. Hoshikage-sama, I'll need some time alone. It was clear he wanted to examine the meteorite without interference. The Third Hokage hesitated for a moment before sighing in resignation. He called out to the young ninjas inside. Everyone leave the room for now. Suspend your training for a while. Why? What's going on, Lord Hokage? Don't ask. Just leave immediately, the old man barked, his tone heavy with exasperation. The young ninjas exchanged confused glances but obeyed, walking out of the room reluctantly. Orochimaru wasted no time. He stepped up to the platform and sat down. Pulling out a pouch, he tossed a stack of money, 100,000 ryo to the Hokage. This is for your cooperation, he said simply. And I'll need a copy of your training method as well. The old man smiled weakly as he accepted the payment. Despite his age and experience, he was powerless to resist Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru had handled his subordinates with minimal effort. What choice did he have? Once the Hokage left the room, Orochimaru picked up the meteorite in his hand and examined it closely. Lord Orochimaru, what exactly is this? Kabuto asked curiously, his eyes fixed on the meteorite. Kabuto wasn't as intrigued by Orochimaru's combat prowess as he was by his intellect. He admired how Orochimaru seemed to know everything, even about a place he'd never visited before. This is the star they use for training, Orochimaru explained casually. It's said to have fallen from the sky about 200 years ago. He began recounting the information he had gathered. The meteorite contained a fragment of the Ten Tails chakra. As an extraterrestrial object, it was also highly radioactive. These 2 factors made it extremely dangerous. Ordinary ninjas couldn't handle prolonged exposure to the star. Those who attempted to train near it often faced dire consequences, lifelong disability or even death. To think the ninjas of Star Village still practice with this. Orochimaru muttered. They're either incredibly stubborn or utterly reckless. Do they really think the Ten Tails chakra is something they can control? As Orochimaru spoke, Mei crossed her arms and scoffed. The 10 tails? What a load of nonsense. Since when was there such a thing? The strongest tailed beast has always been the 9 tails of Konaha. Where are you even getting this from? Did you just make it up? Hearing her skepticism, Orochimaru smirked. Ignorance isn't a crime. But when you treat your ignorance as fact, that's when you look like a fool. He turned to her with an amused glint in his eyes. Kirigakure is so isolated from the rest of the world. I doubt you've even heard of the Rinnegan, let alone the 10 tails. The Rinnegan? You mean the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths? Terumi Mei frowned. Those are just myths, aren't they? Oh, you've at least heard of them, Orochimaru said with a chuckle. Myth or not, you'll find out soon enough. Too impatient to explain further, Orochimaru dismissed the conversation and refocused on the meteorite. Not long after, the Third Hokage returned with a written copy of the training method. Orochimaru scanned through it briefly and understood it immediately. The chakra in the body can be altered by the star's influence, he mused aloud. Kabuto, stand guard. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto replied promptly. While Orochimaru was engrossed in studying the meteorite, events were unfolding back in Konaha. After deliberation among Konaha's leadership, they had reluctantly decided to approve Orochimaru's request. Their goal was to minimize casualties in the ninja world, and with peace treaties signed with the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, their options were limited. For now, Konaha maintained a hostile stance only toward the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water. Knock, knock, knock. A firm knock sounded at the Hokage's office door. Come in. Tsunade called out. The door opened, and Hiruzen entered, followed by Konaha's 2 advisors and a young man. Old man, what brings you here? Tsunade asked curiously. Hiruzen gestured toward the young man. I've brought someone for you to meet. You should know him, right? Tsunade's eyes shifted to the figure standing behind the group. The young man wore a black, short-sleeved Uchiha uniform. His short, neatly kept hair framed sharp, intelligent eyes. A sword rested on his back. When Hiruzen introduced him, the young man stepped forward. Tsunade smiled. Of course. Uchiha Shisui, also known as Shisui of the Body Flicker. A genius ninja who played a key role in the last war. What's this about? His eyes, Hiruzen said calmly, may be the key to stopping Orochimaru. This book is complete. Support me on Patreon to read all advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves. Chapter 338, Chapter 338. No. Tsunade, having only recently taken on the role of Hokage, had yet to fully grasp the extent of Shisui's ocular powers. However, after Hiruzen's explanation of Shisui's abilities, she immediately rejected the idea. Kota Amatsukami, the ultimate genjutsu of the Mangeki Sharingan, mastered solely by Uchiha Shisui. Undeniably the strongest genjutsu, it could control a person's thoughts and will without them ever realizing it, permanently and completely altering their mindset. Its power was immense, but it came with a heavy limitation, each use required a cooldown of more than 10 years. Was this genjutsu truly invincible? Such a concept was impossible. According to the principles of genjutsu, the more chakra an individual possessed, the longer it took for the illusion to take hold. Likewise, individuals with exceptionally strong mental fortitude were naturally more resistant to such techniques. Though Kota Amatsukami was unique in its ability to bypass these defenses by directly rewriting the brain, it wasn't guaranteed to work against everyone. Orochimaru, with his sage body and eternal Mangeki Sharingan, was an unknown variable. Could Kota Amatsukami truly work on someone like him? Would it be effective against titans like Uchiha Madara or the Sage of Six Paths? Perhaps it could succeed, but the greater likelihood was that it would fail entirely. This discrepancy stemmed from the differences in ocular power between the two parties. Even if there was only the slightest chance of failure, Tsunade could not afford to take that gamble. If Kota Amatsukami proved ineffective against Orochimaru or if its effects were discovered and countered by those around him, it would result in a catastrophe for the ninja world. She imagined the consequences of such a scenario. Orochimaru, having removed the genjutsu, would no doubt retaliate with devastating force. At that point, it wouldn't just be a matter of starting a war, it could lead to something far worse. After Tsunade's detailed explanation, the advisors were left speechless. Orochimaru's ocular power surpasses that of the Mangeki, one of them muttered in shock. The idea of a non-Uchiha developing the Sharingan to such a level through research alone was unfathomable. Uchiha Shisui, too, was visibly surprised. Hiruzen turned to the young man beside him. Shisui, are you confident in your ability to deal with this? Shisui, snapped out of his thoughts by the question, hesitated before responding, if it's just a standard Mangeki, I'm absolutely confident. But if Orochimaru's abilities are truly as Tsunade-sama described, I would have to see them for myself to be certain. He continued, his voice steady but uncertain, up until now, I've never encountered a Sharingan with more powerful ocular abilities than my own. Is that so? Hiruzen murmured thoughtfully. Old man, Tsunade interrupted, addressing Hiruzen directly, I strongly advise you to abandon this idea. She turned to the others. Even if Kota Amatsukami does manage to affect Orochimaru, it will only be temporary. His abilities have already surpassed the realm of ordinary ninjas. Without hesitation, Tsunade revealed another of Orochimaru's secrets, his ability to achieve resurrection. Not only could Orochimaru back up his physical cells, but he could also store his mental consciousness. If Orochimaru were to die, the effects of Kota Amatsukami would be nullified. Once resurrected, he would no longer be bound by its influence. And if that happened, Orochimaru would undoubtedly retaliate with something beyond imagination, something no one, not even Tsunade herself, could stop. Hiruzen and the others were left dumbfounded by Tsunade's explanation. Immortality? Infinite resurrection? Eternal life? Danzo muttered in disbelief. Dear God! Is Orochimaru invincible? Elsewhere, in a dark basement beneath Kirigakure village in the Land of Water, Zetsu emerged from the ground, his voice low as he addressed Obito. Obito, have you located the Nine Tails? It's nearly confirmed, Obito replied. What about you? We've found 2 so far, Zetsu answered. Only 2. Obito frowned but then sighed. Still, that's not bad. What's Orochimaru's current location? Orochimaru. Zetsu's voice remained calm. He seems to be heading toward Kirigakure village. Due to their cooperative relationship, Zetsu could sense Orochimaru's movements as long as the latter's feet were on the ground. He's coming to Kirigakure? Why? Obito muttered, his voice filled with suspicion. No idea, Zetsu admitted with a shrug. If it's not important, I wouldn't dare approach him. I see. Obito murmured, deep in thought. After a moment, he waved Zetsu off. Continue locating the tailed beasts. And send the ring to Orochimaru. Understood, Zetsu replied, sinking back into the ground. Left alone, Obito lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Back in Star Ninja Village in the Land of Bears, Mei was utterly stunned as she watched Orochimaru. From his back sprouted enormous wings, bone-like structures connected by a glowing blue chakra. She had always known Orochimaru was powerful, but this exceeded anything she had imagined. The ninjas of Star Ninja Village required prolonged exposure to the meteorite to train and develop their wings. Orochimaru, on the other hand, appeared to have absorbed the star's energy directly. And his wings. Unlike the short, flimsy wings of the Star Ninja, his were massive, transparent, and lined with crackling elemental energies. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning flickered across the glowing bones, creating a spectacle that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. So this is Orochimaru's true power. Mei muttered in disbelief. Orochimaru himself remained indifferent, studying his new wings with a hint of dissatisfaction. As expected, I still need the Rinnegan, he said, his tone calm but resolute. He cared little for the appearance of the wings. What truly mattered to him was the boost they provided to his strength. His purpose for coming here had been twofold, to improve his flying ability and to test whether the star, imbued with the Ten Tails chakra, could enhance his spiritual power enough to create a Truth Seeking Orb. Yes, he intended to forge his own Truth Seeking Orb. Orochimaru had previously attempted to create one but failed. In his research, Orochimaru had discovered 4 methods to create a Truth Seeking Orb. 1. Harnessing the power of the bloodline limit known as the Rain Sharingan. However, this method was unattainable, as only figures like Kage Otsutsuki could achieve it. 2. Using the Rinnegan to generate an orb, as demonstrated by Tonari Otsutsuki. 3. Achieving the 6-path sage mode by obtaining chakra from all tailed beasts, which allowed individuals like Obito, Madara, and Naruto to unconsciously produce truth-seeking orbs. However, this method was limited, as the orbs could not be recreated once destroyed or sealed. 4. Creating the orbs through sheer personal power. This method, pioneered by Hago Romo and Hamura Otsutsuki, was the closest path available to Orochimaru. Despite possessing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Orochimaru had discovered a crucial limitation. While he possessed the necessary attributes immortality, vast chakra, and mastery of yin-yang release, his ocular power fell short of the Rinnegan or Hamura's Byakugan. He had underestimated the sheer scale of Hamura's spiritual power. This book is complete. Support me on Patreon to read all advanced chapters, patreon.com/blownleaves.